Further Foolishness, Sketches and Satires on the Follies of the Day. By Stephen Leacock. Stories shorter still. Among the latest follies in fiction is the perpetual demand for stories shorter and shorter still. The only thing to do is to meet this demand at the source and check it. Any of the stories below, if left to soak overnight in a barrel of rainwater, will swell to the dimensions of a $1.50 novel. An irreducible detective story. Hanged by a hair or a murder mystery minimized. The mystery had now reached its climax. First, the man had been undoubtedly murdered. Secondly, it was absolutely certain that no conceivable person had done it. It was therefore time to call in the great detective. He gave one searching glance at the corpse. In a moment he whipped out a microscope. "Ha! Ha!" he said as he picked a hair off the lapel of the dead man's coat. "The mystery is now solved." He held up the hair. "Listen," he said, "we have only to find the man who lost this hair, and the criminal is in our hands." The inexorable chain of logic was complete. The detective set himself to the search. For 4 days and nights he moved, unobserved, through the streets of New York, scanning closely every face he passed, looking for a man who had lost a hair. On the 5th day he discovered a man, disguised as a tourist, his head enveloped in a steamer cap that reached below his ears. The man was about to go on board the Gloritania. The detective followed him on board. "Arrest him," he said, and then drawing himself to his full height, he brandished aloft the hair. "This is his," said the great detective. "It proves his guilt." "Remove his hat," said the ship's captain sternly. "Id so." The man was entirely bald. "Ha!" said the great detective without a moment of hesitation. "He has committed not one murder, but about 1,000,000. A compressed Old English novel. Swear word. The unpronounceable. Chapter 1 and only. "Odds bodikins!" exclaimed Swearword the Saxon, wiping his mailed brow with his iron hand. "A fair morn withal. Methinks 'twert lithlier to rest me in yon glade than to foray me forth in yon fray. 'Twert it not? But there happened to be a real Anglo-Saxon standing by. Where in heaven's name," he said in sudden passion, "did you get that line of English?" "Churl," said Swearword, "it is Anglo-Saxon." "You're a liar," shouted the Saxon. "It is not. It is Harvard College, sophomore year, option number 6. Swearword, now in like fury, threw aside his hauberk, his baldric, and his needlework on the grass. "Lay on," said Swearword. "Where't Slayword?" "Have at you," cried the Saxon. They laid on and had at one another. He, Swearword, was killed. Thus luckily the whole story was cut off on the first page and ended. A condensed interminable novel. From The Cradle to the Grave, or 1,000 pages for $1. Note, this story originally contained 250,000 words, but by a marvelous feat of condensation it is reduced, without the slightest loss, to 106 words. Edward Endless lived during his youth in Maine, in New Hampshire, in Vermont, in Massachusetts, in Rhode Island, in Connecticut. Then the lure of the city lured him. His fate took him to New York, to Chicago, and to Philadelphia. In Chicago he lived in a boarding house on LaSalle Avenue. Then he boarded in a living house on Michigan Avenue. In New York he had a room in an eating house on 41st Street, and then, amaze, ate in a rooming house on 42nd Street. In Philadelphia he used to sleep on Chestnut Street and then slept on Maple Street. During all this time, women were calling to him. He knew and came to be friends with Margaret Jones, Elizabeth Smith, Arabella Thompson, Jane Williams, Maud Taylor. And he also got to know pretty well Louise Quelle Cocose, Antoinette Alphabetic, Estelle, etc. And during this same time, art began to call him, pictures began to appeal to him, statues beckoned to him, music maddened him, and any form of recitation or elocution drove him beside himself. Then, one day, he married Margaret Jones. As soon as he had married her, he was disillusioned. He now hated her. Then he lived with Elizabeth Smith. He had no sooner sat down with her than he hated her. Half mad, he took his things over to Arabella Thompson's flat to live with her. The moment she opened the door of the apartment, he loathed her. He saw her as she was. Driven sane with despair, he then— Our staff here cut the story off. There are hundreds and hundreds of pages after this. They show Edward Endless grappling in the fight for clean politics. The last 100 pages deal with religion. Edward finds it after a big fight. But no one reads these pages. There are no women in them. Our staff cut them out and merely show at the end. Edward purified, uplifted, transluted. The whole story is perhaps the biggest thing ever done on this continent. Perhaps. Snoopopaths, or 50 stories in one. This particular study in the follies of literature is not so much a story as a sort of essay. The average reader will therefore turn from it with a shudder. The condition of the average reader's mind is such that he can take in nothing but fiction. And it must be thin fiction at that. Nothing else will sit on his stomach. Everything must come to the present-day reader in this form. If you wish to talk to him about religion, you must dress it up as a story and label it Bathsheba or The Curse of David. If you want to improve the reader's morals, you must write him a little thing in dialogue called Mrs. Potiphar Dines Out. If you wish to expostulate with him about drink, you must do so through a narrative called Red Rum, short enough and easy enough for him to read it without overstraining his mind while he drinks cocktails. But whatever the story is about, it has got to deal, in order to be read by the average reader, With a man and a woman, I put these words in capitals to indicate that they have got to stick out of the story with the crudity of a drawing done by a child with a burnt stick. In other words, the story has got to be snoopopathic. This is a word derived from the Greek snoopo, or, if there never was a Greek verb snoopo, at least there ought to have been one, and it means just what it seems to mean. 9 out of 10 short stories written in America are snoopopathic. In snoopopathic literature, in order to get its full effect, the writer generally introduces his characters simply as the man and the woman. He hates to admit that they have no names. He opens out with them, something after this fashion. The man lifted his head. He looked about him at the gaily bedizzled crowd that besplotched the midnight cabaret with riotous patches of color. He crushed his cigar against the brass of an Egyptian tray. "Bah," he murmured, "is it worth it?" Then he let his head sink again. "You notice it?" He lifted his head all the way up and let it sink all the way down, and you still don't know who he is. For the woman, the beginning is done like this. The woman clenched her white hands till the diamonds that glittered upon her fingers were buried in the soft flesh. Then she took from the table the telegram that lay crumpled upon it and tore it into 100 pieces. "He dare not," she muttered through her closed teeth. She looked about the hotel room with its garish furniture. "He has no right to follow me here," she gasped. All of which the reader has to take in without knowing who the woman is, or which hotel she is staying at, or who dare not follow her, or why. But the modern reader loves to get this sort of shadowy, incomplete effect. If he were told straight out that the woman's name was Mrs. the Sissando, Edward Dangerfield of Brick City, Montana, and that she had left her husband 3 days ago, and that the telegram told her that he had discovered her address and was following her, the reader would refuse to go on. This method of introducing the characters is bad enough, but the new snoopopathic way of describing them is still worse. The man is always detailed as if he were a horse. He is said to be tall, well set up, with straight legs. Great stress is always laid on his straight legs. No magazine story is acceptable now unless the man's legs are absolutely straight. Why this is, I don't know. All my friends have straight legs, and yet I never hear them make it a subject of comment or boasting. I don't believe I have at present a single friend with crooked legs. But this is not the only requirement. Not only must the man's legs be straight, but he must be clean-limbed, whatever that is, and of course he must have a well-tubbed look about him. The man is, of course, clean-shaven. This allows him to do such necessary things as turning his clean-shaven face towards the speaker, laying his clean-shaven cheek in his hand, and so on. But everyone is familiar with the face of the up-to-date, clean-shaven, snoopopathic man. There are pictures of him by the million on magazine covers and book jackets, looking into the eyes of the woman. He does it from a distance of about 6 inches, with that snoopy, earnest expression of brainlessness that he always wears. How one would enjoy seeing a man, a real one, with Nevada whiskers and long boots, land him one solid kick from behind. Then comes the woman of the snoopopathic story. She is always beautifully groomed. Who these grooms are that do it, and where they can be hired, I don't know, and she is said to be exquisitely gowned. It is peculiar about the woman that she never seems to wear a dressy, always a gown. Why this is, I cannot tell. In the good old stories that I used to read, when I could still read for the pleasure of it, the heroines, that was what they used to be called, always wore dresses. In that wore dresses. But now there is no heroine, only a woman in a gown. I wear a gown myself, at night. It is made of flannel and reaches to my feet, and when I take my candle and go out to the balcony where I sleep, the effect of it on the whole is not bad. But as to its revealing every line of my figure, as the woman's gown is always said to, and as to its suggesting even more than it reveals, well, it simply does not, or an every, so when I talk of gowns, I speak of something that I know all about. Yet whatever the woman does, her gown is said to cling to her. Whether in the street, or in a cabaret, or in the drawing-room, it clings. If by any happy chance she throws a lace wrap about her, then it clings, and if she lifts her gown, as she is apt to, it shows, not what I should have expected, but a jupon, and even that clings. What a jupon is, I don't know. With my gown, I never wear one. These people I have described, the man and the woman, the snoopopaths, are of course not husband and wife, or brother and sister, or anything so simple and old-fashioned as that. She is someone else's wife, she is the wife of the other man. Wine. And just what there is for the reader about other men's wives, I don't understand. I know tons of them that I wouldn't walk round a block for, but the reading public goes wild over them. The old-fashioned heroine was unmarried. That spoiled the whole story. You could see the end from the beginning. Something has got to happen that would seem almost obvious to anyone. The writer, therefore, at once puts the two snoopos, the man and the woman, into a frightfully indelicate position. The more indelicate it is, the better. Sometimes she gets into his motor by accident after the theatre, or they both engage the drawing-room of a Pullman car by mistake, or else, best of all, he is brought accidentally into her room at an hotel at night. There is something about an hotel room at night, apparently, which throws the modern reader into convulsions. It is always easy to arrange a scene of this sort. For example, taking the sample beginning that I gave above, the man, whom I left sitting at the cabaret table above, rises unsteadily. It is the recognized way of rising in a cabaret, and, settling the reckoning with the waiter, staggers into the street. For myself, I never do a reckoning with the waiter. I just pay the bill as he adds it, and take a chance on it. As the man staggers into the night air, the writer has time, just a little time, for the modern reader is impatient to explain who he is and why he staggers. He is rich. That goes without saying. All clean-limbed men with straight legs are rich. He owns copper mines in Montana. But he has left everything, because of the other man's wife. It was that, or madness, or worse. He had told himself so 1,000 times. This little touch about worse is used in all the stories. I don't just understand what the worse means, but snoopopathic readers reach for it with great readiness. So the man had come to New York, the only place where stories are allowed to be laid, under an assumed name, to forget, to drive her from his mind. He had plunged into the mad round of, I never could find it myself, but it must be there, and as they all plunge into it, it must be as full of them as a sheet of Tanglefoot is of flies. As the man walked home to his hotel, the cool night air steadied him, but his brain is still filled with the fumes of the wine he had drunk. Notice these fumes. It must be great to float round with them in one's brain, where they apparently lodge. I have often tried to find them, but I never can. Again and again I have said, "Waiter, bring me a Scotch whiskey and soda with fumes," but I can never get them. Thus goes the man to his hotel. Now it is in a room in this same hotel that the woman is sitting, and in which she has crumpled up the telegram. It is to this hotel that she has come when she left her husband a week ago. The readers know, without even being told, that she left him to work out her own salvation, driven by his cold brutality beyond the breaking point. And there is laid upon her soul, as she sits there with clenched hands, the dust and ashes of a broken marriage and a loveless life, and the knowledge too late of all that might have been. And it is to this hotel that the woman's husband is following her. But the man does not know that she is in the hotel, nor that she has left her husband. It is only accident that brings them together, and it is only by accident that he has come into her room at night and stands there, rooted to the threshold. Now, as a matter of fact, in real life, there is nothing at all in the simple fact of walking into the wrong room of an hotel by accident. You merely apologize and go out. I had this experience myself only a few days ago. I walked right into a lady's room next door to my own, but I simply said, "Oh, I beg your pardon, I thought this was number 343. "No," she said, "this is 341. She did not rise and confront me, as they always do in the snoopopathic stories. Neither did her eyes flash, nor her gown cling to her as she rose. Nor was her gown made of rich old stuff. No, she merely went on reading her newspaper. "I must apologize," I said. "I am a little short-sighted, and very often a 1 and a 3 look so alike that I can't tell them apart. I'm afraid." "Not at all," said the lady. "Good evening." "You see," I added, "this room and my own being so alike, and mine being 343, and this being 343, I walked in before I realized that instead of walking into 343, I was walking into 3431. Want. She bowed in silence, without speaking, and I felt that it was now the part of exquisite tact to retire quietly without further explanation, or at least with only a few murmured words about the possibility of tomorrow being even colder than today. I did so, and the affair ended with complete savoir-faire on both sides. But the snoopopaths, man and woman, can't do this sort of thing, or, at any rate, the snoopopathic writer won't let them. The opportunity is too good to miss. As soon as the man comes into the woman's room, before he knows who she is, for she has her back to him, he gets into a condition dear to all snoopopathic readers. His veins simply surged. His brain beat against his temples in mad pulsation. His breath came and went in quick, short pants. This last might perhaps be done by one of the hotel bellboys, but otherwise it is hard to imagine. And the woman, noiseless as his step had been, she seemed to sense his presence. A wave seemed to sweep over her. She turned and rose, fronting him full. This doesn't mean that he was full when she fronted him, her gown, but we know about that already. It was a coward's trick, she panted. Now, if the man had had the kind of savoir-faire that I have, he would have said, "Oh, pardon me, I see this room is 341, my own room is 343, and to me, a 343, and to me a 1 ounce of 3, often look so alike that I seem to have walked into 343 while looking for 343. And he could have explained in 2 words that he had no idea that she was in New York, was not following her, and not proposing to interfere with her in any way, and she would have explained also in 2 sentences why and how she came to be there. But this wouldn't do. Instead of it, the man and the woman go through the grand snoopopathic scene, which is so intense that it needs what is really a new kind of language to convey it. "Helene," he croaked, reaching out his arms, his voice tensed with the infinity of his desire. "Back," she iced, and then, "Why have you come here?" she hoarsed. "What business have you here?" "None," he glooped. "None. I have no business." "I thought you were in Philadelphia," she said, her gown clinging to every fiber of her as she spoke. "Shh, I was," he wheezed. "And you left it," she sharped, her voice tense. "I left it," he said, his voice glumping as he spoke. "Need I tell you why?" He had come nearer to her. She could hear his pants as he moved. "No, no," she gurgled. "You left it. It is enough. I can understand." She looked bravely up at him. "I can understand any man leaving it." Then, as he moved still nearer her, there was the sound of a sudden swift step in the corridor. The door opened, and there stood before them the other man, the husband of the woman. Edward Dangerfield. This, of course, is the grand snoopopathic climax, when the author gets all 3 of them, the man, the woman, and the woman's husband, in an hotel room at night. But notice what happens. He stood in the opening of the doorway looking at them, a slight smile upon his lips. "Well," he said. Then he entered the room and stood for a moment quietly looking into the man's face. "So," he said, "it was you." He walked into the room and laid the light coat that he had been carrying over his arm upon the table. He drew a cigar case from his waistcoat pocket. "Try one of these Havanas," he said. "Observe the calm of it. This is what the snoopopath loves. No rage, no blustering, calmness, cynicism." He walked over towards the mantelpiece and laid his hat upon it. He set his boot upon the fender. "It was cold this evening," he said. He walked over to the window and gazed a moment into the dark. "This is a nice hotel," he said. "This scene is what the author and the reader love. They hate to let it go. They'd willingly keep the man walking up and down for hours saying, 'Well.'" The man raised his head. "Yes, it's a good hotel," he said. Then he let his head fall again. "This kind of thing goes on until, if possible, the reader is persuaded into thinking that there is nothing going to happen. Then," he turned to the woman. "Go in there," he said, pointing to the bedroom door. Mechanically she obeyed. This, by the way, is the first intimation that the reader has that the room in which they were sitting was not a bedroom. The two men were alone. Dangerfield walked over to the chair where he had thrown his coat. "I bought this coat in St. Louis last fall," he said. His voice was quiet, even passionless. Then, from the pocket of the coat, he took a revolver and laid it on the table. Marsden watched him without a word. "Do you see this pistol?" said Dangerfield. Marsden raised his head a moment and let it sink. Of course, the ignorant reader keeps wondering why he doesn't explain. But how can he? What is there to say? He has been found out of his own room at night. The penalty for this, in all the snoopopathic stories, is death. It is understood that in all the New York hotels, the night porters shoot a certain number of men in the corridors every night. "When we married," said Dangerfield, glancing at the closed door as he spoke, "I bought this and the mate to it for her, just the same, with the monogram on the butt. See, and I said to her, 'If things ever go wrong between you and me, there is always this way out.'" He lifted the pistol from the table, examining its mechanism. He rose and walked across the room till he stood with his back against the door, the pistol in his hand, its barrel pointing straight at Marsden's heart. Marsden never moved. Then, as the two men faced one another, thus looking into one another's eyes, their ears caught a sound from behind the closed door of the inner room, a sharp, hard, metallic sound, as if someone in the room within had raised the hammer of a pistol, a jeweled pistol like the one in Dangerfield's hand. And then a loud report, and with a cry, the cry of a woman, one shrill, despairing cry. "Or no, hang it, I can't consent to end up a story in that fashion, with the dead woman prone across the bed, the smoking pistol with a jewel on the hilt still clasped in her hand, the red blood welling over the white laces of her gown, while the two men gaze down upon her cold face with horror in their eyes. Not a bit. Let's end it like this. A shrill, despairing cry. "Ed! Charlie! Come in here quick! Hurry! The steam coil has blown out a plug. You two boys quit talking and come in here, for heaven's sake, and fix it." And, indeed, if the reader will look back, he will see there is nothing in the dialogue to preclude it. He was misled, that's all. I merely said that Mrs. Dangerfield had left her husband a few days before. So she had, to do some shopping in New York. She thought it mean of him to follow her. And I never said that Mrs. Dangerfield had any connection whatever with the woman with whom Marsden was in love. Not at all. He knew her, of course, because he came from Brick City, but she had thought he was in Philadelphia, and naturally she was surprised to see him back in New York. That's why she exclaimed, "Back!" And as a matter of plain fact, you can't pick up a revolver without its pointing somewhere. No one said he meant to fire it. In fact, if the reader will glance back at the dialogue, I know he has no time to, but if he does, he will see that, being something of a snoopopath himself, he has invented the whole story. Aye, foreign fiction in imported installments. Serge, the Superman, a Russian novel. Translated with a hand pump out of the original Russian. Special editorial note or fit of convulsions, into which an editor falls in introducing this sort of story to his readers. We need offer no apology to our readers in presenting to them a Russian novel. The names of Tolstoy, of Turgen something, and Dostoy, what is it, are household words in America. We may say with certainty that Serge the Superman is the most distinctly Russian thing produced in years. It is dark with the gloom of the great forests of the Volga and saddened with the infinite silence of the Siberian plain. Hence the Russian speech, like the Russian thought, is direct, terse, and almost crude in its elemental power. All this appears in Serge the Superman. It is the directest, tersest, crudest thing we have ever seen. We showed the manuscript to a friend of ours, a critic, a man who has a greater command of the language of criticism than perhaps any two men in New York today. He said at once, "This is big." It is a big thing, done by a big man, a man with big ideas, writing at his very biggest. The whole thing has a bigness about it, that is. Or, and here he paused and thought a moment and added, big. After this, he sat back in his chair and said, big, 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 grow. We next showed the story to an English critic, and he said without hesitation, or with very little, "This is really not half bad." Last of all, we read the story ourselves, and we rose after its perusal, itself not an easy thing to do, and said, "Wonderful, but terrible." Chapter 1. As a child, Serge lived with his father, Ivan Ivanovich, and his mother, Katrina Katarinovich. In the house, too, were Nitska, the serving-maid, Ich, the serving-man, and Yump, the cook, his wife. The house stood on the borders of a Russian town. It was in the heart of Russia. All about it was the great plain, with the river running between low banks, and over it the dull sky. Across the plain ran the post road, naked and bare. In the distance one could see a moujik driving a 3-horse tarantula, or perhaps Swill, the swineherd, herding the swine. Far away, the road dipped over the horizon and was lost. "Where does it go to?" asked Serge, but no one could tell him. In the winter, there came the great snows, and the river was frozen, and Serge could walk on it. On such days, Joab, the postman, would come to the door, stamping his feet with the cold as he gave the letters to Itch. "It is a cold day," Joab would say. "It is God's will," said Itch. Then he would fetch a glass of kvass steaming hot from the great stove built of wood that stood in the kitchen. "Drink, little brother," he would say to Joab, and Joab would answer, "Little uncle, I drink your health," and he would go down the road again, stamping his feet with the cold. Then later the spring would come, and all the plain was bright with flowers, and Serge could pick them. Then the rain came, and Serge could catch it in a cup. Then the summer came, and the great heat and the storms, and Serge could watch the lightning. "What is lightning for?" he would ask of Yump the cook, as she stood kneading the mushes or dough to make slab or pancake for the morrow. Yump shook her nob or head with a look of perplexity on her big mug or face. "It is God's will," she said. Thus Serge grew up a thoughtful child. At times he would say to his mother, "Matrinska, little mother, why is the sky blue?" and she couldn't tell him. Or at times he would say to his father, "Boob, Russian for father, what is 3 times 6?" But his father didn't know. Each year Serge grew. Life began to perplex the boy. He couldn't understand it. No one could tell him anything. Sometimes he would talk with Itch, the serving man. "Itch," he asked, "what is morality?" But Itch didn't know. In his simple life he had never heard of it. At times people came to the house. Snip, the schoolmaster, who could read and write, and Cinch, the harness maker, who made harness. Once there came Popoff, the inspector of police, in his blue coat with fur on it. He stood in front of the fire, writing down the names of all the people in the house. And when he came to Itch, Serge noticed how Itch trembled and cowered before Popoff, cringing as he brought a 3-legged stool and saying, "Sit near the fire, little father. It is cold." Popoff laughed and said, "Cold as Siberia, is it not, little brother?" Then he said, "Bear me your arm to the elbow, and let me see if our mark is on it still." And Itch raised his sleeve to the elbow, and Serge saw that there was a mark upon it, burnt deep and black. "I thought so," said Popoff, and he laughed. But Yump, the cook, beat the fire with a stick so that the sparks flew into Popoff's face. "You are too near the fire, little inspector," she said. All that evening Itch sat in the corner of the kitchen, and Serge saw that there were tears on his face. "Why does he cry?" asked Serge, half-kay. "He has been in Siberia," said Yump, as she poured water into the great iron pot to make soup for the week after the next. Serge grew more thoughtful each year. All sorts of things, occurrences of daily life, set him thinking. One day he saw some peasants drowning a tax collector in the river. It made a deep impression on him. He couldn't understand it. There seemed something wrong about it. "Why did they drown him?" he asked of Yump the cook. "He was collecting taxes," said Yump, and she threw a handful of cups into the cupboard. Then one day there was great excitement in the town, and men in uniform went to and fro, and all the people stood at the doors talking. "What has happened?" asked Serge. "It is Popoff, inspector of police," answered Itch. "They have found him beside the river." "Is he dead?" questioned Serge. Itch pointed reverently to the ground. "He is there," he said. All that day Serge asked questions, but no one would tell him anything. "Popoff is dead," they said. "They have found him beside the river with his ribs driven in on his heart." "Why did they kill him?" asked Serge. But no one would say. So, after this, Serge was more perplexed than ever. Everyone noticed how thoughtful Serge was. "He is a wise boy," they said. "Some day he will be a learned man. He will read and write." "Defend us," exclaimed Itch. "It is a dangerous thing." One day, Leacock, the priest, came to the house with a great roll of paper in his hand. "What is it?" asked Serge. "It is the alphabet," said Leacock. "Give it to me," said Serge with eagerness. "Not all of it," said Leacock gently. "Here is part of it," and he tore off a piece and gave it to the boy. "Defend us," said Yump the cook. "It is not a wise thing," and she shook her head as she put a new lump of clay in the wooden stove to make it burn more brightly. Then everybody knew that Serge was learning the alphabet, and that when he had learned it, he was to go to Moscow, to the Technic, and learn what else there was. So the days passed, and the months. Presently Ivan Ivanovitch said, "Now he is ready," and he took down a bag of roubles that was concealed on a shelf beside the wooden stove in the kitchen, and counted them out after the Russian fashion, 10, 10, and yet 10 and 10, till hell he could count no further. "Protect us," said Yump. "Now he is rich," and she poured oil and fat mixed with sand into the bread and beat it with a stick. "He must get ready," they said. "He must buy clothes. Soon he will go to Moscow, to the Technic, and become a wise man." Now it so happened that there came one day to the door a drosky, or one-horse carriage, and in it was a man, and beside him a girl. The man stopped to ask the way from Itch, who pointed down the post road over the plain. But his hand trembled and his knees shook as he showed the way. For the eyes of the man who asked the way were dark with hate and cruel with power, and he wore a uniform, and there was brass upon his cap. But Serge looked only at the girl, and there was no hate in her eyes, but only a great burning and a look that went far beyond the plain, Serge knew not where. And as Serge looked, the girl turned her face, and their eyes met, and he knew that he would never forget her. And he saw in her face that she would never forget him, for that is love. "Who is that?" he asked, as he went back again with Itch into the house. "It is Quartz chief of police, said Itch, and his knees still trembled as he spoke. Where is he taking her? Said Serge. To Moscow, to the prison, answered Itch. There they will hang her and she will die. Who is she? Asked Serge. What has she done? And as he spoke, he could still see the girl's face and the look upon it, and a great fire went sweeping through his veins. She is Olga Ilyich, answered Itch. She made the bomb that killed Popov, the inspector, and now they will hang her and she will die. Defend us, murmured Yump as she heaped more clay upon the stove. Chapter 2. Serge went to Moscow. He entered the Technic. He became a student. He learned geography from Stoge, the professor, astrography from Fouge, the assistant, together with geodesy, orgastrophy, and other native Russian studies. All day he worked. His industry was unflagging. His instructors were enthusiastic. If he goes on like this, they said, he will someday know something. It is marvelous, said one. If he continues thus, he will be a professor. He is too young, said Stoge, shaking his head. He has too much hair. He sees too well, said Fudge. Let him wait till his eyes are weaker. But all day as Serge worked, he thought, and his thoughts were of Olga Ilyich, the girl that he had seen with Quartz, inspector of police. He wondered why she had killed Popov, the inspector. He wondered if she was dead. There seemed no justice in it. One day he questioned his professor. Is the law just? He said. Is it right to kill? But Stoge shook his head and would not answer. Let us go on with our orgastrophy, he said, and he trembled so that the chalk shook in his hand. So Sergei questioned no further, but he thought more deeply still. All the way from the Technic to the house where he lodged, he was thinking. As he climbed the stair to his attic room, he was still thinking. The house in which Serge lived was the house of Madame Vassilitch. It was a tall, dark house in a sombre street. There were no trees upon the street, and no children played there. And opposite to the house of Madame Vassilitch was a building of stone, with windows barred, that was always silent. In it were no lights, and no one went in or out. What is it? Serge asked. It is the house of the dead, answered Madame Vassilitch, and she shook her head and would say no more. The husband of Madame Vassilitch was dead. No one spoke of him. In the house were only students. Most of them were wild fellows, as students are. At night they would sit about the table in the great room, drinking kvass, made from sawdust, fermented in syrup, or golgol, the Russian absinthe, made by dipping a gooseberry in a bucket of soda water. Then they would play cards, laying matches on the table and betting 10, 10, 10, till all the... Then they would say, there are no more matches, let us dance, and they would dance upon the floor till Madame Vassilitch would come to the room, a candle in her hand, and say, little brothers, it is 10 o'clock, go to bed. Then they went to bed. They were wild fellows, as all students are. But there were 2 students in the house of Madame Vassilitch who were not wild. They were brothers. They lived in a long room in the basement. It was so low that it was below the street. The brothers were pale, with long hair. They had deep-set eyes. They had but little money. Madame Vassilitch gave them food. "Eat, little sons," she would say. "You must not die." The brothers worked all day. They were real students. One brother was Half-Off. He was taller than the other and stronger. The other brother was Quit-Off. He was not so tall as Half-Off and not so strong. One day, Serge went to the room of the brothers. The brothers were at work. Half-Off sat at a table. There was a book in front of him. "What is it?" asked Serge. "It is solid geometry," said Half-Off, and there was a gleam in his eyes. "Why do you study it?" said Serge. "To free Russia," said Half-Off. "And what book have you?" said Serge to Quit-Off. "Hamblin Smith's Elementary Trigonometry," said Quit-Off, and he quivered like a leaf. "What does it teach?" asked Serge. "Freedom," said Quit-Off, in Nina with a C. The two brothers looked at one another. "Shall we tell him everything?" said Half-Off. "Not yet," said Quit-Off. "Let him learn first. Later he shall know." After that, Serge often came to the room of the two brothers. The two brothers gave him books. "Read them," they said. "What are they?" asked Serge. "They are in English," said Quit-Off. "They are forbidden books. They are not allowed in Russia, but in them is truth and freedom." "Give me one," said Serge. "Take this," said Quit-Off. "Carry it under your cloak. Let no one see it." "What is it?" asked Serge, trembling in spite of himself. "It is Caldwell's Pragmatism." "Is it forbidden?" asked Serge. We are backstage, that in dawn we are under." The brothers looked at him. "It is death to read it," they said. After that, Serge came each day and got books from Half-Off and Quit-Off. At night he read them. They fired his brain. All of them were forbidden books. No one in Russia might read them. Serge read Hamblin Smith's Algebra. He read it all through from cover to cover, feverishly. He read Murray's Calculus. It set his brain on fire. "Can this be true?" he asked. The books opened a new world to Serge. The brothers often watched him as he read. "Shall we tell him everything?" said Half-Off. "Not yet," said Quit-Off. "He is not ready." One night Serge went to the room of the two brothers. They were not working at their books. Littered about the room were blacksmith's tools and wires and pieces of metal lying on the floor. There was a crucible, and underneath it a blue fire that burned fiercely. Serge could see their faces in the light of the flame. "Shall we tell him now?" said Quit-Off. The other brother nodded. "We tell him now," he said. "Little brother," said Quit-Off, and he rose from beside the flame and stood erect, for he was tall. "Will you give your life?" "What for?" asked Serge. The brothers shook their heads. "We cannot tell you that," they said. "That would be too much. Will you join us?" "In what?" asked Serge. "We must not say," said the brothers. "We can only ask. Are you willing to help our enterprise with all your power and with your life, if need be?" "What is your enterprise?" asked Serge. "We must not divulge it," they said. "Only this: will you give your life to save another life, to save Russia?" Serge paused. He thought of Olga Ilyich. Only to save her life would he have given his. "I cannot," he answered, "but I husted." "Good night, little brother," said Kwitoff gently, and he turned back to his work. Thus the months passed. Serge studied without ceasing. "If there is truth," he thought, "I shall find it." All the time he thought of Olga Ilyich. His face grew pale. "Justice, justice," he thought. "What is justice and truth?" Chapter 3. Now, when Serge had been 6 months in the house of Madame Vassilitch, Ivan Ivanovitch, his father, sent Itch, the serving-man, and Yump, the cook, his wife, to Moscow to see how Serge fared. And Ivan first counted out roubles into a bag, 10 and 10 and still 10, till Itch said, "It is enough." Then they made ready to go. Itch took a duck from the pond and put a fish in his pocket, together with a fragrant cheese and a bundle of sweet garlic. And Yump took oil and dough and mixed it with tar and beat it with an iron bar so as to shape it into a pudding. So they went forth on foot, walking till they came to Moscow. "It is a large place," said Itch, and he looked about him at the lights and the people. "Defend us," said Yump. "It is no place for a woman." "Fear nothing," said Itch, looking at her. So they went on, looking for the house of Madame Vassilitch. "How bright the lights are," said Itch, and he stood still and looked about him. Then he pointed at a burlesque, or theatre. "Let us go in there and rest," he said. "No," said Yump, "let us hurry on." "You are tired," said Itch. "Give me the pudding and hurry forward so that you may sleep. I will come later, bringing the pudding and the fish." "I am not tired," said Yump. So they came at last to the house of Madame Vassilitch, and when they saw Serge they said, "How tall he is and how well grown," but they thought, "He is pale. Ivan Ivanovitch must know." And Itch said, "Here are the roubles sent by Ivan Ivanovitch. Count them, little son, and see that they are right." "How many should there be?" said Serge. "I know not," said Itch. "You must count them and see." Then Yump said, "Here is a pudding, little son, and a fish, and a duck, and a cheese, and garlic." So that night Itch and Yump stayed in the house of Madame Vassilitch. "You are tired," said Itch. "You must sleep. You must sleep." "I am not tired," said Yump. "It is only that my head aches and my face burns from the wind and the sun." "I will go forth," said Itch, "and find a fisky or drugstore and get something for your face." "Stay where you are," said Yump, and Itch stayed. Meantime, Serge had gone upstairs with the fish and the duck and the cheese and the pudding. As he went up he thought, "It is selfish to eat alone. I will give part of the fish to the others." And when he got a little further up the steps, he thought, "I will give them all of the fish." And when he got higher still, he thought, "They shall have everything." Then he opened the door and came into the big room where the students were playing with matches at the big table and drinking gol-gol out of cups. "Here is food, brothers," he said. "Take it, I need none." The students took the food, and they cried, "Rah! Rah!" and beat the fish against the table, but the pudding they would not take. "We have no axe," they said. "Keep it." Then they poured out gol-gol for Serge and said, "Drink it." But Serge would not. "I must work," he said, and all the students laughed. "He wants to work," they cried. "Rah, rah." But Serge went up to his room and lighted his taper, made of string dipped in fat, and set himself to study. "I must work," he repeated. Quote, "So Serge sat at his books. It got later, and the house grew still. The noise of the students below ceased, and then everything was quiet. Serge sat working through the night. Then presently it grew morning, and the dark changed to twilight, and Serge could see from his window the great building with the barred windows across the street standing out in the grey mist of the morning. Serge had often studied thus through the night, and when it was morning he would say, "It is morning," and would go down and help Madame Vassilitch unbar the iron shutters, and unchain the door, and remove the bolts from the window casement. But on this morning, as Serge looked from his window, his eyes saw a figure behind the barred window opposite to him. It was the figure of a girl, and she was kneeling on the floor, and she was in prayer, for Serge could see that her hands were before her face, and as he looked, all his blood ran warm to his head, and his limbs trembled, even though he could not see the girl's face. Then the girl rose from her knees and turned her face towards the bars, and Serge knew that it was Olga Ilyich, and that she had seen and known him. Then he came down the stairs, and Madame Vassilitch was there undoing the shutters and removing the nails from the window casing. "What have you seen, little son?" she asked, and her voice was gentle, for the face of Serge was pale and his eyes were wide. But Serge did not answer the question. "What is that house?" he said. "The great building with the bars that you call the House of the Dead?" "Shall I tell you, little son?" said Madame Vassilitch, and she looked at him, still thinking. "Yes," she said, "he shall know. It is the prison of the condemned, and from there they go forth only to die. Listen, little son," she went on, and she gripped Serge by the wrist till he could feel the bones of her fingers against his flesh. Months long he was there behind the bars, and no one might see him or know when he was to die. I took this tall house that I might at least be near him till the end. But to those who lie there waiting for their death, it is allowed once and once only that they may look out upon the world. And this is allowed to them the day before they die. So I took this house and waited, and each day I looked forth at dawn across the street, and he was not there. Then at last he came. I saw him at the window, and his face was pale and set, and I could see the marks of the iron on his wrists as he held them to the bars. But I could see that his spirit was unbroken. There was no power in them to break that. Then he saw me at the window, and thus across the narrow street we said goodbye. It was only a moment. "Sonya Vassilitch," he said, "do not forget," and he was gone. I have lived on here in this dark house, and I have not forgotten. My sons, yes, little brother, my sons, I say, have not forgotten. Now tell me, Sergius Ivanovitch, what you have seen." "I have seen the woman that I love," said Serge, kneeling behind the bars in prayer. "I have seen Olga Ilyich." "Her name," said Madame Vassilitch, and there were no tears in her eyes, and her voice was calm. "Her name is Olga Vassilitch. She is my daughter, and tomorrow she is to die." Chapter 4. Madame Vassilitch took Serge by the hand. "Come," she said, "you shall speak to my sons," and she led him down the stairs towards the room of Hafaf and Kwitoff. "They are my sons," she said. "Olga is their sister. They are working to save her." Then she opened the door. Hafaf and Kwitoff were working as Serge had seen them before, beside the crucible with the blue flame on their faces. They had not slept. Madame Vassilitch spoke. "He has seen Olga," she said. "It is today." "We are too late," said Hafaf, and he groaned. "Courage, brother," said Kwitoff. "She will not die till sunrise. It is twilight now. We have still an hour. Let us to work." Serge looked at the brothers. 4 sighs. "Tell me," he said. "I do not understand." Hafaf turned a moment from his work and looked at Serge. "Brother," he said, "will you give your life?" "Is it for Olga?" asked Serge. "It is for her." "I give it gladly," said Serge. "Listen then," said Hafaf. "Our sister is condemned for the killing of Popov, inspector of police. She is in the prison of the condemned, the house of the dead, across the street. Her cell is there beside us. There is only a wall between." Hafaf, as he spoke, threw aside a curtain that hung across the end of the room. Serge looked into blackness. It was a tunnel. "It leads to the wall of her cell," said Hafaf. "We are close against the wall, but we cannot shatter it. We are working to make a bomb. No bomb that we can make is hard enough. We can only try once. If it fails, the noise would ruin us. There is no second chance. We try our bombs in the crucible. They have no strength. We are ignorant. We are only learning. We studied it in the books, the forbidden books. It took a month to learn to set the wires to fire the bomb. The tunnel was there. We did not have to dig it. It was for my father, Vangorod Vassilitch. He would not let them use it. He tapped a message through the wall. Keep it for a greater need. Now it is his daughter that is there." Hafaf paused. He was panting, and his chest heaved. There was perspiration on his face, and his black hair was wet. "Courage, little brother," said Kwitoff. "She shall not die." "Listen," went on Hafaf. "The bomb is made. It is there beside the crucible. It has power in it to shatter the prison. But the wires are wrong. They do not work. There is no current in them. Something is wrong. We cannot explode the bomb." "Courage, courage," said Kwitoff, and his hands were busy among the wires before him. "I am working still." Serge looked at the brothers. "Is that the bomb?" he said, pointing at a great ball of metal that lay beside the crucible. "It is," said Halfoff. "And the little fuse that is in the side of it fires it? And the current from the wires lights the fuse?" "Weiss," said Halfoff. "Why is always very and cheese?" The two brothers looked at Serge, for there was a meaning in his voice and a strange look upon his face. "If the bomb is placed against the wall, and if the fuse is lighted, it would explode." "Yes," said Halfoff despairingly, "but how? The fuse is instantaneous. Without the wires we cannot light it. It would be death." Serge took the bomb in his hand. His face was pale. "Let it be so," he said. "I will give my life for hers." He lifted the bomb in his hand. "I will go through the tunnel and hold the bomb against the wall and fire it," he said. "Halfoff, light me the candle in the flame. Be ready when the wall falls." "No, no," said Halfoff, grasping Serge by the arm. "You must not die." "My brother," said Kwitoff quietly, "let it be as he says. It is for Russia." But as Halfoff turned to light the candle in the flame, there came a great knocking at the door above and the sound of many voices in the street. All paused. Madame Vassilitch laid her hand upon her lips. Then there came the sound as of grounded muskets on the pavement of the street, and a sharp word of command. "Soldiers," said Madame Vassilitch. Kwitoff turned to his brother. "This is the end," he said. "Explode the bomb here and let us die together." Suddenly Madame Vassilitch gave a cry. "It is Olga's voice," she said. But he's died. From she said, and divin some by two in Atros Strasvoice naded beyond, all the backstave with sense ing. She ran to the door and opened it, and a glad voice was heard crying, "It is I, Olga, and I am free." "Free!" exclaimed the brothers. All hastened up the stairs. Olga was standing before them in the hall, and beside her were the officers of the police, and in the street were the soldiers. The students from above had crowded down the stairs, and with them were Itch, the serving man, and Yump, the cook. "I am free," cried Olga, "liberated by the bounty of the Tsar. Russia has declared war to fight for the freedom of the world, and all the political prisoners are free." "Hurrah, hurrah!" cried the students. "War, war, war!" "She is set free," said the officer who stood beside Olga. "The charge of killing Popov is withdrawn. No one will be punished for it now." "I never killed him," said Olga. "I swear it," and she raised her hand. "You never killed him," exclaimed Serge with joy in his heart. "You did not kill Popov, but who did?" "Defend us," said Yump, the cook. "Since there is to be no punishment for it, I killed him myself." "You!" they cried. "It is so," said Yump. I killed him beside the river. It was to defend my honor." "It was to defend her honor," cried the brothers. "She has done well." They clasped her hand. "You destroyed him with a bomb," they said. "No," said Yump, "I sat down on him. Say, mun." "Rah, rah, rah," said the students. There was silence for a moment. Then Kwitoff spoke. "Friends," he said, "the new day is coming. The dawn is breaking. The moon is rising. The stars are setting. It is the birth of freedom. See, we need it not. To the frontier, live the Tsar. Movies and motors, men and women. I've Madeline of the movies, a photoplay done back into words. Explanatory note. In writing this, I ought to explain that I am a tottering old man of 46. I was born too soon to understand moving pictures. They go too fast. I can't keep up. In my young days, we used a magic lantern. It showed Robinson Crusoe in 6 scenes. It took all evening to show them. When it was done, the hall was filled full with black smoke, and the audience quite unstrung with excitement. What I said down here represents my thoughts as I sit in front of a moving picture photoplay and interpret it as best I can. Flick, flick, flick. I guess it must be going to begin now. But it's queer. The people don't stop talking. How can they expect to hear the pictures if they go on talking? Now it's off. Passed by the board of quote. It's gone. Never mind. Here's something else. Let me see. Cast of characters. Oh, yes. Let's see who they are. Madeline Meadowlark, a young something. Ah, yes, a rue. At least it's spelt R-O-U-E. That must be rue, all right. But wait till I see what that is that's written across the top. Madeline Meadowlark, or Alone in a Great City. I see, that's the title of it. I wonder which of the characters is alone. I guess not, Madeline. She'd hardly be alone in a place like that. You. I imagine it's more likely Edward Dangerous, the Roo. A Roo would probably be alone a great deal, I should think. Let's see what the other characters are. John Holdfast, a something. Farmer Meadowlark, Mrs. Meadowlark, his something. Pshaw, I missed the others, but never mind. Flick, flick, it's beginning. What's this? A bedroom, eh? Looks like a girl's bedroom. Pretty poor sort of place. I wish the picture would keep still a minute. In Robinson Crusoe, it all stayed still, and one could sit and look at it, the blue sea and the green palm trees and the black footprints in the yellow sand. But this blamed thing keeps rippling and flickering all the time. Ha! There's the girl herself, come into her bedroom. My! I hope she doesn't start to undress in it. That would be fearfully uncomfortable with all these people here. No, she's not undressing. She's gone and opened the cupboard. What's that she's doing? Taking out a milk jug and a glass. Empty, eh? Now she's picked up a sugar bowl. Empty too, eh? And a cake tin, and that's empty. What on earth does she take them all out for if they're empty? Why can't she speak, I think? Hello, who's this coming in? Pretty hard-looking sort of woman. What's she got in her hand? Some sort of paper, I guess. She looks like a landlady. I shouldn't wonder if stave incest. Flick, flick, say, look there on the screen. You owe me 3 weeks' rent. Oh, I catch on. That's what the landlady says, eh? Say, that's a mighty smart way to indicate it, isn't it? I was on to that in a minute. Flick, flick, hello, the landlady's vanished. What's the girl doing now? Say, she's praying. Look at her face. Doesn't she look religious, eh? Flick, flick. Oh, look, they've put her face all by itself on the screen. My, what a big face she's got when you see it like that. She's in her room again. She's taking off her jacket. By gee, she's going to bed. Here, stop the machine. It doesn't seem. Flick, flick, flick. Well, look at that. She's in bed, all in one flick, and fast asleep. Something must have broken in the machine and missed out a chunk. There, she's asleep all right. Looks as if she was dreaming. Now it's sort of fading. I guess they turned the wick of the lamp down low. That was the way in Robinson Crusoe. Flick, flick. Hello, where on earth is this? Farmhouse, I guess. Must be away upstate somewhere. Who on earth are these people? Old man, white whiskers, old lady at a spinning wheel. See it go, eh? Just like real. And a young man, that must be John Holdfast. And a girl with her hand in his. It's the girl, the same girl, Madeline. Only what's she doing away off here at this farm? How did she get clean back from the bedroom to this farm? Flick, flick, what's this? No, John, I cannot marry you. I must devote my life to my music. Who says that? What music? Here, stop. It's all gone. What's this new place? Flick, flick, looks like a street. Say, see the streetcar coming along. Well, say, isn't that great? A streetcar. And here's Madeline. How on earth did she get back from the old farm, all in a second? Got her street things on. That must be music under her arm. I wonder where. Hello, who's this man in a silk hat and swell coat? Gee, he's well dressed. See him roll his eyes at Madeline. He's lifting his hat. I guess he must be Edward. Something, the Roo. Only a Roo would dress as well as he does. He's going to speak to her. Sir, I do not know you. Let me pass. Oh, I see. The Roo mistook her. He thought she was somebody that he knew, and she wasn't. I catch on. It gets easy to understand these pictures once you're on. Flick, flick. Oh, say, stop. I missed a piece. Where is she? Outside, a street door. She's pausing a moment. Outside. That was lucky, her pausing like that. It just gave me time to read Employment Bureau on the door. Gee, I read it quick. Flick, flick, where is it now? Oh, I see, she's gone in. She's in there. This must be the bureau, eh? There's Madeline going up to the desk. No, we have told you before, we have nothing. Sure, I read too slow. She's on the street again. Flick, flick. No, she isn't. She's back in her room. Cupboard still empty. No milk, no sugar. Flick, flick. Kneeling down to pray. My, but she's religious. Flick, flick. Now she's on the street. Got a letter in her hand. What's the address? Flick, flick, flick. Mr. Meadowlark, Meadow Farm, Meadow County, New York. Gee, they've put it right on the screen. The whole letter. Flick, flick. Here's Madeline again on the street with the letter still in her hand. She's gone to a letterbox with it. Why doesn't she post it? What's stopping her? I cannot tell them of my failure. It would break their HW. Break their what? They slide these things along altogether too quick. Anyway, she won't post it. I see she's torn it up. Flick, flick. Where is it now? Another street. Seems like everything. That's a restaurant, I guess. Say, it looks a swell place. See the people getting out of the motor and going in. And another lot right after them. There's Madeline. She stopped outside the window. She's looking in. It's starting to snow. Here's a man coming along. Why, it's the Roo. He's stopping to talk to her and pointing in at the restaurant. Flick, flick, flick. Let me take you in here to dinner. Oh, I see. The Roo says that. My, I'm getting on to the scheme of these things. The Roo is going to buy her some dinner. That's decent of him. He must have heard about her being hungry up in her room. Say, I'm glad he came along. Look, there's a waiter come out to the door to show them in. What? She won't go. Say, frump, not growness, first, and not crownest, finis. I don't understand. Didn't it say he offered to take her in? Flick, flick. I would rather die than eat it. Gee, why's that? What are all the audience applauding for? I must have missed something. Flick, flick. Oh, blazes, I'm getting lost. Where is she now? Back in her room. Flick, flick, praying. Flick, flick, she's out on the street. Flick, flick, in the employment bureau. Flick, 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 out of it. Flick, darn the thing. It changes too much. Where is it all? What is it all? Flick, flick. Flick, flick. Now it's back at the old farm. I understand that. All right, anyway. Same kitchen, same old man, same old woman. She's crying. Who's this? Man in a sort of uniform. Oh, I see. Rural postal delivery. Oh, yes, he brings them their letters. I see. No, Mr. Meadowlark, I am sorry. I have still no letter for you. T. Fleek, it's gone. Fleek, fleek, it's Madeline's room again. What's she doing? Writing a letter. No, she's quit writing. She's tearing it up. I cannot write. It would break their CO. Flick, missed it again. Break their something or other. Flick, flick. Now it's the farm again. Oh, yes, that's the young man, John Holdfast. He's got a valise in his hand. He must be going away. They're shaking hands with him. He's saying something. I will find her for you if I have to search all New York. He's off. There he goes through the gate. They're waving goodbye. Flick, it's a railway depot. Flick, it's New York, say. That's the Grand Central Depot. See the people buying tickets. My, isn't it lifelike? And there's John. He's got here all right. I hope he finds her room. The picture changed. Where is it now? Oh, yes, I see. Madeline and the Rue, outside a street entrance to some place. He's trying to get her to come in. What's that on the door? Oh, yes, dance hall. Flick, flick. Well, say, that must be the inside of the dance hall. They're dancing. See, look, look, there's one of the girls going to get up and dance on the table. Flick, darn it, they've cut it off. It's outside again. It's Madeline and the Rue. She's saying something to him. My, doesn't she look proud? I will die rather than dance, he asked. Isn't she splendid? Hear the audience applaud. Flick. It's changed. It's Madeline's room again. That's the landlady. Doesn't she look hard, eh? What's this? Flick. If you cannot pay, you must leave tonight. Flick, flick, it's Madeline. She's out in the street. It's snowing. She's sat down on a doorstep. Say, see her face, isn't it pathetic? There. They've put her face all by itself on the screen. See her eyes move. Flick, flick. Who's this? Where is it? Oh, yes, I get it. It's John. At a police station. He's questioning them. How grave they look, eh? Flick, flick. Have you seen a girl in New York? I guess that's what he asks them, eh? Flick, flick, flick. No, we have not. Too bad, Flick. It's changed again. It's Madeline on the doorstep. She's fallen asleep. Oh, say, look at that man coming near to her on tiptoes and peeking at her. Why, it's Edward. It's the Rue. But he doesn't waken her. What does it mean? What's he after? Flick, flick. Hello. What's this? It's night. What's this huge, dark thing, all steel, with great ropes against the sky? It's Brooklyn Bridge, at midnight. There's a woman on it. It's Madeline. See, see, she's going to jump. Stop her, flick, flick. Hello, she didn't jump after all. There she is again on the doorstep, asleep. How could she jump over Brooklyn Bridge and still be asleep? I don't catch on. Or, oh yes, I do. She dreamed it. I see now. That's a great scheme, eh? Shows her dream. The picture's changed. What's this place? A saloon, I guess. Yes, there's the bartender, mixing drinks, men talking at little tables. Aren't they a tough-looking lot? See, that one's got a revolver. Why, it's Edward the Rue, talking with two men. He's giving them money. What's this? Give us 100 apiece, and we'll do it. It's in the street again. Edward and one of the two toughs. They've got little black masks on. They're sneaking up to Madeline, where she sleeps. They've got a big motor drawn up beside them. Look, they've grabbed hold of Madeline. They're lifting her into the motor. Help! Stop! Aren't there any police? Yes, yes, there's a man who sees it. By G, it's John. John Holdfast. Grab them, John. Shaw. They've jumped into the motor. They're off. Where is it now? Oh, yes, it's the police station again. That's John. He's telling them about it. He's all out of breath. Look, that headman, the big fellow, he's giving orders. Inspector Fordyce, take your biggest car and 10 men. If you overtake them, shoot and shoot to kill. Hoorah! Isn't it great? Hurry! Don't lose a minute. See them all buckling on. Revolvers. Get at it, boys. Get at it. Don't lose a second. And 5 into 1 the best. Look, look, it's a motor, full speed down the street. Look at the houses fly past. It's the motor with the thugs. There it goes round the corner. It's getting smaller, but look, here comes another. My, it's just flying. It's full of police. There's John in front, Flick, and they're any so dow. Now it's the first motor. It's going over a bridge. It's heading for the country, say. Isn't that car just flying? Flick, flick, flick. It's the second motor. It's crossing the bridge too. Hurry, boys, make it go. Flick, flick. Out in the country, a country road. Early daylight. See the wind in the trees. Notice the branches waving. Isn't it natural? Whiz, biff, there goes the motor. Biff, there goes the other one. Right after it. Hoorah! The open road again, the first motor flying along. Hullo, what's wrong? It's slackened. It stops. Hurrah! It's broken down. There's Madeline inside. There's Edward, the Roo. Say, isn't he pale and desperate? Hurrah! The police, all 10 of them, in their big car. See them jumping out. See them pile into the thugs. Down with them, paste their heads off, shoot them, kill them. Isn't it great? Isn't it educative? That's the Roo, Edward, with John at his throat. Choke him, John, throttle him. Hullo, it's changed. They're in the big motor. That's the Roo with the handcuffs on him. That's Madeline. She's unbound and she's talking, say. Isn't she just real pretty when she smiles? Yes, John, I have learned that I was wrong to put my art before your love. I will marry you as soon as you like. Flick, flick. What pretty music! Ding dong, ding dong! Isn't it soft and sweet, like wedding bells? Oh, I see. The man in the orchestra's doing it with a little triangle and a stick. It's a little church up in the country. See all the people lined up. Oh, there's Madeline in a long white veil. Isn't she just sweet? Flick, flack, flick, flack. Bulgarian troops on the march. What? Isn't it over? Do they all go to Bulgaria? I don't seem to understand. Anyway, I guess it's all right to go now. Other people are going. The call of the carburetor, or Mr. Blinks and his friends. First, get a motor in your own eye, and then you will overlook more easily the motor in your brother's eye. Somewhere in the Bible. By all means, let's have a reception, said Mrs. Blinks. It's the quickest and nicest way to meet our old friends again after all these years. And goodness knows this house is big enough for it. She gave a glance as she spoke round the big reception room of the Blinkses' residence, and these servants seem to understand things so perfectly it's no trouble to us to give anything. Only don't let's ask a whole lot of chattering young people that we don't know. Let's have the older people, the ones that can talk about something really worthwhile. That's just what I say. answered Mr. Blinks. He was a small man with insignificance written all over him. "Let me listen to people talk. That's what I like. I'm not much on the social side myself, but I do enjoy hearing good talk. That's what I liked so much over in England. All those people that we used to meet talked so well. And in France, those ladies that run saloons on Sunday afternoons." "Salons," corrected Mrs. Blinks. "It sounded like it was a G." She picked up a pencil and paper. "Well then," she said, as she began to write down names, "we'll ask Judge Ponderous." "Sure," assented Mr. Blinks, rubbing his hands. "He's a fine talker if he'll come." "They'll all come," said his wife, "to a house as big as this, and we'll ask the Reverend Dr. Dom and his wife. Or, no, he's Archdeacon Dom now, I hear, and he'll invite Bishop Solemn so they can talk together." "That'll be good," said Mr. Blinks. "I remember years and years ago hearing those two, talking about religion, all about the soul and the body. Man, it was deep, it was clean beyond me. That's what I like to listen to." And Professor Pottofax from the college went on. "Mrs. Blinks, you remember the big stout one?" "I know," said her husband. "And his daughter, she's musical, and Mrs. Buncomtalk, she's a great light on woman suffrage, and Miss Scragg and Mr. Underdone, they both write poetry, so they can talk about that." "It'll be a great treat to listen to them all," said Mr. Blinks. A week later, on the day of the Blinkses' reception, there was a string of motors, 3 deep along a line of 100 yards in front of the house. Inside, the reception rooms were filled. Mr. Blinks, insignificant even in his own house, moved to and fro among his guests. Archdeacon Dom and Dean Solemn were standing side by side with their heads gravely lowered as they talked over the cups of tea that they held in their hands. Mr. Blinks edged towards them. "This'll be something pretty good," he murmured to himself as he got within reach of their conversation. "What do you do about your body?" the Archdeacon was asking in his deep, solemn tones. "Practically nothing," said the bishop. "A little rub of shellac now and then, but practically nothing." "You wash it, of course?" asked Dr. Dome. "Only now and again, but far less than you would think. I really take very little thought for my body." "Ah," said Dr. Dom reflectively, "I went all over mine last summer with linseed oil." "But didn't you find," said the bishop, "that it got into your pipes and choked your feed?" "It did," said Dr. Dom, munching a bit of toast as he spoke. "In fact, I have had a lot of trouble with my feed ever since." "Try flushing your pipes out with hot steam," said the bishop. Mr. Blinks had listened in something like dismay. "Motor cars," he murmured. "Who'd have thought it?" But at this moment a genial, hearty-looking person came pushing towards him with a cheery greeting. "I'm afraid I'm rather late, Blinks," he said. "Delayed in court, eh, Judge?" said Blinks as he shook hands. "No, blew out a plug," said the judge. "Stalled me right up." "Blew out a plug," exclaimed Dr. Dome and the bishop, deeply interested at once. "A cracked insulator, I think," said the judge. "Possibly," said the archdeacon very gravely, "the terminal nuts of your dry battery were loose." Mr. Blinks moved slowly away. "Dear me," he mused, "how changed they are." It was a relief to him to edge his way quietly into another group of guests, where he felt certain that the talk would be of quite another kind. Professor Potifax and Miss Scragg and a number of others were evidently talking about books. "A beautiful book," the professor was saying. "One of the best things, to my mind at any rate, that has appeared for years. There's a chapter on the silencing of exhaust gas, which is simply marvelous." "Is it illustrated?" questioned one of the ladies. "Splendidly," said the professor. "Among other things, there are sectional views of check valves and flexible roller bearings." "Ah, do tell me about the flexible bearings," murmured Miss Scragg. Mr. Blinks moved on. Wherever he went among his guests, they all seemed stricken with the same mania. He caught their conversation in little scraps. "I ran her up to 40 with the greatest of ease, then threw in my high speed and got 70 out of her without any trouble." "No, I simply used a socket wrench. It answers perfectly." "Dear me," mused Mr. Blinks, "are they all mad?" Meantime, around his wife, who stood receiving in state at one end of the room, the guests surged to and fro. "So charmed to see you again," exclaimed one. "You've been in Europe a long time, haven't you?" "Oh, mostly in the south of England." "Are the roads good?" "Last year my husband and I went all through Shakespeare's country. It's just delightful. They sprinkle it so thoroughly. And Stratford on Avon itself is just a treat. It's all oiled, every bit of it, except the little road by Shakespeare's house, but we didn't go along that. Then later we went up to the Lake District, but it's not so good. They don't oil it." She floated away to give place to another lady. "In France every summer?" she exclaimed. "Oh, how perfectly lovely! Don't you think the French cars simply divine? My husband thinks the French body is far better modeled than ours. He saw ever so many of them. He thought of bringing one over with him, but it costs such a lot to keep them in good order." "The theaters?" said another lady. "How you must have enjoyed them. I just love the theaters. Last week my husband and I were at the P. Palatial. It's moving pictures, where they have that film with the motor collision running. It's just wonderful. You see the motors going at full speed and then smash right into one another, and all the people killed. It's really fine." "Have they all gone insane?" said Mr. Blinks to his wife after the guests had gone. "Dreadful, isn't it?" she assented. "I never was so bored in my life." "Why, they talk of nothing else but their motor cars," said Blinks. "We've got to get a car, I suppose, living at this distance from the town, but I'm hanged if I intend to go clean crazy over it like these people." And the guests, as they went home, talked of the Blinkses. "I fear," said Dr. Dome to Judge Ponderous, "that Blinks has hardly profited by his time in Europe as much as he ought to have. He seems to have observed nothing. I was asking him about the new Italian touring car that they are using so much in Rome. He said he had never noticed it, and he was there a month." "Is it possible?" said the judge. Where were his eyes? All of which showed that Mr. and Mrs. Blinks were in danger of losing their friends forever. But it so happened that about 3 weeks later, Blinks came home to his residence in an obvious state of excitement. His face was flushed, and he had on a silly little round cap with a glazed peak. "Why, Clarence," cried his wife, "whatever is the matter?" "Matter!" he exclaimed. "There isn't anything the matter. I bought a car this morning, that's all. Say it's a beauty, a regular peach, 4,000 with 10 off. I ran it clean round the shed alone, first time. The chauffeur says he never saw anybody get on to the hang of it so quick. Get on your hat and come right down to the garage. I've got a man waiting there to teach you to run it. Hurry up." Within a week or two after that, one might see the Blinkses any morning, in fact, every morning out in their car. "Good morning, Judge," calls Blinks gaily as he passes. "How's that carburetor acting?" "Good morning. Archdeacon, is that blood trouble of yours all right again?" "Hullo, Professor, let me pick you up and ride you up to the college." "Oh, it's no trouble. What do you think of the bearings of this car? Aren't they just dandy?" And so Mr. Blinks has got all his friends back again. After all, the great thing about being crazy is to be all crazy together. Vi, the two sexes in 5s or 6s, a dinner party study. "But surely," exclaimed the hostess, looking defiantly and searchingly through the cut flowers of the centerpiece, so that her eye could intimidate in turn all the 5 men at the table, "one must admit that women are men's equals in every way." The lady with the bust tossed her head a little and echoed, "Oh, surely!" The debutante lifted her big blue eyes a little towards the ceiling, with the upward glance that stands for innocence. She said nothing, waiting for a cue as to what to appear to be. Meantime, the chief lady guest, known to be in suffrage work, was pinching up her lips and getting her phrases ready, like a harpooner waiting to strike. She knew that the hostess meant this as an opening for her. But the soft lady whom men like toyed with a bit of bread on the tablecloth, she had a beautiful hand and smiled gently. The other women would have called it a simper. To the men, it stood for profound intelligence. The 5 men that sat amongst and between the ladies received the challenge of the hostess's speech and answered it each in his own way. From the heavy host at the head of the table there came a kind of deep grunt, nothing more. He had heard this same talk at each of his dinners that season. There was a similar grunt from the heavy business friend of the host, almost as broad and thick as the host himself. He knew, too, what was coming. He proposed to stand by his friend, man for man. He could sympathize. The lady with the bust was his wife. but the half-man with the moon face, who was known to work side by side with women on committees and who called them comrades, echoed. "Oh, surely," with deep emphasis. The smooth gentleman, there for business reasons, exclaimed with great alacrity, "Women equal, oh, rather." Last of all, the interesting man with long hair, known to write for the magazines, all of them, began at once. "I remember once saying to Mrs. Pankhurst, but was overwhelmed in the general conversation before he could say what it was he remembered saying to Mrs. Pankhurst. In other words, the dinner party at about course number 7 had reached the inevitable moment of the discussion of the two sexes. It had begun as dinner parties do. Everybody had talked gloomily to his neighbour over the oysters on one drink of white wine, more or less brightly to two people over the fish on 2 drinks, quite brilliantly to 3 people on 3 drinks, and then the conversation had become general, and the European war had been fought through 3 courses with champagne. Everybody had taken an extremely broad point of view. The heavy business friend had declared himself absolutely impartial, and had at once got wet with rage over cotton. The chief lady guest had explained that she herself was half English on her mother's side, and the lady with the bust had told how a lady friend of hers had a cousin who had travelled in Hungary. She admitted that it was some years ago. Then the interesting man, having got the table where he wanted it, had said, "I remember when I was last in Sofia, by the way it is pronounced, say, talking with Radovich, or Radi-a-vich, as it should be sounded, the foreign secretary, on what the sobranje, it is pronounced sofranje, would be likely to do." And by the time he had done with the sobranje, no one dared speak of the war any more. But the hostess had got out of it the opening she wanted, and she said, "At any rate, it is wonderful what women have done in the war." "And are doing," echoed the half-man with the moon face. And then it was that the hostess had said that surely everyone must admit women are equal to men, and the topic of the sexes was started. All the women had been waiting for it anyway. It is the only topic that women care about. Even men can stand it, provided that 50% or more of the women present are handsome enough to justify it. I hardly see how, after all that has happened, any rational person could deny for a moment, continued the hostess, looking straight at her husband and his heavy business friend, that women are equal and even superior to men. Surely our brains are just as good? "Don't you think, perhaps," began the smooth gentleman. "No, I don't," said the hostess. "You're going to say that we are inferior in things like mathematics or in logical reasoning. We are not, but, after all, the only reason why we are is because of training. Think of the thousands of years that men have been trained. Answer me that." "Well, might it not be?" began the smooth gentleman. "I don't think so for a moment," said the hostess. "I think if we'd only been trained as men have for the last 2 or 3,000 years, our brains would be just as well trained for the things they were trained for as they would have been now for the things we have been trained for, and in that case wouldn't have." "Don't you agree with me?" she said, turning to the chief lady guest, whom she suddenly remembered that, after all, we think more clearly? Here, the interesting man, who had been silent longer than an interesting man can, without apoplexy, began. "I remember once saying in London to Sir Charles Dusey—" But the chief lady guest refused to be checked. "We've been gathering some rather interesting statistics," she said, speaking very firmly, syllable by syllable, "on that point at our settlement. We have measured the heads of 500 factory girls, making a chart of them, you know, and the feet of 500 domestic servants. And don't you find—" began the smooth gentleman. "No," said the chief lady guest firmly, "we do not. But I was going to say that when we take our measurements and reduce them to a scale of 100, I think you understand me." "Ah, but come now," interrupted the interesting man. "There's nothing really more deceitful than anthropometric measures. I remember once saying, in London, to Sir Robert Bittle, you know." Here everybody murmured, "Oh, yes," except the heavy host and his heavy friend, who with all their sins were honest men. I said, "Sir Robert, I want your frank opinion, your very frank opinion." But here there was a slight interruption. The soft lady accidentally dropped a bangle from her wrist onto the floor. Now all through the dinner she had hardly said anything, but she had listened for 20 minutes, from the grapefruit to the fish, while the interesting man had told her about his life in Honduras. It is pronounced Honduras. And for another 20 while the smooth gentleman, who was a barrister, well, he had discussed himself as a pleader. And when each of the men had begun to speak in the general conversation, she had looked deep into their faces as if hanging on to their words. So when she dropped her bangle, 2 of the men leaped from their chairs to get it, and the other 3 made a sort of struggle as they sat. By the time it was recovered and replaced upon her arm, a very beautiful arm, the interesting man was sidetracked, and the chief lady guest, who had gone on talking during the bangle hunt, was heard saying, "Entirely so. That seems to me the greatest difficulty before us. So few men are willing to deal with the question with perfect sincerity." She laid emphasis on the word, and the half-man, with the moon, face took his cue from it, and through a pose of almost painful sincerity. "Why is it," continued the chief lady guest, "that men always insist on dealing with us just as if we were playthings, just so many dressed-up dolls?" Here the debutante immediately did a doll. "If a woman is attractive and beautiful," the lady went on, "so much the better. She had no intention of letting go of the doll business entirely. But surely you men ought to value us as something more than mere dolls." She might have pursued the topic, but at this moment the smooth gentleman, who made a rule of standing in all round, and had broken into a side conversation with the silent host, was overheard to say something about women's sense of humour. The table was in a turmoil in a moment, 3 of the ladies speaking at once. To deny a woman's sense of humor is the last form of social insult. "I entirely disagree with you," said the chief lady guest, speaking very severely. "I know it from my own case, from my own sense of humor, and from observation. Last week, for example, we measured no less than 75 factory girls." "Well, I'm sure," said the lady with the bust, "I don't know what men mean by our not having a sense of humor. I'm sure I have. I know I went last week to a vaudeville, and I just laughed all through. Of course, I can't read Mark Twain or anything like that, but then I don't call that funny, do you?" she concluded, turning to the hostess. But the hostess, feeling somehow that the ground was dangerous, had already risen, and in a moment more the ladies had floated out of the room and upstairs to the drawing-room, where they spread themselves about in easy chairs in billows of pretty-coloured silk. "How charming it is," the chief lady guest began, "to find men coming so entirely to our point of view. Do you know, it was so delightful tonight, I hardly heard a word of dissent or contradiction." Thus they talked, except the soft lady, who had slipped into a seat by herself with an album over her knees and with an empty chair on either side of her. There she waited. Meantime, down below, the men had shifted into chairs to one end of the table, and the heavy host was shoving cigars at them, thick as ropes, and passing the port wine, with his big fist round the neck of the decanter. But for his success in life, he could have had a place as a bartender anywhere. None of them spoke till the cigars were well alight. Then the host said, very deliberately, taking each word at his leisure, with smoke in between, "Of course, this suffrage business, d Tommy rot," exclaimed the smooth gentleman, with great alacrity, his mask entirely laid aside. "Damn foolishness," gurgled the heavy business friend, sipping his port. "Of course, you can't really discuss it with women," murmured the host. "Oh, no," assented all the others. Even the half-man sipped his wine and turned traitor, there being no one to see. "You see," said the host, "if my wife likes to go to meetings and be on committees, why, I don't stop her." "Neither do I mine," said the heavy friend. "It amuses her, so I let her do it." His wife, the lady with the bust, was safely out of hearing. "I remember once," began the interesting man, saying, too, he paused a moment, for the others were looking at him, another man, "that if women did get the vote, they'd never use it anyway. All they like is being talked about for not getting it." After which, having exhausted the woman question, the 5 men turned to such bigger subjects as the fall in sterling exchange and the President's 17th note to Germany. Then presently they went upstairs, and when they reached the door of the drawing-room, a keen observer, or indeed any kind of observer, might have seen that all 5 of them made an obvious advance towards the 2 empty seats beside the soft lady. E.A.V. The Grass Bachelor's Guide, with sincere apologies to the ladies' periodicals. There are periods in the life of every married man when he is turned for the time being into a grass bachelor. This happens, for instance, in the summer-time when his wife is summering by the sea and he himself is simmering in the city. It happens also in the autumn when his wife is in Virginia playing golf in order to restore her shattered nerves after the fatigues of the seaside. It occurs again in November when his wife is in the Adirondacks to get the benefit of the altitude, and later on through the winter when she is down in Florida to get the benefit of the latitude. The breaking up of the winter being notoriously a trying time on the system, any reasonable man is apt to consent to his wife's going to California. In the later spring, the season of the bursting flowers and the young buds, every woman likes to be with her mother in the country. It is not fair to stop her. It thus happens that at various times of the year a great number of men, unable to leave their business, are left to their own resources as housekeepers in their deserted houses and apartments. It is for their benefit that I have put together these hints on housekeeping for men. It may be that in composing them I owe something to the current number of the leading women's magazines. If so, I need not apologize. I am sure that in these days we men all feel that we men and we women are so much alike, or at least those of us who call ourselves so, that we need feel no jealousy when we men and we women are striving each, or both, in the same direction, if in opposite ways. I hope that I make myself clear. I am sure I do. So I feel that if we men, who are left alone in our houses and apartments in the summer-time, would only set ourselves to it, we could make life not only a little brighter for ourselves, but also a little less bright for those about us. Nothing contributes to this end so much as good housekeeping. The first thing for the housekeeper to realize is that it is impossible for him to attend to his housekeeping in the stiff and unbecoming garments of his business hours. When he begins his day, he must therefore carefully consider what to wear before dressing. The simplest and best thing will be found to be a plain sack or kimono, cut very full so as to allow of the freest movement, and buttoned either down the front or back or both. If the sleeve is cut short at the elbow and ruffled above the bare arm, the effect is both serviceable and becoming. It will be better, especially for such work as lighting the gas range and boiling water, to girdle the kimono with a simple yet effective rope or tasseled silk, which may be drawn in or let out according to the amount of water one wishes to boil. A simple kimono of this sort can be bought almost anywhere for $2.50 or can be supplied by Messrs. Having a kimono such as this, our housekeeper can either button himself into it with a button hook. Very good ones are supplied by Messrs. Einstein and Fickelbrot. See ad. OER. at a very reasonable price, or even higher. Or better still, he can summon the janitor of the apartment, who can button him up quite securely in a few minutes' time, a quarter of an hour at the most. We men cannot impress upon ourselves too strongly that, for efficient housekeeping, time is everything, and that much depends on quiet, effective movement from place to place, or from any one place to any number of other places. We are now ready to consider the all-important question: what to select for breakfast. Our housekeeper will naturally desire something that is simple and easily cooked, yet at the same time sustaining and invigorating and containing a maximum of food value with a minimum of cost. If he is wise, he will realize that the food ought to contain a proper quantity of both proteids and amygdaloids, and, while avoiding a nitrogenous breakfast, should see to it that he obtains sufficient of what is albuminous and exogamous to prevent his breakfast from becoming monotonous. Careful thought must therefore be given to the breakfast menu. For the purpose of thinking, a simple but very effective costume may be devised by throwing over the kimono itself a thin lace shawl, with a fichu carried high above the waistline and terminating in a plain insertion. A bit of old lace thrown over the housekeeper's head is at once serviceable and becoming, and will help to keep the dust out of his brain while thinking what to eat for breakfast. Very naturally, our housekeeper's first choice will be some kind of cereal. The simplest and most economical breakfast of this kind can be secured by selecting some cereal or grain food, such as oats, flax, split peas that have been carefully strained in the colander, or beans that have been fired off in a gun. Any of these cereals may be bought for 10 cents a pound at a grocer's, or obtained from Messrs. Einstein and Fickelbrot for $1 a pound, or more. Supposing, then, that we have decided upon a pound of split peas as our breakfast, the next task that devolves upon our housekeeper is to Horst. Go out and buy it. Here, our advice is simple but positive. Shopping should never be done over the telephone or by telegraph. The good housekeeper, instead of telegraphing for his food, will insist on seeing his food himself, and will eat nothing that he does not first see before eating. For the moment, then, the range must be turned low while our housekeeper sallies forth to devote himself to his breakfast shopping. The best costume for shopping is a simple but effective suit cut in plain lines, either square or crosswise, and buttoned wherever there are buttonholes. A simple hat of some dark material may be worn together with plain boots drawn up well over the socks and either laced or left unlaced. No harm is done if a touch of color is added by carrying a geranium in the hand. Test of effective shopping. Here we may say at once that the crucial test is that we must know what we want, why we want it, where we want it, and what it is. Time, as we men are only too apt to forget, is everything, and since our aim is now a pound of split peas, we must, as we sally forth, think of a pound of split peas and only a pound. A cheery salutation may be exchanged with other morning shoppers as we pass along, but only exchanged. Split peas being for the moment our prime business, we must, as rapidly and unobtrusively as possible, visit those shops and only those shops where split peas are to be had. Having found the split peas, our housekeeper's next task is to pay for them. This he does with money that may be either carried in the hand or, better, tucked into a simple etui, or dodu, that can be carried at the wrist or tied to the ankle. The order duly given, our housekeeper gives his address for the delivery of the peas, and then, as quietly and harmlessly as possible, returns to his apartment. His next office, and a most important one it is now ready to be performed. This new but necessary duty is waiting for the delivery van. A good costume for waiting for the delivery van in is a simple brown suit slashed with yellow and purple and sliced or gored from the hip to the feet. As time is everything, the housekeeper, after having put on his slashed costume for waiting for the delivery van, may set himself to the performance of a number of light household tasks, at the same time looking occasionally from the window so as to detect the arrival of the van as soon as possible after it has arrived. Among other things, he may now feed his canary by opening its mouth with a button-hook and dropping in coffee beans till the little songster shows by its gratified air that it is full. A little time may be well spent among the flowers and bulbs of the apartment, clipping here a leaf and here a stem, and removing the young buds and bugs. For work among the flowers, a light pair of rather long scissors, say a foot long, can be carried at the girdle, or attached to the etui and passed over the shoulder with a looped cord so as to fall in an easy and graceful fold across the back. The arrival of the van. The housekeeper will presently discover the van drawn up in the front of the apartment and its driver curled up on the seat. Now is the moment of activity. Hastily throwing on a peignoir, the housekeeper descends and, receiving his parcel, reascends to his apartment. The whole descent and reascent is made quickly, quietly, and, if possible, only once. Putting the peas to soak. Remember that unsoaked peas are hard, forcible, and surcharged with a nitrogenous amygdaloid that is in reality what chemical science calls putrate of lead. On the other hand, peas that are soaked become large, voluble, textile, and, while extremely palatable, are none the less rich in glycerine, starch, and other lacteroids and bactifera. To contain the required elements of nutrition, split peas must be soaked for 2 hours in fresh water and afterwards boiled for 1 hour and a quarter, 85 minutes. It is now but the work of a moment to lift the saucepan of peas from the fire, strain them through a colander, pass them thence into a net or bag, rinse them in cold water, and then spread the whole advertising mass on a platter and carry it on a fire shovel to the dining room. As it is now, about 6 o'clock in the evening, our housekeeper can either telephone to his club and order a thin soup with a bite of fish, 2 lamb chops with asparagus, and send word also for a pint of Moselle to be laid on ice. Or he can sit down and eat those DTN peasies. We know which he will do. VI. Every man and his friends. Mr. Crunch's Portrait Gallery as edited from his private thoughts. I. His views on his employer. A mean man. I say it, of course, without any prejudice and without the slightest malice. But the man is mean. Small, I think, is the word. I am not thinking, of course, of my own salary. It is not a matter that I would care to refer to, though, as a matter of fact, one would think that after 15 years of work, an application for an increase of $500 is the kind of thing that any man ought to be glad to meet halfway. Not that I bear the man any malice for it. None. If he died tomorrow, no one would regret his death as genuinely as I would. If he fell into the river and got drowned, or if he fell into a sewer and suffocated, or if he got burned to death in a gas explosion, there are a lot of things that might happen to him. I should feel genuinely sorry to see him cut off. But what strikes me more than the man's smallness is his incompetence. The man is absolutely no good. It's not a thing that I would say outside. As a matter of fact, I deny it every time I hear it, though every man in town knows it. How that man ever got the position he has is more than I can tell. And as for holding it, he couldn't hold it half a day if it weren't that the rest of us in the office do practically everything for him. Why, I've seen him send out letters. I wouldn't say this to anyone outside, of course, and I wouldn't like to have it repeated. Letters with actually mistakes in English. Think of it in English. Ask his stenographer. I often wonder why I go on working for him. There are dozens of other companies that would give anything to get me. Only the other day, it's not 10 years ago, I had an offer, or practically an offer, to go to Japan selling Bibles. I often wish now I had taken it. I believe I'd like the Japanese. They're gentlemen, the Japanese. They wouldn't turn a man down after slaving away for 15 years. I often think I'll quit him. I say to my wife that man had better not provoke me too far, or some day I'll just step into his office and tell him exactly what I think of him. I'd like to. I often say it over to myself in the streetcar coming home. He'd better be careful. That's all. I.e., the minister whose church he attends. A dull man. Dull is the only word I can think of that exactly describes him, dull and prosy. I don't say that he is not a good man. He may be. I don't say that he is not. I have never seen any sign of it, if he is, but I make it a rule never to say anything to take away a man's character. And his sermons, really that sermon he gave last Sunday on Esau, seemed to me the absolute limit. I wish you could have heard it. I mean to say, drivel. I said to my wife and some friends as we walked away from the church that a sermon like that seemed to me to come from the dregs of the human intellect. Mind you, I don't believe in criticizing a sermon. I always feel it, a sacred obligation never to offer a word of criticism. When I say that the sermon was punk, I don't say it as criticism, I merely state it as a fact, and to think that we pay that man $1,800 a year, and he's in debt all the time at that. What does he do with it? He can't spend it. It's not as if he had a large family. They've only 4 children. It's just a case of sheer extravagance. He runs about all the time. Last year, it was a trip to a synod meeting at New York, away 4 whole days, and 2 years before that, dashing off to a scripture conference at Boston, and away nearly a whole week, and his wife with him. What I say is that if a man's going to spend his time gadding about the country like that, here today and there tomorrow, how on earth can he attend to his parochial duties? I'm a religious man, at least I trust I am. I believe, and more as I get older, in eternal punishment. I see the need of it when I look about me. As I say, I trust I am a religious man, but when it comes to subscribing $50 as they want us to get the man out of debt, I say no. True religion, as I see it, is not connected with money. I, Cy, his partner, at bridge. The man is a complete ass. How a man like that has the nerve to sit down at a bridge table, I don't know. I wouldn't mind if the man had any idea, even the faintest idea, of how to play. 3 times I signaled to him to throw the lead into my hand, and he wouldn't. I knew that our only ghost of a chance was to let me do all the playing. But the ass couldn't see it. He even had the supreme nerve to ask me what I meant by leading diamonds when he had signaled that he had none. I couldn't help asking him, as politely as I could, why he had disregarded my signal for spades. He had the gall to ask in reply why I had overlooked his signal for clubs in the second-hand round, the very time, mind you, when I had led a 3-spot as a sign to him to let me play the whole game. I couldn't help saying to him, at the end of the evening, in a tone of such evident satire that anyone but an ass would have recognized it, that I had seldom had as keen an evening at cards. But he didn't see it. The irony of it was lost on him. The jackass merely said, quite amiably and unconsciously, that he thought I'd play a good game presently. Me, play a good game presently. I gave him a look, just one look as I went out, but I don't think he saw it. He was talking to someone else. Eve, his hostess, at dinner. On what principle that woman makes up her dinner parties is more than human brain can devise. Mind you, I like going out to dinner. To my mind, it's the very best form of social entertainment. But I like to find myself among people that can talk, not among a pack of numbskulls. What I like is good general conversation about things worth talking about. But among a crowd of idiots like that, what can you expect? You'd think that even society people would be interested, or pretend to be, in real things. But not a bit. I had hardly started to talk about the rate of exchange on the German mark in relation to the fall of sterling bills, a thing that you would think a whole table full of people would be glad to listen to, when first thing I knew, the whole lot of them had ceased paying any attention and were listening to an insufferable ass of an Englishman. I forget his name. You'd hardly suppose that just because a man has been in Flanders and has his arm in a sling and has to have his food cut up by the butler, that's any reason for having a whole table full of people listening to him. And especially the women. They have a way of listening to a fool like that, with their elbows on the table, that is positively sickening. I felt that the whole thing was out of taste and tried in vain, in one of the pauses, to give a lead to my hostess by referring to the prospect of a shipping subsidy bill going through to offset the register of alien ships. But she was too utterly dense to take it up. She never even turned her head. All through dinner that ass talked, he and that silly young actor. They're always asking there, that is perpetually doing imitations of the vaudeville people. That kind of thing may be all right for those who care for it. I frankly don't. Outside a theatre. But to my mind, the idea of trying to throw people into fits of laughter at a dinner table is simply execrable taste. I cannot see the sense of people shrieking with laughter at dinner. I have, I suppose, a better sense of humor than most people. But to my mind, a humorous story should be told quietly and slowly, in a way to bring out the point of the humor, and to make it quite clear, by preparing for it with proper explanations. But with people like that, I find I no sooner get well started with a story than some fool or other breaks in. I had a most amusing experience the other day, that is, about 15 years ago, at a summer hotel in the Adirondacks that one would think would have amused even a shallow lot of people like those, but I had no sooner started to tell it, or had hardly done more than to describe the Adirondacks in a general way, than, first thing I know, my hostess, stupid woman, had risen, and all the ladies were trooping out. As to getting, in a word, edgeways with the men over the cigars, perfectly impossible. They're worse than the women. They were all buzzing round the infernal Englishman with questions about Flanders and the army at the front. I tried in vain to get their attention for a minute, to give them my impressions of the Belgian peasantry during my visit there in 1885. But my host simply turned to me for a second and said, "Have some more port," and was back again listening to the asinine Englishman. And when we went upstairs to the drawing-room, I found myself, to my disgust, sidetracked in a corner of the room with that supreme old jackass of a professor, their uncle, I think, or something of the sort. In all my life I never met a prosier man. He bored me blue with long accounts of his visit to Serbia and his impressions of the Serbian peasantry in 1875. I should have left early, but it would have been too noticeable. The trouble with a woman like that is that she asks the wrong people to her parties. His little son. You haven't seen him? Why, that's incredible. You must have. He goes past your house every day on his way to his kindergarten. You must have seen him 1,000 times. And he's a boy you couldn't help noticing. you'd pick that boy out among 100 right away. I notice people always turn and look at him on the street. He's just the image of me. Everybody notices it at once. How old? He's 12. 12 and 2 weeks yesterday. But he's so bright you'd think he was 15, and the things he says, you'd laugh. I've written a lot of them down in a book for fear of losing them. Some day when you come up to the house, I'll read them to you. Come some evening. Come early so that we'll have lots of time. He said to me one day, "Dad," he always calls me Dad. "What makes the sky blue?" Pretty thoughtful, eh, for a little fellow of 12? He's always asking questions like that. I wish I could remember half of them. And I'm bringing him up right, I tell you. I got him a little savings box a while ago and have got him taught to put all his money in it and not give any of it away, so that when he grows up he'll be all right. On his last birthday, I put a $5 gold piece into it for him and explained to him what $5 meant and what a lot you could do with it if you hung on to it. You ought to have seen him listen. "Dad," he says, "I guess you're the kindest man in the world, aren't you? Come up some time and see him." More than twice told tales, or every man his own hero. The familiar story told about himself by the commercial traveler who sold goods to the man who was regarded as impossible. "What?" they said. "You're getting off at Mitchville. You're going to give the Jones Hardware Company a try, eh?" And then they all started laughing and giving me the merry, "Ha, ha." Well, I just got my grip packed and didn't say a thing, and when the train slowed up for Midgeville, out I slid. "Give my love to Old Man Jones," one of the boys called after me, "and get yourself a couple of porous plasters and a pair of splints before you tackle him." Well, I walked uptown from the station to the Jones Hardware Company. "Is Mr. Jones in the office?" I asked of one of the young fellers behind the counter. "He's in the office," he says. "All right, but I guess you can't see him," he says, and he looked at my grip. "What name shall I say?" says he. "Don't say any name at all," I says. "Just open the door and let me in." Well, there was Old Man Jones sitting scowling over his desk, biting his pen in that way he has. He looked up when I came in. "See here, young man," he says, "you can't sell me any hardware," he says. "Mr. Jones," I says, "I don't want to sell you any hardware. I'm not here to sell you any hardware." "I know," I says, "as well as you do," I says, "that I couldn't sell any hardware if I tried to. But," I says, "I guess it don't do any harm to open up this sample case and show you some hardware," I says. "Guess." "Young man," says he, "if you start opening up that sample case in here, you'll lose your time, that's all." And he turned off sort of sideways and began looking over some letters. "That's all right, Mr. Jones," I says. "That's all right. I'm here to lose my time. But I'm not going out of this room till you take a look anyway at some of this new cutlery I'm carrying." So open, I throws my sample case right across the end of his desk. "Look at that knife," I says, "Mr. Jones. Just look at it, clear Sheffield at 3.30 the dozen, and they're a knife that will last till you wear the haft off it." "Oh, pshaw," he growled, "I don't want no knives. There's nothing in knives. There's nothing in knives." Well, I knew he didn't want knives, see? I knew it. But the way I opened up the sample case, it showed up, just by accident, so to speak, a box of those new electric burners, adjustable, you know. They'll take heat off any size of socket you like, and use it for any mortal thing in the house. I saw old Jones had his eyes on them in a minute. "What's those things you got there?" he growls. "Those in the box?" "Oh," I said, "that's just a new line," I said. "The boss wanted me to take along some sort of electric rig for heating," I said, "but I don't think there's anything to it." "But here, now, mister's anything to it. Jones is a spoon I've got on this trip. It's the new Delphide. You can't tell that, sir, from silver." "No, sir," I says, "I defy any man, money down, to tell that they're Delphide from genuine refined silver, and they're a spoon that'll last." "Let me see one of those burners," says Old Man Jones, breaking in. Well, sir, in about 2 minutes more I had one of the burners fixed onto the light socket, and old Jones, with his coat off, boiling water in a tin cup out of the store, and timing it with his watch. The next day I pulled into Toledo and went and joined the other boys up to the Jefferson House. "Well," they says, "have you got that plaster on?" and started in to give me the ha again. "Oh, I don't know," I says. "I guess this is some plaster, isn't it?" And I took out of my pocket an order from Old Man Jones for 2,000 adjustable burners at 4.20 with 2 off. Well, sir, the boys looked sick. Old Man Jones gets all his stuff from our house now. Oh, he ain't bad at all when you get to know him. Oi, aye, hi. The well-known story told by the man who has once had a strange psychic experience. 2. D. What you say about presentiments reminds me of a strange experience that I had myself. I was sitting by myself one night very late, reading. I don't remember just what it was that I was reading. I think it was, or no, I don't remember what it was. Well, anyway, I was sitting up late reading quietly till it got pretty late on in the night. I don't remember just how late it was. 2:30, I think, or perhaps 3, or no, I don't remember. But anyway, I was sitting up by myself very late reading. As I say, it was late, and after all the noises in the street had stopped, the house somehow seemed to get awfully still and quiet. Well, all of a sudden I became aware of a sort of strange feeling. I hardly know how to describe it. I seemed to become aware of something, as if something were near me. I put down my book and looked around, but could see nothing. I started to read again, but I hadn't read more than a page, or say a page and a half, or no, not more than a page, when again, all of a sudden, I felt an overwhelming sense of something. I can't explain just what the feeling was, but a queer sense, as if there was something somewhere. Well, I'm not of a timorous disposition, naturally, at least I don't think I am, but absolutely I felt as if I couldn't stay in the room. I got up out of my chair and walked down the stairs in the dark to the dining room. I felt all the way as if someone were following me. Do you know, I was absolutely trembling when I got into the dining room and got the lights turned on. I walked over to the sideboard and poured myself out a drink of whiskey and soda. As you know, I never take anything as a rule, or at any rate only when I am sitting round talking as we are now. But I always like to keep a decanter of whiskey in the house and a little soda in case of my wife or one of the children being taken ill in the night. Well, I took a drink, and then I said to myself, see here, I'm going to see this thing through. So I turned back and walked straight upstairs again to my room. I fully expected something queer was going to happen and was prepared for it. But do you know, when I walked into the room again, the feeling, or presentiment, or whatever it was I had had, was absolutely gone. There was my book, lying just where I had left it, and the reading lamp still burning on the table, just as it had been, and my chair just where I had pushed it back. But I felt nothing, absolutely nothing. I sat and waited a while, but I still felt nothing. I went downstairs again to put out the lights in the dining room. I noticed, as I passed the sideboard, that I was still shaking a little. So I took a small drink of whiskey, though as a rule I never care to take more than one drink. Unless when I am sitting talking, as we are here. Well, I had hardly taken it when I felt an odd sort of psychic feeling, a sort of drowsiness. I remember, in a dim way, going to bed, and then I remember nothing till I woke up next morning. And here's the strange part of it. I had hardly got down to the office after breakfast when I got a wire to tell me that my mother-in-law had broken her arm in Cincinnati. Strange, wasn't it? No, not at 2:30 during that night. That's the inexplicable part of it. She had broken it at 11:30 the morning before, but you notice it was 1/2 in each case. That's the queer way these things go. Of course, I don't pretend to explain it. I suppose it simply means that I am telepathic, that's all. I imagine that, if I wanted to, I could talk with the dead and all that kind of thing, but I feel somehow that I don't want to. Thank you, I will, though I seldom take more than, thanks, that's plenty of soda in it. The familiar narrative in which the successful businessman recounts the early struggles by which he made good. No, sir, I had no early advantages whatever. I was brought up, plain and hard. Try one of these cigars. They cost me 50 cents each. I practically had no schooling at all. When I left school, I didn't know how to read. Not to read good. It's only since I've been in business that I've learned to write English, that is, so as to use it right. But I'll guarantee to say there isn't a man in the shoe business today can write a better letter than I can. But all that I know is what I've learned myself. Why, I can't do fractions even now. I don't see that a man need. And I never learned no geography. except what I got for myself off railroad folders. I don't believe a man needs more than that anyway. I've got my boy at Harvard now. His mother was set on it. But I don't see that he learns anything or nothing that will help him any in business. They say they learn them, character and manners, in the colleges, but, as I see it, a man can get all that just as well in business. Is that wine all right? If not, tell me, and I'll give the head waiter hell. They charge enough for it. What you're drinking costs me $4.50 a bottle. But I was starting to tell you about my early start in business. I had it good and hard, all right. Why, when I struck New York, I was 16 then. I had just 80 cents to my name. I lived on it for nearly a week while I was walking round hunting for a job. I used to get soup for 3 cents and roast beef with potatoes, all you could eat, for 8 cents, that tasted better than anything I can ever get in this damn club. It was down somewhere on 6th Avenue, but I've forgotten the way to it. Well, about the 6th day I got a job down in a shoe factory, working on a machine. I guess you've never seen shoe machinery, have you? No, you wouldn't likely. It's complicated. Even in those days, there were 35 machines went to the making of a shoe, and now we use as many as 54. I'd never seen the machines before, but the foreman took me on. You look strong, he said. I'll give you a try anyway. So I started in. I didn't know anything, but I made good from the first day. I got $4 a week at the start, and after 2 months I got a raise to $4.25. Well, after I'd worked there about 3 months, I went up to the floor manager of the flat I worked on, and I said, "Say, Mr. Jones, do you want to save $10 a week on expenses?" "How?" says he. "Why," I said, "that foreman I'm working under on the machine, I've watched him, and I can do his job. Dismiss him, and I'll take over his work at half what you pay him." "Can you do the work?" he says. "Try me out," I said. "Fire him and give me a chance." "Try him and give me a chance." "Well," he said, "I like your spirit anyway. You've got the right sort of stuff in you." So he fired the foreman, and I took over the job and held it down. It was hard at first, but I worked 12 hours a day and studied up a book on factory machinery at night. Well, after I'd been on that work for about a year, I went in one day to the general manager downstairs, and I said, "Mr. Stir, 1. Thompson, do you want to save about $100 a month on your overhead costs?" "How can I do that?" says he. "Sit down." "Why," I said, "you dismiss Mr. Jones and give me his place as manager of the floor, and I'll undertake to do his work and mine with it at $100 less than you're paying now." He turned and went into the inner office, and I could hear him talking to Mr. Evans, the managing director. "The young fellow certainly has character," I heard him say. Then he came out and he said, "Well, we're going to give you a try anyway. We like to help out our employees, all we can, you know, and you've got the sort of stuff in you that we're looking for." So they dismissed Jones next day, and I took over his job and did it easy. It was nothing anyway. The higher up you get in business, the easier it is if you know how. I held that job 2 years, and I saved all my salary except $25 a month, and I lived on that. I never spent any money anyway. I went once to see Irving do this, Macbeth for 25 cents, and once I went to a concert and saw a man play the violin for 15 cents in the gallery. But I don't believe you get much out of the theater anyway. As I see it, there's nothing to it. Well, after a while, I went one day to Mr. Evans's office, and I said, "Mr. Evans, I want you to dismiss Mr. Thompson, the general manager." "Why, what's he done?" he says. "One thing." I said, "But I can take over his job on top of mine, and you can pay me the salary you give him and save what you're paying me now." "Sounds good to me," he says. So they let Thompson go, and I took his place. That, of course, is where I got my real start, because, you see, I could control the output and run the costs up and down just where I liked. I suppose you don't know anything about costs and all that. They don't teach that sort of thing in colleges, but even you would understand something about dividends and would see that an energetic man with lots of character and business in him, if he's general manager, can just do what he likes with the costs, especially the overhead, and the shareholders have just got to take what he gives them and be glad to. You see, they can't fire him, not when he's got it all in his own hands, for fear it will all go to pieces. Why would I want to run it that way for? Well, I'll tell you. I had a notion by that time that the business was getting so big that Mr. Evans, the managing director, and most of the board had pretty well lost track of the details and didn't understand it. There's an awful lot, you know, in the shoe business. It's not like ordinary things, it's complicated, and so I'd got an idea that I would shove them clean out of it, or most of them. So I went one night to see the president, old Guggenbaum, up at his residence. He didn't only have this business, but he was in a lot of other things as well, and he was a mighty hard man to see. He wouldn't let any man see him unless he knew first what he was going to say. But I went up to his residence at night, and I saw him there. I talked first with his daughter, and I said I just had to see him. I said it so she didn't dare refuse. There's a way in talking to women that they won't say no. So I showed Mr. Guggenbaum what I could do with the stock. I can put that dividend, I says, clean down to zero, and they'll none of them know why. You can buy the lot of them out at your own price, and after that I'll put the dividend back to 15 or 20 in 2 years. And where do you come in? Says the old man, with a sort of hard look. He had a fine business head, the old man, at least in those days. So I explained to him where I came in. "All right," he said, "go ahead, but I'll put nothing in writing." "Mr. Guggenbaum, you don't need to," I said. "You're as fair and square as I am, and that's enough for me." His daughter let me out of the house door when I went. I guess she'd been pretty scared that she'd done wrong about letting me in. But I said to her it was all right, and after that, when I wanted to see the old man, I'd always ask for her, and she'd see that I got in all right. "Got them squeezed out?" Oh, yes, easy. There wasn't any trouble about that. You see, the old man worked up a sort of jolt in wholesale leather on one side, and I fixed up a strike of the hands on the other. We passed the dividend 2 quarters running, and within a year we had them all scared out, and the bulk of the little shareholders, of course, trooped out after them. They always do. The old man picked up the stock when they dropped it, and 1/2 of it he handed over to me. That's what put me where I am now, do you see, with the whole control of the industry in 2 states, and more than that now, because we have the amalgamated tanneries in with us, so it's practically all one concern. Guggenbaum? Did I squeeze him out? No, I didn't, because, you see, I didn't have to. The way it was, well, I tell you, I used to go up to the house, see, to arrange things with him, and the way it was, why, you see, I married his daughter, see, so I didn't exactly need to squeeze him out. He lives up with us now, but he's pretty old and past business. In fact, I do it all for him now, and pretty well everything he has is signed over to my wife. She has no head for it, and she's sort of timid anyway. Always was. So I manage it all. Of course, if anything happens to the old man, then we get it all. I don't think he'll last long. I notice him each day, how weak he's getting. As very bad is each day. My son in the business? Well, I'd like him to be, but he don't seem to take to it somehow. I'm afraid he takes more after his mother, or else it's the college that's doing it. Somehow, I don't think the colleges bring out business character. Do you? X, a study in still life, my tailor. He always stands there, and has stood these 30 years, in the back part of his shop, his tape woven about his neck, a smile of welcome on his face, waiting to greet me. Something in a serge, he says, or perhaps in a tweed. There are only these 2 choices open to us. We have had no others for 30 years. It is too late to alter now. A serge, yes, continues my tailor, something in a dark blue, perhaps. He says it with all the gusto of a new idea, as if the thought of dark blue had sprung up as an inspiration. Mr. Jennings, this is his assistant. Kindly take down some of those dark blues. Ah, he exclaims, now here is an excellent thing. His manner as he says this is such as to suggest that by sheer good fortune and blind chance he has stumbled upon a thing among a million. He lifts one knee and drapes the cloth over it, standing upon one leg. He knows that in this attitude it is hard to resist him. Cloth to be appreciated as cloth must be viewed over the bended knee of a tailor with one leg in the air. My tailor can stand in this way indefinitely, on one leg, in a sort of ecstasy, a kind of local paralysis. Would that make up well? I ask him. Admirably, he answers. I have no real reason to doubt it. I have never seen any reason why cloth should not make up well, but I always ask the question, as I know that he expects it, and it pleases him. There ought to be a fair give and take in such things. You don't think it at all loud, I say. He always likes to be asked this. Ho! Oh, no, very quiet indeed. In fact, we always recommend Serge as extremely quiet. I have never had a wild suit in my life, but it is well to ask. Then he measures me round the chest, nowhere else. All the other measures were taken years ago. Even the chest measure is only done, and I know it to please me. I do not really grow. A little fuller in the chest, my tailor muses. Then he turns to his assistant. Mr. Jennings, a little fuller in the chest, half an inch on to the chest, please. It is a kind fiction. Growth around the chest is flattering, even to the humblest of us. Yes, my tailor goes on. He uses yes without any special meaning. And shall we say, a week from Tuesday? Mr. Jennings, a week from Tuesday, please. And will you please, I say, send the bill to... But my tailor waves this aside. He does not care to talk about the bill. It would only give pain to both of us to speak of it. The bill is a matter we deal with solely by correspondence, and that only in a decorous and refined style never calculated to hurt. I am sure from the tone of my tailor's letters that he would never send the bill or ask for the amount were it not that from time to time he is himself, unfortunately, pressed owing to large consignments from Europe. But for these heavy consignments I am sure I should never need to pay him. It is true that I have sometimes thought to observe that these consignments are apt to arrive when I pass the limit of owing for 2 suits and order a third. But this can only be a mere coincidence. Yet the bill, as I say, is a thing that we never speak of. Instead of it, my tailor passes to the weather. Ordinary people always begin with this topic. Tailors, I notice, end with it. It is only broached after the suit is ordered, never before. Pleasant weather we are having, he says. It is never other, so I notice with him. Perhaps the order of a suit itself is a little beam of sunshine. Then we move together towards the front of the store on the way to the outer door. Nothing today, I suppose, says my tailor, in shirtings? Abel, you. No, thank you. This is again a mere form. In 30 years I have never bought any shirtings from him. Yet he asks the question with the same winsomeness as he did 30 years ago. And nothing, I suppose, in collaring or in hosiery? This is again futile. Collars I buy elsewhere, and hosiery I have never worn. Thus we walk to the door in friendly colloquy. Somehow, if he failed to speak of shirtings and hosiery, I should feel as if a familiar chord had broken. At the door, we part. Good afternoon, he says. A week from Tuesday. Yes, good afternoon. Such is, or was, our calm, unsullied intercourse, unvaried or at least broken only by consignments from Europe. I say it was, that is, until just the other day. And then, coming to the familiar door for my customary summer suit, I found that he was there no more. There were people in the store, unloading shelves and piling cloth and taking stock, and they told me that he was dead. It came to me with a strange shock. I had not thought it possible. He should have been immortal. They said the worry of his business had helped to kill him. I could not have believed it. It always seemed so still and tranquil, weaving his tape about his neck and marking measures and holding cloth against his leg beside the sunlight of the window in the back part of the shop. Yet he had been going behind, they said. However, that is done, for years. His wife, they told me, would be left badly off. I had never conceived him as having a wife. But it seemed that he had, and a daughter too, at a conservatory of music, yet he never spoke of her. And that he himself was musical and played the flute and was the sidesman of a church, yet he never referred to it to me. In fact, in 30 years we never spoke of religion. It was hard to connect him with the idea of it. As I went out, I seemed to hear his voice still saying, "And nothing today in shirtings?" I was sorry I had never bought any. There is, I am certain, a deep moral in this, but I will not try to draw it. It might appear too obvious. Peace, war, and politics. Germany from within out. The adventure, which I here narrate, resulted out of a strange psychological experience of a kind that, outside of Germany, would pass the bounds of comprehension. To begin with, I had fallen asleep. Of the reason for my falling asleep I have no doubt. I had remained awake nearly the whole of the preceding night, absorbed in the perusal of a number of recent magazine articles and books dealing with Germany as seen from within. I had read from cover to cover that charming book, just written by Lady de Washaway, under the title 10 Years as a Toady, or The Per Habsburgs as I Didn't Know Them. Her account of the life of the imperial family of Austria, simple, unaffected, home-like. Her picture of the good old emperor dining quietly off a cold potato and sitting after dinner playing softly to himself on the flute, while his attendants gently withdrew one by one from his presence. Her description of merry, boisterous, large-hearted Prince Stephen Karl, who kept the whole court in a perpetual roar all the time by asking such riddles as, "When is a sailor not a sailor?" The answer being, of course, when he is a German prince. In fact, the whole book had thrilled me to the verge of spiritual exhaustion. From Lady de Washaway's work, I turned to peruse Hugo von Halbwitz's admirable book, Easy Marks, or How the German Government Borrows its Funds, and after that I had read Karl von Wiggleround's Dispatches and Barnstuff's Ast Zande will Ascendias Enden, and as a consequence I fell asleep as if poisoned. But the amazing thing is that whenever it was or was not that I fell asleep, I woke up to find myself in Germany. I cannot offer any explanation as to how this came about. I merely state the fact. There I was, seated on the grassy bank of a country road. I knew it was Germany at once. There was no mistaking it. The whole landscape had an orderliness, a method about it that is, alas, never seen in British countries. The trees stood in neat lines with the name of each nailed to it on a board. The birds sat in regular rows, 4 to a branch, and sang in harmony, very simply, but with the true German feeling. There were 2 peasants working beside the road. One was picking up fallen leaves and putting them into neat packets of 50. The other was cutting off the tops of the late thistles that still stood unwithered in the chill winter air, and arranging them according to size and color. In Germany, nothing is lost, nothing is wasted. It is perhaps not generally known that from the top of the thistle the Germans obtain picrate of ammonia, the most deadly explosive known to modern chemistry, while from the bulb below, butter, crude rubber, and sweet cider are extracted in large quantities. The 2 peasants paused in their work a moment as they saw me glance towards them, and each, with the simple gentility of the German working man, quietly stood on his head until I had finished looking at him. I felt quite certain, of course, that it must only be a matter of a short time before I would inevitably be arrested. I felt doubly certain of it when I saw a motor speeding towards me with a stout man in military uniform and a Prussian helmet seated behind the chauffeur. The motor stopped. But to my surprise, the military man, whom I perceived to be wearing the uniform of a general, jumped out and advanced towards me with a genial cry of, "Well, Herr Professor." I looked at him again. "Why, Fritz," I cried. "You recognize me," he said. "Certainly," I answered. "You used to be one of the 6 German waiters at McCluskey's restaurant in Toronto." The general laughed. "You really took us for waiters," he said. "Well, well, my dear professor, how odd. We were all generals in the German army. My own name is not Fritz Schmidt, as you knew it, but Count von Bubenstein. The Boobs of Bubenstein," he added proudly, "are connected with the Hohenzollerns. When I am commanded to dine with the Emperor, I have the hereditary right to eat anything that he leaves." "But I don't understand," I said. "Why were you in Toronto?" "Perfectly simple. Special military service. We were there to make a report. Each day we kept a record of the velocity and direction of the wind, the humidity of the air, the distance across King Street, and the height of the CPR building. All this we wired to Germany every day." "For what purpose?" I asked. "Pardon me," said the general, and then, turning the subject with exquisite tact, "Do you remember Max?" he said. "Do you mean the tall, melancholy-looking waiter who used to eat the spare oysters and drink up what was left in the glasses behind the screen?" "Ha!" exclaimed my friend. "But why did he drink them? Why? Do you know that man, his real name is not Max, but Ernst Niederfein, is one of the greatest chemists in Germany. Do you realize that he was making a report to our War Office on the percentage of alcohol obtainable in Toronto after closing time?" "And Karl?" I asked. Karl was a topographist in the service of His High Serenity, the King Regnant of Bavaria. Here my friend saluted himself with both hands and blinked his eyes 4 times. He made maps of all the breweries of Canada. We know now, to a bottle, how many German soldiers could be used in invading Canada without danger of death from drought. How many was it? I asked. Bubenstein shook his head. Very disappointing, he said. In fact, your country is not yet ripe for German occupation. Our experts say that the invasion of Canada is an impossibility unless we use Milwaukee as a base. But step into my motor, said the Count, interrupting himself, and come along with me. Stop, you are cold. This morning air is very keen. Take this, he added, picking off the fur cap from the chauffeur's head. It will be better than that hat you are wearing, or, here, wait a moment. As he spoke, the Count unwound a woolen muffler from the chauffeur's neck and placed it round mine. Now then, he added, this sheepskin coat. My dear Count, I protested. Not a bit, he cried, as he pulled off the chauffeur's coat and shoved me into it. His face beamed with true German generosity. Now, he said, as we settled back into the motor and started along the road, I am entirely at your service. Try one of these cigars. Got it alight? Right. You notice, no doubt, the exquisite flavor. It is a Downhauser. Our chemists are making these cigars now out of the refuse of the tanneries and glue factories. I sighed involuntarily. Imagine trying to blockade a people who could make cigars out of refuse. Imagine trying to get near them at all. Strong, aren't they? Said von Bubenstein, blowing a big puff of smoke. In fact, it is these cigars that have given rise to the legend, a pure fiction, I need hardly say, that our armies are using asphyxiating gas. The truth is, they are merely smoking German-made tobacco in their trenches. But come now, he continued, your meeting me is most fortunate. Let me explain. I am at present on the intelligence branch of the General Staff. My particular employment is dealing with foreign visitors, the branch of our service called, for short, the Eingewanderte Fremden Verfüllungsbüro. How would you call that? It sounds, I said, like the Bureau for Stuffing Up Incidental Foreigners. Precisely, said the Count, though your language lacks the music of ours. It is my business to escort visitors round Germany and help them with their dispatches. I took the Ford party through in a closed cattle car with the lights out. They were greatly impressed. They said that, though they saw nothing, they got an excellent idea of the atmosphere of Germany. It was I who introduced Lady de Washaway to the court of Franz Joseph. I write the dispatches from Karl von Wigleround and send the necessary material to Ambassador von Barnstuff. In fact, I can take you everywhere, show you everything, and here my companion's military manner suddenly seemed to change into something obsequiously and strangely familiar. It won't cost you a cent, not a cent, unless you care. I understood. I handed him 10 cents. I too, so for tea. Thank you, sir, he said, then with an abrupt change back to his military manner. Now then, what would you like to see? The army? The breweries? The royal court? Berlin? What shall it be? My time is limited, but I shall be delighted to put myself at your service for the rest of the day. I think, I said, I should like more than anything to see Berlin, if it is possible. Possible, answered my companion. Nothing easier. The motor flew ahead, and in a few moments later we were making our arrangements with a local station master for a special train to Berlin. I got here, my first glimpse of the wonderful perfection of the German railway system. I am afraid, said the station master, with deep apologies, that I must ask you to wait half an hour. I am moving 250,000 troops from the east to the west front, and this always holds up the traffic for 15 or 20 minutes. I stood on the platform, watching the troops' trains go by and admiring the marvelous ingenuity of the German system. As each train went past at full speed, a postal train, Feld Post Eisenbahn Zug, moved on the other track in the opposite direction, from which a shower of letters were thrown in to the soldiers through the window. Immediately after the postal train, a soup train, Soup C, was drawn along, from the windows of which soup was squirted out of a hose. Following this, there came at full speed a beer train, Bierzug, from which beer bombs were exploded in all directions. I watched till all had passed. Now, said the station master, your train is ready. Here you are. Away we sped through the meadows and fields, hills and valleys, forests and plains. And nowhere, I am forced, like all other travelers, to admit it, did we see any signs of the existence of war. Everything was quiet, orderly, usual. We saw peasants digging in an orderly way for acorns in the frozen ground. We saw little groups of soldiers drilling in the open squares of villages in their quiet German fashion, each man chained by the leg to the man next to him. Here and there great zeppelins sailed overhead, dropping bombs for practice on the less important towns. At times, in the village squares, we saw clusters of haggard women, quite quiet and orderly, waving little red flags and calling, "Bread, bread, bread." But nowhere any signs of war, certainly not. We reached Berlin just at nightfall. I had expected to find it changed. To my surprise, it appeared just as usual. The streets were brilliantly lighted. Music burst in waves from the restaurants. From the theatre signs I saw, to my surprise, that they were playing Scene, Hamlet and Mean, East Lynning and Butash and Burmutter. Everywhere was brightness, gaiety and light-heartedness. Here and there a merry-looking fellow, with a brush and a pail of paste and a roll of papers over his arm, would swab up a casualty list of 2,000 or 3,000 names amid roars of good-natured laughter. What perplexed me most was the sight of thousands of men, not in uniform, but in ordinary civilian dress. "Bubenstein," I said, as we walked down the Linden Avenue, "I don't understand it." "The men," he answered. "It's a perfectly simple matter. I see you don't understand our army statistics. At the beginning of the war, we had an army of 3 million. Very good. Of these, 1 million were in the reserve. We called them to the colors. That made 4 million. Then of these all who wished were allowed to volunteer for special services. 500,000 did so. That made 4.5 million. In the first year of the war we suffered 2 million casualties, but of these 75%, or 1.5 million, returned later on to the colors, bringing our grand total up to 6 million. This 6 million we use on each of 6 fronts, giving a grand total of 36 million. I see, I said. In fact, I have seen these figures before. In other words, your men are inexhaustible. Precisely, said the Count. And mark you, behind these we still have the landstorm, made up of men between 55 and 60, and the landslide, reputed to be the most terrible of all the German levies, made up by withdrawing the men from the breweries. That is the last final act of national fury. But come, he said, you must be hungry, is it not so? I am, I admitted, but I had hesitated to acknowledge it. I feared that the food supply. Bubenstein broke into hearty laughter. Food supply, he roared. My dear fellow, you must have been reading the English newspapers. Food supply. My dear professor, have you not heard? We have got over that difficulty entirely and forever. But come, here is a restaurant. We entered the restaurant. It was filled to overflowing with a laughing crowd of diners and merrymakers. Thick clouds of blue cigar smoke filled the air. Waiters ran to and fro with tall steins of foaming beer, and great bundles of bread tickets, soup tickets, meat cards, and butter coupons. These were handed around to the guests, who sat quietly chewing the corners of them as they sipped their beer. Now then, said my host, looking over the printed menu in front of him, what shall it be? What do you say to a ham certificate with a cabbage ticket on the side? Or how would you like lobster coupon with a receipt for asparagus? Yes, I answered. Or perhaps, as our journey has made me hungry, one of these beef certificates with an affidavit for Yorkshire pudding. No. Done, said Bubenstein. A few moments later, we were comfortably drinking our tall glasses of beer and smoking Tannhauser's cigars, with an appetizing pile of colored tickets and certificates in front of us. Admit, said von Bubenstein good-naturedly, that we have overcome the food difficulty forever. Oh, you have, I said, as said he when dote falls or bote. It was a pure matter of science and efficiency, he went on. It has long been observed that if one sat down in a restaurant and drank beer and smoked cigars, especially such a brand as these, for Tannhausers, during the time it took for the food to be brought by a German waiter, all appetite was gone. It remained for the German scientists to organize this into system. Have you finished? Or would you like to take another look at your beef certificate? We rose. Von Bubenstein paid the bill by writing IOU on the back of one of the cards, not forgetting the waiter for whom he wrote on a piece of paper, God bless you, and we left. Count, I said, as we took our seat on a bench in the sieges, Alley or Alley of Victory, and listened to the music of the military band and watched the crowd, I begin to see that Germany is unconquerable. Absolutely so, he answered. In the first place, your men are inexhaustible. If we kill one class, you call out another, and anyway, 1/2 of those we kill get well again, and the net result is that you have more than ever. Precisely, said the Count. As to food, I continued, you are absolutely invulnerable. What with acorns, thistles, tanbark, glue, tickets, coupons, and certificates, you can go on forever. We can, he said. We said, then for money you use IOUS. Anybody with a lead pencil can command all the funds he wants. Moreover, your soldiers at the front are getting dug in deeper and deeper. Last spring, they were 50 feet underground. By 1918, they will be nearly 200 feet down. Short of mining for them, we shall never get them out. Never, said von Bubenstein, with great firmness. But there is one thing that I don't quite understand. Your navy, your ships, there surely we have you. Sooner or later that whole proud fleet in the Kiel Canal will come out under fire of our guns and be sunk to the bottom of the sea. There, at least, we conquer. Von Bubenstein broke into loud laughter. The fleet, he roared, and his voice was almost hysterical and overstrung, as if high living on lobster coupons and over-smoking of Tannhausers was undermining his nerves. The fleet, is it possible, you do not know? Why, all Germany knows it. We have filled in the canalic, pushed in the banks. The canal is solid land again, and the fleet is high and dry. The ships are boarded over and painted to look like German inns and breweries. Prince Adalbert is disguised as a brewer. Admiral von Tirpitz is made up as a head waiter. Prince Heinrich is a bartender. The sailors are dressed up as chambermaids. And some day, when Jellicoe and his men are coaxed ashore, they will drop in to drink a glass of beer, and then, hoof, hoof, we will explode them all with a single torpedo. Such is the naval strategy of our scientists. Are we not a nation of sailors? Von Bubenstein's manner had grown still wilder and more hysterical. There was a queer glitter in his eyes. I thought it better to soothe him. E-R-C him. I see, I said. The Allies are beaten. One might as well spin a coin for heads or tails to see whether we abandon England now or wait till you come and take it. As I spoke, I took from my pocket an English sovereign that I carry as a lucky piece and prepared to spin it in the air. Von Bubenstein, as he saw it, broke into a sort of hoarse shriek. "Gold, gold," he cried. "Give it to me." "What?" I exclaimed. "A piece of gold," he panted. "Give it to me, give it to me, quick. I know a place where we can buy bread with it. Real bread, not tickets, food. Give me the gold. Gold for bread. We can get bread. I am starving. Gold, bread." And as he spoke, his hoarse voice seemed to grow louder and louder in my ears. The sounds of the street were hushed. A sudden darkness fell, and a wind swept among the trees of the dark alley of Victory, moaning. And a myriad voices seemed to my ear to take up the cry, "Gold, bread, we are starving. Then I woke up. Abdul Aziz has his, an adventure in the Yildiz kiosk. Come, come, Abdul, I said, putting my hand, not unkindly, on his shoulder, tell me all about it. But he only broke out into renewed sobbing. There, I continued soothingly. Don't cry, Abdul. Look, here's a lovely narghile for you to smoke with a gold mouthpiece. See? Wouldn't you like a little latakia, eh? And here's a little toy Armenian. Look, see his head come off. Snick. There, it's on again. Snick. Now it's off. Look, Abdul. But still he sobbed. His fez had fallen over his ears, and his face was all smudged with tears. It seemed impossible to stop him. I looked about in vain from the little alcove of the hall of the Yildiz kiosk, where we were sitting on a Persian bench under a lemon tree. There was no one in sight. I hardly knew what to do. In the Yildiz kiosk, I think that was the name of the place, I scarcely as yet knew my way about. In fact, I had only been in it a few hours. I had come there, as I should have explained in commencing, in order to try to pick up information as to the exact condition of things in Turkey. For this purpose, I had assumed the character and disguise of an English governess. I had long since remarked that an English governess is able to go anywhere, see everything, penetrate the interior of any royal palace, and move to and fro as she pleases without hindrance and without insult. No barrier can stop her. Every royal court, however splendid or however exclusive, is glad to get her. She dines with the king or the emperor as a matter of course. All state secrets are freely confided to her, and all military plans are submitted to her judgment. Then, after a few weeks' residence, she leaves the court and writes a book of disclosures. Now my plan. This was now my plan. And, up to the moment of which I speak, it had worked perfectly. I had found my way through Turkey to the royal capital without difficulty. The poke bonnet, the spectacles, and the long black dress which I had assumed had proved an ample protection. None of the rude Turkish soldiers among whom I had passed had offered to lay a hand on me. This tribute I am compelled to pay to the splendid morality of the Turks. They wouldn't touch me. Access to the Yildiz kiosk and to the Sultan had proved equally easy. I had merely to obtain an interview with Codfish Pasha, the Secretary of War, whom I found a charming man of great intelligence, a master of 3 or 4 languages, US he himself informed me, and able to count up to 17. You wish, he said, to be appointed as English, or rather Canadian, governess to the Sultan. Yes, I answered. And your object? I propose to write a book of disclosures. Excellent, said Codfish. An hour later, I found myself, as I have said, in a flag-stoned hall of the Yildiz kiosk, with the task of amusing and entertaining the Sultan. Of the difficulty of this task I had formed no conception. Here I was at the outset, with the unhappy Abdul, bent and broken with sobs which I found no power to check or control. Naturally, therefore, I found myself at a loss. The little man, as he sat on his cushions, in his queer costume, and his long slippers, with his fez fallen over his lemon-colored face, presented such a pathetic object that I could not find the heart to be stern with him. "Come now, Abdul," I said, "be good." He paused a moment in his crying. "Why do you call me Abdul?" he asked. "That isn't my name." "Isn't it?" I said. "I thought all you sultans were called Abdul. Isn't the sultan's name always Abdul?" "Mine isn't," he whimpered, "but it doesn't matter," and his face began to crinkle up with renewed weeping. "Call me anything you like. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'd rather be called Abdul than be called a WWW war lord and a GG general when they won't let me have any say at all." And with that, the little sultan burst into unrestrained crying. "Abdul," I said firmly, "if you don't stop crying, I'll go and fetch one of the Bashi bazooks to take you away." The little sultan found his voice again. "There aren't any Bashi bazooks left," he sobbed. "None left," I exclaimed. "Where are they gone?" "They've taken them all way." "Who have?" "He, the GGG Germans," sobbed Abdul, "and they've sent them all to PPP, Poland." "Come, Abdul," I said, straightening him up a little as he sat. "Brace up. Be a Turk. Be a Mohammedan. Don't act like a Christian." This seemed to touch his pride. He made a great effort to be calm. I could hear him muttering to himself, "Allah, Ilallah, Muhammad Rasul Allah." He said this over a good many times, while I took advantage of the pause to get his fez a little straighter and wipe his face. "How many times have I said it?" he asked presently. "Own 20. 20? That ought to be enough, shouldn't it?" said the Sultan, regaining himself a little. "Isn't prayer helpful, eh? Give me a smoke." I filled his nargileh for him, and he began to suck blue smoke out of it with a certain contentment, while the rose-water bubbled in the bowl below. "Now, Abdul," I said, as I straightened up his cushions and made him a little more comfortable, "what is it? What is the matter?" "Why," he answered, "they've all gone." "Now, don't cry. Tell me properly." "They've all gone back on me. Boo-hoo." "Who have? Who've gone back on you?" "Why, everybody. The English and the French and everybody." "What do you mean?" I asked, with increasing interest. "Tell me exactly what you mean. Whatever you say, I will hold sacred, of course." I sold my pot already to a volume of interesting disclosures. "They used to treat me so differently," Abdul went on, and his sobbing ceased as he continued. "They used to call me the bully boy of the Bosphorus. They said I was the guardian of the Golden Gate. They used to let me kill all the Armenians I liked, and nobody was allowed to collect debts from me, and every now and then they used to send me the nicest ultimatums. Oh, you don't know," he broke off, "how nice it used to be here in the Yildiz in the old days. We used all to sit round here, in this very hall, me and the diplomats, and play games such as ultimatum, Ultimatum? Who's got the ultimatum? Oh, say, it was so nice and peaceful. And we used to have big dinners and conferences, especially after the military maneuvers and the autumn massacres. Me and the diplomats, all with stars and orders, and me in my white fez with a copper tassel, and hold discussions about how to reform Macedonia. But you spoilt it all, Abdul, I protested. I didn't, he exclaimed almost angrily. I'd have gone on forever. It was all so nice. They used to present me, the diplomats did, with what they called their minimum, and then Codfish, Pasha and me, had to draft in return our maximum, see? And then we all had to get together again and frame a status quote. But that couldn't go on forever, I urged. Why not? Said Abdul. It was a great system. We invented it, but everybody was beginning to copy it. In fact, we were leading the world before all this trouble came. Didn't you have anything of our system in your country? What do you call it, in Canada? Yes, I admitted. Now that I come to think of it, we were getting into it, but the war has changed it all. Exactly, said Abdul. There you are, all changed, the good old days gone forever. But surely, I said, you still have friends. The Bulgarians. The Sultan's little black eyes flashed with anger as he withdrew his pipe for a moment from his mouth. The low scoundrels, he said between his teeth. The traitors. Why, they're your allies. Yes, Allah destroy them. They are. They've come over to our side. After centuries of fighting, they refuse to play fair any longer. They're on our side. Who ever heard of such a thing? Bah! But, of course, he added more quietly, we shall massacre them just the same. We shall insist, in the terms of peace, on retaining our rights of massacre, but then, no doubt, all the nations will. But you have the Germans, I began. Hush, hush, said Abdul, laying his hand on my arm. Someone might hear. You have the Germans, I repeated. The Germans, said Abdul, and his voice sounded in a queer sing-song like that of a child repeating a lesson, are my noble friends. The Germans are my powerful allies. The Kaiser is my good brother. The Reichstag is my foster sister. I love the Germans. I hate the English. I love the Kaiser. The Kaiser loves the Kaiser. The Kaiser loves me. Stop, stop, Abdul, I said. Who taught you all that? Abdul looked cautiously around. They did, he said in a whisper. There's a lot more of it. Would you like me to recite some more? Or, no, what's the good? I've no heart for reciting any longer. And at this, Abdul fell to weeping again. But, Abdul, I said, I don't understand. Why are you so distressed just now? All this has been going on for over 2 years. Why are you so worried just now? Oh, exclaimed the little Sultan in surprise, you haven't heard. I see. You've only just arrived. Why, today is the last day. After today, it is all over. Last day for what? I asked. For intervention, for the intervention of the United States, the only thing that can save us. It was to have come today. By the end of this full moon, our astrologers had predicted it. Smith Pasha, Minister under Heaven of the United States, had promised, if it came, to send it to us at the earliest moment. How do they send it, do you know, in a box or in paper?" "Stop," I said as my ear caught the sound of footsteps. "There's someone coming now." The sound of slippered feet was distinctly heard on the stones in the outer corridor. Abdul listened intently a moment. "I know his slippers," he said. "Who is it?" "It is my chief secretary, Toomuch Coffee." "Yes, here he comes." As the Sultan spoke, the doors swung open, and there entered an aged Turk in a flowing gown and colored turban, with a melancholy yellow face and a long white beard that swept to his girdle. "Who do you say he is?" I whispered to Abdul. "My chief secretary," he whispered back, "Tumul-a-4-bo." "He looks like it," I murmured. Meantime, Toomuch Coffee had advanced across the broad flagstones of the hall where we were sitting. With hands lifted, he salaamed 4 times, east, west, north, and south. "What does that mean?" I whispered. But see. But it's open down yo, on so don, o dan, sod, zivo. "It means," said the Sultan with visible agitation, "that he has a communication of the greatest importance and urgency which will not brook a moment's delay." "Well then, why doesn't he get a move on?" I whispered. "Hush," said Abdul. Toomuch Coffee now straightened himself from his last salam and spoke. "Allah is great," he said. "And Muhammad is his prophet," rejoined the Sultan. "Allah protect you and make your face shine," said Toomuch. "Allah lengthen your beard," said the Sultan, and he added aside to me in English, which Toomuch Coffee evidently did not understand. "I'm all eagerness to know what it is. It's something big, for sure." The little man was quite quivering with excitement as he spoke. "Do you know what I think it is?" "I think it must be the American intervention. The United States is going to intervene, eh? What, don't you think so?" "Then hurry him up," I urged. "I can't," said Abdul. "It is impossible in Turkey to do business like that. He must have some coffee first, and then he must pray, and then there must be an interchange of presents." I groaned, for I was getting as impatient as Abdul himself. "Do you not do public business like that in Canada?" the Sultan continued. "We used to, but we have got over it," I said. "I said in Kid the Send, I don't spout our reels." Meanwhile, a slippered attendant had entered and placed a cushion for the secretary, and in front of it a little Persian stool on which he put a quaint cup filled with coffee black as ink. A similar cup was placed before the Sultan. "Drink," said Abdul. "Not first, until the lips of the Commander of the Faithful." "He means after you," I said. "Hurry up, Abdul." Abdul took a sip. "Allah is good," he said. "And all things are of Allah," rejoined Toomuch. Abdul unpinned a glittering jewel from his robe and threw it to the feet of Toomuch. "Take this poor bauble," he said. Too much coffee in return took from his wrist a solid bangle of beaten gold. "Accept this mean gift from your humble servant," he said. "Right," said Abdul, speaking in a changed voice as the ceremonies ended. "Now then, Too Much, what is it? Hurry up, be quick, what is the matter?" Too Much rose to his feet, lifted his hands high in the air with the palms facing the Sultan. "One is without," he said. "Without what?" I asked eagerly of the Sultan. "Without, outside. Don't you understand Turkish? What you call in English a gentleman to see me." "And did he make all that fuss and delay over that?" I asked in disgust. "What? Why, with us in Canada, at one of the public departments of Ottawa, all that one would have to do would be simply to send in a card, get it certified, then simply wait in an anteroom, simply read a newspaper, send in another card, wait a little, then simply send in a third card, and then simply—" "Shah," said Abdul, "the cards might be poisoned. Our system is best. Speak on. Too Much. Who is without? Is it perchance a messenger from Smith Pasha, minister under heaven of the United States?" "Alas, no," said Too Much. "It is he. It is the large one." As he spoke, he rolled his eyes upward with a gesture of despair. "He!" cried Abdul, and a look of terror convulsed his face. "The large one! Shut him out! Call the chief eunuch and the major domo of the harem! Let him not in!" "Alas," said Too Much, "he threw them out of the window. Lo, he is here! He enters." As the secretary spoke, a double door at the end of the hall swung noisily open, at the blow of an imperious fist, and with a rattle of arms and accoutrements. A man of gigantic stature, wearing full military uniform and a spiked helmet, strode into the room. As he entered, an attendant who accompanied him, also in a uniform and a spiked helmet, called in a loud, strident voice that resounded to the arches of the hall. "His High Excellenz Feld Marschall von der Doppelbauch, Spezial Representant of His Majestat William I, Deutscher Kaiser and King of England." Abdul collapsed into a little heap. His fez fell over his face. Domuch Kofi had slunk into a corner. Von der Doppelbauch strode noisily forward and came to a stand in front of Abdul with a click and rattle after the Prussian fashion. "Majestat," he said in a deep, thunderous voice, "I greet you. I bow low before you. Salam, I kiss the floor at your feet." But in reality he did nothing of the sort. He stood to the full height of his 6 feet 6 and glowered about him. "Salam," said Abdul in a feeble voice. "But who is this?" added the field marshal, looking angrily at me. My costume, or rather my disguise, for, as I have said, I was wearing a poke bonnet with a plain black dress, seemed to puzzle him. "My new governess," said Abdul. "She came this morning. She is a professor." "Bah," said the field marshal, "a woman, a professor. Bah." "No, no," said Abdul in protest, and it seemed decent of the little creature to stick up for me. She's all right. She is interesting and knows a great deal. She's from Canada." "What?" exclaimed von der Doppelbausch. "From Canada? But stop. It seems to me that Canada is a country that we are at war with. Let me think. Canada. I must look at my list." He pulled out a little set of tablets as he spoke. "Let me see. Britain, Great Britain, British North America, British North America, of course, under Cape Kandahar, Corfu. No, I don't seem to see it. Fritz," he called to the aide-de-camp who had announced him, "telegraph at once to the topographical staff at Berlin and find out if we are at war with Canada. If we are not, treat her with every consideration, with every distinguished consideration. But see that she doesn't get away. Keep her tight till we are at war with Canada, as no doubt we shall be, wherever it is, and nothing throw her into the Bosphorus." The aide clicked his heels and withdrew. "And now, Your Majesty," continued the field marshal, turning abruptly to the Sultan, "I bring you good news." "More good news," groaned Abdul miserably, winding his clasped fingers to and fro. "Alas, good news again!" "First," said von der Doppelbausch, "the Kaiser has raised you to the Order of the Black Dock. Here is your feather." "Another feather," moaned Abdul. "Here, too much. Take it and put it among the feathers." "Secondly," went on the field marshal, checking off his items as he spoke, "your contribution, your personal contribution to His Majesty's 23rd Imperial Loan is accepted." "I didn't make any," sobbed Abdul. "No difference," said von der Doppelbausch. "It is accepted anyway. The telegram has just arrived accepting all your money. My assistants are packing it up outside." Abdul collapsed still further into his cushions. "Third, and this will rejoice your Majesty's heart, your troops are again victorious." "Victorious," moaned Abdul. "Victorious again. I knew they would be. I suppose they are all dead as usual." "They are," said the marshal. "Their souls," he added reverently, with a military salute, "are in heaven." "No, no," gasped Abdul. "Not in heaven. Don't say that. Not in heaven. Say that they are in Nishvana, our Turkish paradise." "I am sorry," said the field marshal gravely. "This is a Christian war. The Kaiser has insisted on their going to heaven." The Sultan bowed his head. "Ishmillah," he murmured, "it is the will of Allah." "But they did not die without glory," went on the field marshal. "Their victory was complete. Set it out to yourself, and here," his eyes glittered with soldierly passion, "there stood your troops, 10,000, in front of them the Russians, 100,000. What did your men do? Did they pause? No, they charged. Did they pause? No, they charged." "They charged," cried the Sultan in misery. "Don't say that. Have they charged again? Just Allah," he added, turning to Toomuch. "They have charged again, and we must pay. We shall have to pay. We always do when they charge. Alas, alas, they have charged again. Everything is charged again. Everything is charged." "But how nobly," rejoined the Prussian. "Imagine it to yourself. Here, beside this stool, let us say, were your men. There, across the cushion, were the Russians. All the ground between was mined. We knew it. Our soldiers knew it. Even our staff knew it. Even Prince Tattelwitz Hofstaff, our commander, knew it. But your soldiers did not. What did our prince do? The prince called for volunteers to charge over the ground. There was a great shout from our men, our German regiments. He called again. There was another shout. He called still again. There was a third shout. Think of it. And again Prince Hofstaff called, and again they shouted. Who shouted? Asked the Sultan gloomily. Our men, our Germans. Did my Turks shout? Asked Abdul. They did not. They were too busy tightening their belts and fixing their bayonets, but our generous fellows shouted for them. Then Prince Hofstaff called out, "The place of honor is for our Turkish brothers, let them charge," and all our men shouted again. They arched, and they charged. They did, and were all gloriously blown up, a magnificent victory. The blowing up of the mines blocked all the ground, checked the Russians, and enabled our men, by a prearranged rush, to advance backwards, taking up a new strategic. "Yes, yes," said Abdul. "I know. I have read of it, alas, only too often, and they are dead. Too much," he added quietly, drawing a little pouch from his girdle. "Take this pouch of rubies and give them to the wives of the dead general of our division, one to each. He had, I think, but 17. His walk was quiet. Allah give him peace." "Stop," said von der Doppelbauch. "I will take the rubies. I myself will charge myself with the task, and will myself see that I do it myself. Give me them." "Be it so too much," assented the Sultan humbly. "Give them to him." "And now," continued the field marshal, "there is yet one other thing further still, more." He drew a roll of paper from his pocket. "Domuch," he said, "bring me yonder little table, with ink, quills, and sand. I have here a manifesto for His Majesty to sign." "No, no," cried Abdul in renewed alarm. "Not another manifesto, not that. I signed one only last week." "This is a new one," said the field marshal, as he lifted the table that Toomuch had brought into place in front of the Sultan and spread out the papers on it. "This is a better one. This is the best one yet." "What does it say?" said Abdul, peering at it miserably. "I can't read it. It's not in Turkish." "Well, it is your last word of proud defiance to all your enemies," said the marshal. "No, no," whined Abdul, "not defiance. They might not understand." "Here you declare," went on the field marshal, with his big finger on the text, "your irrevocable purpose. You swear that, rather than submit, you will hurl yourself into the Bosphorus." "Where does it say that?" screamed Abdul. "Here, beside my thumb." "I can't do it, I can't do it," moaned the little Sultan. "More than that further," went on the Prussian, quite undisturbed, "you state hereby your fixed resolve, rather than give in, to cast yourself from the highest pinnacle of the topmost minaret of this palace." "Oh, not the highest. Don't make it the highest," moaned Abdul. "Your purpose is fixed. Nothing can alter it. Unless the Allied powers withdraw from their advance on Constantinople, you swear that within 1 hour you will fill your mouth with mud and burn yourself alive." "Just Allah!" cried the Sultan. "Does it say all that?" "All that," said von der Doppelbausch. "All that within an hour. It is a splendid defiance. The Kaiser himself has seen it and admired it. These," he said, "are the words of a man." "Did he say that?" said Abdul, evidently flattered. "And is he too about to hurl himself off his minaret?" "Ming." "For the moment, no," replied von der Doppelbausch sternly. "Well, well," said Abdur, and to my surprise he began picking up the pen and making ready. "I suppose if I must sign it, I must." Then he marked the paper and sprinkled it with sand. "For 1 hour. Well, well," he murmured. "Von der Doppelbach. Basha. Fusha," he added with dignity. "You are permitted to withdraw. Commend me to your imperial master, my brother. Tell him that, when I am gone, he may have Constantinople, provided only, and a certain slyness appeared in the Sultan's eye, that he can get it. Farewell." The field marshal, majestic as ever, gathered up the manifesto, clicked his heels together, and withdrew. As the door closed behind him, I had expected the little Sultan to fall into hopeless collapse. Not at all. On the contrary, a look of peculiar cheerfulness spread over his features. He refilled his narghileh and began quietly smoking at it. "Too much," he said, quite cheerfully. "I see there is no hope." "Alas," said the secretary. "I have now," went on the Sultan, apparently but 60 minutes in front of me. "I had hoped that the intervention of the United States might have saved me. It has not. Instead of it, I meet my fate. Well, well, it is kismet." He smoked away quite cheerfully. Presently he paused. "Too much," he said. "Kindly go and fetch me a sharp knife, double-edged if possible, but sharp, and a stout bowstring." Up to this time I had remained a mere spectator of what had happened, but now I feared that I was on the brink of witnessing an awful tragedy. "Good heavens, Abdul," I said, "what are you going to do?" "Do? Why, kill myself, of course," the Sultan answered, pausing for a moment in an interval of his cheerful smoking. "What else should I do? What else is there to do? I shall first stab myself in the stomach and then throttle myself with the bowstring. In half an hour I shall be in paradise." "Too much. Summon hither from the inner harem Fatima and Falula. They shall sit beside me and sing to me at the last hour, for I love them well, and later they too shall voyage with me to paradise. See to it that they are both thrown a little later into the Bosphorus, for my heart yearns towards the two of them." And he added thoughtfully, "Especially perhaps towards Fatima, but I have never quite made up my mind." The Sultan sat back with a little gurgle of contentment, the rose water bubbling soothingly in the bowl of his pipe. Then he turned to his secretary again. "Too much," he said. "You will at the same time send a bowstring to Codfish Pasha, my chief of war. It is our sign, you know," he added in explanation to me. "It gives Codfish leave to kill himself." "And too much, send a bowstring also to Beef Hash Pasha, my vizier. Good fellow, he will expect it. And to Macpherson Effendi, my financial adviser. Let them all have bowstrings." Stop, I pleaded. "I don't understand." "Why, surely," said the little man in evident astonishment, "it is plain enough. What would you do in Canada? When your ministers, as I think you call them, fail and no longer enjoy your support, do you not send them bowstrings?" "Never," I said. "They go out of office, but—" "And they do not disembowel themselves on their retirement. Have they not that privilege?" "Never," I said. "What an idea!" "The ways of the infidel," said the little Sultan, calmly resuming his pipe, "are beyond the compass of the true intelligence of the faithful. Yet I thought it was so even as here. I had read in your newspapers that after your last election your ministers were buried alive, buried under a landslide, was it not? We thought it, here in Turkey, a noble fate for them." "They crawled out," I said. "Ishmillah," ejaculated Abdul, "but go too much, and listen, thou also, for in spite of all thou hast served me well, shalt have a bowstring." "Oh, master, master," cried Toomuch, falling on his knees in gratitude and clutching the sole of Abdul's slipper. "It is too kind." "Nay, nay," said the Sultan, "thou hast deserved it, and I will go further. This stranger too, my governess, this professor, bring also for the professor a bowstring and a two-bladed knife. All Canada shall rejoice to hear of it. The students shall leap up like young lambs at the honor that will be done." "Bring the knife, Toomuch, bring the knife." "Abdul," I said, "Abdul, this is too much. I refuse. I am not fit. The honor is too great." "Not so," said Abdul. "I am still Sultan. I insist upon it. For, listen, I have long penetrated your disguise and your kind design. I saw it from the first. You knew all and came to die with me. It was kindly meant. But you shall die no common death. Yours shall be the honor of the double knife. Let it be extra sharp, Toomuch, and the bowstring." "Abdul," I urged, "it cannot be. You forget. I have an appointment to be thrown into the Bosphorus." "The death of a dog." "Never," cried Abdul. "My will is still law. Toomuch, kill him on the spot. Hit him with the stool. Throw the coffee at him." But at this moment there were heard loud cries and shouting, as in tones of great gladness, in the outer hall of the palace, doors swinging to and fro, and the sound of many running feet. One heard above all the call, "It has come, it has come." The Sultan looked up quickly. "Toomuch," he said eagerly and anxiously, "quick, see what it is. Hurry, hurry, haste. Do not stay on ceremony. Drink a cup of coffee, give me 5 cents, 50 cents, anything, and take leave and see what it is." But before Toomuch could reply, a turbaned attendant had already burst in through the door, unannounced, and thrown himself at Abdul's feet. "Master, master," he cried, "it is here! It has come!" As he spoke, he held out in one hand a huge envelope heavy with seals. I could detect in great letters, stamped across it, the words "Washington" and "Office of the Secretary of State." Abdul seized and opened the envelope with trembling hands. "It is it," he cried. "It is sent by Smith Pasha, Minister under the Peace of Heaven of the United States. It is the intervention. I am saved." Then there was silence among us, breathless and anxious. Abdul glanced down the missive, reading it in silence to himself. "Oh, noble," he murmured. "Oh, generous, it is too much, too splendid a lot." "What does it say?" "Look," said the Sultan, "the United States has used its good offices, it has intervened, all is settled, my fate is secure." "Yes, yes," I said, "but what is it? Is it believable?" exclaimed Abdul. "It appears that none of the belligerents cared about me at all. None had designs upon me. The war was not made, as we understood, too much, as an attempt to seize my person. All they wanted was Constantinople, not me at all." "Powerful Allah," murmured Toomuch. "Why was it not so said?" "For me," said the Sultan, still consulting the letter, "great honors are prepared. I am to leave Constantinople. That is the sole condition. It shall then belong to whoever can get it. Nothing could be fairer. It always has. I am to have a safe conduct. Is it not, noble? To the United States. No one is to attempt to poison me. Is it not generosity itself? Neither on land nor even, mark this especially, too much, on board ship, nor is anyone to throw me overboard or otherwise transport me to paradise." "It passes belief," murmured Toomuch Coffee. "Allah is indeed good." "In the United States itself," went on Abdul, "or I should say, themselves, too much, for are they not innumerable? I am to have a position of the highest trust, power, and responsibility." "Is it really possible?" I said, greatly surprised. "It is so written," said the Sultan. "I am to be placed at the head as the sole head or sovereign of— how is it written? Turkish bath. Establishment in New York. There I am to enjoy the same freedom and to exercise just as much. It is so written, exactly as much political power as I do here. Is it not glorious?" "Allah! Illallah," cried the secretary. "You, Toomuch, shall come with me, for there is a post of great importance placed at my disposal, so it is written under the title of Rubber Down. Toomuch, let our preparations be made at once. Notify Fatima and Falula. Those two alone shall go, for it is a Christian country and I bow to its prejudices. 2, I understand, is the limit, but we must leave at once." The Sultan paused a moment and then looked at me, as Avor. "And our good friend here," he added, "we must leave to get out of this Yildiz kiosk by whatsoever magic means he came into it." Which I did. And I am assured by those who know that the intervention was made good, and that Abdul and Toomuch may be seen to this day or to any other day, moving to and fro in their slippers and turbans in their Turkish bath emporium at the corner of Broadway and— But stop! That would be saying too much, especially as Fatima and Falula occupy the upstairs. And it is said that Abdul has developed a very special talent for heating up the temperature for his Christian customers. Moreover, it is the general opinion that whether or not the Kaiser and such people will get their deserts, Abdulaziz has his. See, in merry Mexico, I stood upon the platform of the little deserted railway station of the frontier and looked around at the wide prospect. So this, I said to myself, is Mexico. About me was the great plain rolling away to the Sierras in the background. The railroad track traversed it in a thin line. There were no trees, only here and there a clump of cactus or chaparral, a tuft of dog grass, or a few patches of dogwood. At intervals in the distance, one could see a hacienda standing in majestic solitude in a cup of the hills. In the blue sky floated little banderillos of white cloud, while a graceful hidalgo appeared poised on a crag on one leg with folded wings, or floated lazily in the sky on one wing with folded legs. There was a drowsy buzzing of cicadas half asleep in the cactus cups, and, from some hidden depth of the hills, far in the distance, the tinkling of a mule bell. I had seen it all so often in moving pictures that I recognized the scene at once. So, this is Mexico? I repeated. The station building beside me was little more than a wooden shack. Its door was closed. There was a sort of ticket wicket opening at the side, but it, too, was closed. But as I spoke thus aloud, the wicket opened. There appeared in it the head and shoulders of a little wizened man, swarthy and with bright eyes and pearly teeth. He wore a black velvet suit with yellow facings and a tall straw hat running to a point. I seemed to have seen him 100 times in comic opera. "Can you tell me when the next train?" I began. The little man made a gesture of Spanish politeness. "Welcome to Mexico," he said. "Could you tell me?" I continued. "Welcome to our sunny Mexico," he repeated. "Our beautiful, glorious Mexico. Her heart throbs at the sight of you." "Would you mind?" I began again. "Our beautiful Mexico, torn and distracted as she is, greets you. In the name of the de facto government, thrice welcome. Su casa," he added with a graceful gesture, indicating the interior of his little shack. "Come in and smoke cigarettes and sleep. Su casa." "No," I said, "it is not, but I wanted to know when the next train for the interior." "Ah," he rejoined more briskly, "you address me as a servant of the de facto government. A momentino, one moment." He shut the wicket and was gone a long time. I thought he had fallen asleep. But he reappeared. He had a bundle of what looked like railway timetables, very ancient and worn, in his hand. "Did you say," he questioned, "the interior or the exterior?" "The interior, please." "Ah, good, excellent, for the interior." The little Mexican retreated into his shack, and I could hear him murmuring, "For the interior excellent," as he moved to and fro. Presently he reappeared, a look of deep sorrow on his face. "Alas," he said, shrugging his shoulders, "I am desolato. It has gone. The next train has gone." "Gone? When?" "Alas, who can tell? Yesterday, last month. But it has gone." "And when will there be another one?" I asked. "Ha!" he said, resuming a brisk official manner. "I understand. Having missed the next, you propose to take another one. Excellent. What business enterprise you foreigners have. You miss your train. What do? Do you abandon your journey? No. Do you sit down? Do you weep? No. Do you lose time? You weep? No. Do you lose time? You do not." "Excuse me," I said, "but when is there another train?" "That must depend," said the little official, and as he spoke he emerged from his house and stood beside me on the platform, fumbling among his railway guides. "The first question is, do you propose to take a de facto train or a de jure train?" "When do they go?" I asked. "There is a de jure train," continued the station master, peering into his papers, "at 2 p.m. A very good train. Sleepers and diners. One at 4, a through train. Sleepers, observation car, dining car, corridor compartments. That also is a de jure train." "But what is the difference between the de jure and the de facto?" "So, it's a distinction we generally make in Mexico. The de jure trains are those that ought to go, that is, in theory, they go. The de facto trains are those that actually do go. It is a distinction clearly established in our correspondence with Pedro Huele-san." "Do you mean Woodrow Wilson?" "Yes, Pedro Wilson, President a jure of the United States." "Oh," I said, "now I understand. And when will there be a de facto train?" "Prod." "At any moment you like," said the little official with a bow. "But I don't see." "Pardon me, I have one here behind the shed on that side track. Excuse me one moment, and I will bring it." He disappeared, and I presently saw him energetically pushing out from behind the shed a little railroad lorry or hand truck. "Now then," he said as he shoved his little car on to the main track, "this is the train. Seat yourself. I myself will take you." "And how much shall I pay? What is the fare to the interior?" I questioned. The little man waved the idea aside with a polite gesture. "The fare," he said, "let us not speak of it. Let us forget it. How much money have you?" "I have here," I said, taking out a roll of bills, $50. "And that is all com you have?" Yes." "Then let that be your fare. Why should I ask more? Were I an American, I might, but in our Mexico, no. What you have we take, beyond that we ask nothing. Let us forget it. Good. And now, would you prefer to travel first, second, or third class?" "First class, please," I said. "Very good. Let it be so." Here the little man took from his pocket a red label marked first class, and tied it on the edge of the handcar. "Ah, it is more comfortable," he said. "Now seat yourself. Seize hold of these two handles in front of you. Move them back and forward, thus. Beyond that you need do nothing. The working of the car, other than the mere shoving of the handles, shall be my task. Consider yourself, in fact, Signor, as my guest." We took our places. I applied myself as directed to the handles, and the little car moved forward across the plain. "A glorious prospect," I said as I gazed at the broad panorama. "Magnifico, is it not?" said my companion. "Alas, my poor Mexico, she want nothing but water to make her the most fertile country of the globe. Water and soil, those only, and she would excel all others. Give her but water, soil, light, heat, capital, and labor, and what could she not be?" Distraction, revolution, destruction. Pardon me, will you please stop the car a moment? I wish to tear up a little of the track behind us. I did as directed. My companion descended, and with a little bar that he took from beneath the car, unloosed a few of the rails of the light track and laid them beside the road. "It is our custom," he explained as he climbed on board again. "We Mexicans, when we move to and fro, always tear up the track behind us. But what was I saying? Ah, yes. Destruction, desolation, alas, our Mexico." He looked sadly up at the sky. "You speak," I said, "like a patriot. May I ask your name?" "My name is Raymond," he answered with a bow. "Raymond Domenico y Miraflores de las Gracias. And may I call you simply Raymond?" "I shall be delirious with pleasure if you will do so," he answered. "And dare I ask you in return your business in our beautiful country?" The car, as we were speaking, had entered upon a long, gentle downgrade across the plain, so that it ran without great effort on my part. "Certainly," I said. "I'm going into the interior to see General Villa." At the shock of the name, Raymond nearly fell off the car. "Villa, General Francesco Villa, it is not possible." The little man was shivering with evident fear. "See him, see Villa, not possible. Let me show you a picture of him instead. But approach him, it is not possible. He shoots everybody at sight." "That's all right," I said. "I have a written safe conduct that protects me." "Here," I said, "look at them. I have too." Raymond took the documents I gave him and read aloud. "The bearer is on an important mission connected with American rights in Mexico. If anyone shoots him, he will be held to a strict accountability. WW. Ah, excellent. He will be compelled to send in an itemized account. Excellent. And this other, let me see. If anybody interferes with the bearer, I will knock his face in. Admirable. This is, if anything, better than the other, for use in our country. It appeals to our quick Mexican natures. It is, as we say, simpático. It touches us. Why, it is meant to," I said. "And may I ask," said Raymond, "the nature of your business with Villa?" "We are old friends," I answered. I used to know him years ago when he kept a Mexican cigar store in Buffalo. It occurred to me that I might be able to help the cause of peaceful intervention. I have already had a certain experience in Turkey. I am commissioned to make General Villa an offer." "I see," said Raymond. "In that case, if we are to find Villa, let us make all haste forward, and first we must direct ourselves yonder." He pointed in a vague way towards the mountains, "where we must presently leave our car and go on foot to the camp of General Carranza." "Carranza!" I exclaimed. "But he is fighting Villa." "Exactly. It is possible, not certain, but possible, that he knows where Villa is. In our Mexico, when two of our generalistas are fighting in the mountains, they keep coming across one another. It is hard to avoid it." "Good," I said. "Let us go forward." It was 2 days later that we reached Carranza's camp in the mountains. We found him just at dusk, seated at a little table beneath a tree. His followers were all about, picketing their horses and lighting fires. The general, buried in a book before him, noticed neither the movements of his own men nor our approach. I must say that I was surprised beyond measure at his appearance. The popular idea of General Carranza as a rude bandit chief is entirely erroneous. I saw before me a quiet, scholarly-looking man, bearing every mark of culture and refinement. His head was bowed over the book in front of him, which I noticed with astonishment and admiration was Dothunter's Algebra. Close at his hand I observed a work on decimal fractions, while, from time to time, I saw the general lift his eyes and glance keenly at a multiplication table that hung on a bough beside him. "You must wait a few moments," said an aide-de-camp who stood beside us. "The general is at work on a simultaneous equation." "Is it possible?" I said in astonishment. The aide-de-camp smiled. "Soldiering today, my dear signor," he said, "is an exact science. On this equation will depend our entire food supply for the next week." "When will he get it done?" I asked anxiously. "Simultaneously," said the aide-de-camp. The general looked up at this moment and saw us. "Oof, well?" he asked. "Your Excellency," said the aide-de-camp, "there is a stranger here on a visit of investigation to Mexico." "Shoot him," said the general, and turned quickly to his work. The aide-de-camp saluted. "In?" he asked. "As soon as he likes," said the general. "You are fortunate indeed," said the aide-de-camp in a tone of animation as he led me away, still accompanied by Raymond. "One, you might have been kept waiting round for days. Oh, let us get ready at once. Would like to be shot, would you not, smoking a cigarette and standing beside your grave? Now, if you will wait a moment, I will bring the photographer and his machine. There is still light enough, I think. What would you like it called? The Fate of a Spy? That's good, isn't it? Our syndicate can always work up that into a two-reel film. All the rest of it, the camp, the mountains, the general, the funeral, and so on, we can do tomorrow without you." He was all eagerness as he spoke. "One moment," I interrupted. "I am sure there is some mistake. I only wished to present certain papers and get a safe conduct from the General to go and see Villa." The aide-de-camp stopped abruptly. "Ah," he said, "you are not here for a picture. 1,000 pardons. Give me your papers. One moment, I will return to the General and explain." He vanished, and Raymond and I waited in the growing dusk. "No doubt the General supposed," explained Raymond as he lighted a cigarette, "that you were here for Las Máquinas, the moving pictures." In a few minutes, the aide-de-camp returned. "Come," he said, "the General will see you now." We returned to where we had left Carranza. The General rose to meet me with outstretched hand and with a gesture of simple cordiality. "You must pardon my error," he said. "Not at all," I said. "It appears you do not desire to be shot." "Or, not at present. Later, perhaps," said the General. "On your return, no doubt, provided," he added with grave courtesy that sat well on him, "that you do return. My aide-de-camp shall make a note of it. But at present you wish to be guided to Francesco Villa." "If it is possible." "Quite easy. He is at present near here. In fact, much nearer than he has any right to be." The General frowned. "We found this spot first. The light is excellent, and the mountains, as you have seen, are wonderful for our pictures. This is, by every rule of decency, our scenery. Villa has no right to it. This is our revolution." The General spoke with rising animation. "Not his. When you see the fellow, tell him from me, or tell his manager, that he must either move his revolution further away, or, by heaven, I'll use force against him." But stop, he checked himself. "One, you wish to see Villa. You have only to follow the straight track over the mountain there. He is just beyond, at the little village in the hollow, El Corazón de las Cartas." The General shook hands and seated himself again at his work. The interview was at an end. We withdrew. The next morning we followed without difficulty the path indicated. A few hours' walk over the mountain pass brought us to a little straggling village of adobe houses sleeping drowsily in the sun. There were but few signs of life in its one street, a mule here and there tethered in the sun, and 1 or 2 Mexicans drowsily smoking in the shade. One building only, evidently newly made, and of lumber, had a decidedly American appearance. Its doorway bore the sign, "General Offices of the Company," and under it the notice, "Keep Out," while on one of its windows was painted General Manager, and below it the legend, "No Admission," and on the other, Secretary's Office, "Go Away." We therefore entered at once. "General Francesco Villa," said a clerk, evidently American. "Yes, he's here all right. At least this is the office." "And where is the General?" I asked. The clerk turned to an assistant at a desk in a corner of the room. "Where's Frank working this morning?" he asked. "Over down in the gulch," said the other, turning round for a moment. "There's an attack on American cavalry this morning." "Oh, yes, I forgot," said the chief clerk. "I thought it was the Indian massacre, but I guess that's for tomorrow. Go straight to the end of the street and turn left about half a mile, and you'll find the boys down there." We thanked him and withdrew. We passed across the open plaza and went down a narrow side road, bordered here and there with adobe houses, and so out into the open country. Here the hills rose again, and the road that we followed wound sharply round a turn into a deep gorge, bordered with rocks and sagebrush, We had no sooner turned the curve of the road than we came upon a scene of great activity. Men in Mexican costume were running to and fro, apparently arranging a sort of barricade at the side of the road. Others seemed to be climbing the rocks on the further side of the gorge, as if seeking points of advantage. I noticed that all were armed with rifles and machetes and presented a formidable appearance. Of Villa himself I could see nothing. But there was a grim reality about the glittering knives, the rifles, and the Maxim guns that I saw concealed in the sagebrush beside the road. Hey! "What is it?" I asked of a man who was standing idle, watching the scene from the same side of the road as ourselves. "Attack of American cavalry," he said nonchalantly. I gasped. "Yep, in about 10 minutes, soon as they are ready." "Where's Villa?" "It's him they're attacking. They chase him here. See, this is an ambush. Villa rounds on them right here, and they fight to a finish." "Great heavens!" I exclaimed. "How do you know that?" "Know it? Why, because I seen it. Ain't they been trying it out for 3 days? Why, I'd be in it myself, only I'm off work. Got a sore toe yesterday. Horse stepped on it." All this was, of course, quite unintelligible to me. "But it's right here, where they're going to fight?" I asked. "Sure," said the American, as he moved carelessly aside, "as soon as the boss gets it all ready." I noticed for the first time a heavy-looking man in an American tweed suit and a white plug hat moving to and fro and calling out directions with an air of authority. "Here," he shouted, "what in HL are you doing with that machine gun? You've got it clean out of focus. Here, Jose, come in closer." "That's right. You're all out of the picture and hidden by that there sagebrush. That's no place to die. And, boys, remember one thing now. Die slow. Ed." "Now then, are you all set? Ready?" At this moment, the speaker turned and saw Raymond and myself. "Here, yous," he shouted, "get further back, you're in the picture." Or say, "No, stay right where you are." "You," he said, pointing to me, "stay right where you are and I'll give you $1 to just hold that horror, you understand. Just keep on registering it." His words were meaningless to me. I had never known before that it was possible to make money by merely registering my face. "No, no," cried out Raymond. "My friend here is not wanting work. He has a message of great importance for General Villa." "Well, called back the boss. "He'll have to wait. We can't stop now. All ready, boys? 1, 2, now." And with that he put a whistle to his lips and blew a long, shrill blast. Then, in a moment, the whole scene was transformed. Rifle shots rang out from every crag and bush that bordered the gully. A wild scamper of horses' hooves was heard, and in a moment there came tearing down the road a whole troop of mounted Mexicans, evidently in flight, for they turned and fired from their saddles as they rode. The horses that carried them were wild with excitement and flecked with foam. The Mexican cavalrymen shouted and yelled, brandishing their machetes and firing their revolvers. Here and there a horse and rider fell to the ground in a great whirl of sand and dust. In the thick of the press, a leader of ferocious aspect, mounted upon a gigantic black horse, waved his sombrero about his head. It is Villa," cried Raymond, tense with excitement. "Is he not magnifico? But look, look! The Americanos! They are coming!" It was a glorious sight to see them as they rode madly on the heels of the Mexicans. A whole company of American cavalry, their horses shoulder to shoulder. The men bent low in their saddles, their carbines gripped in their hands. They rode in squadrons and in line, not like the shouting, confused mass of the Mexicans, but steady, disciplined, irresistible. On the right flank in front, a gray-haired officer steadied the charging line. The excitement of it was maddening. "Go to it," I shouted in uncontrollable emotion. "Your Mexicans are licked, Raymond. They're no good." "But look," said Raymond. "See the ambush, the ambuscada?" For as they reached the center of the gorge in front of us, the Mexicans suddenly checked their horses, bringing them plunging on their haunches in the dust, and then swung round upon their pursuers, while from every crag and bush at the side of the gorge the concealed riflemen sprang into view, and the sputtering of the machine guns swept the advancing column with a volley. We could see the American line checked, as with the buffet of a great wave, men and horses rolling in the road. Through the smoke one saw the gray-haired leader dismounted, his uniform torn, his hat gone, but still brandishing his sword and calling his orders to his men, his face as one caught in a flash of sunlight, steady and fearless. His words I could not hear, but one saw the American cavalry, still unbroken, dismount, throw themselves behind their horses, and fire, with steady aim, into the mass of the Mexicans. We could see the Mexicans in front of where we stood, falling thick and fast, in little huddled bundles of color, kicking the sand. The man Pete had gone down, right in the foreground, and was breathing out his soul before our eyes. "Well done," I shouted. "Go to it, boys. You can lick 'em yet. Hurrah for the United States. Look, Raymond, look, they've shot down the crew of the machine guns. See, the Mexicans are turning to run. At 'em, boys, they're waving the American flag. There's the bugle call to mount again. They're going to charge again. Here they come." As the American cavalry came tearing forward, the Mexicans leaped from their places with gestures of mingled rage and terror, as if about to break and run. The battle, had it continued, could have but one end. But at this moment we heard from the town behind us the long-sustained note of a steam whistle blowing the hour of noon. In an instant the firing ceased. The battle stopped. The Mexicans picked themselves up off the ground and began brushing off the dust from their black velvet jackets. The American cavalry reined in their horses. Dead Pete came to life. General Villa and the American leader and a number of others strolled over towards the boss, who stood beside the fence vociferating his comments. "That won't do," he was shouting. "That won't do. Where in blazes was that infernal Sister of Mercy, Miss Jenkinson?" And he called to a tall girl, whom I now noticed for the first time among the crowd, wearing a sort of khaki costume and a short skirt and carrying a water bottle in a strap. "You never got into the picture at all. I want you right in there among the horses under their feet." "Land's sakes," said the Sister of Mercy, "you ain't no right to ask me to go in there among them horses and be trampled." "Ain't you paid to be trampled?" said the manager angrily. Then, as he caught sight of Villa, he broke off and said, "Frank, you boys done fine. It's going to be a good act, all right, but it ain't just got the right amount of ginger in it yet. We'll try her over once again, anyway." "Now, boys," he continued, calling out to the crowd with a voice like a megaphone, "this afternoon at 3:30 hospital scene. I only want the wounded, the doctors, and the Sisters of Mercy. All the rest of yous is free till 10 tomorrow for the Indian massacre. Everybody up for that." It was an hour or two later that I had my interview with Villa in a back room of the little posada or inn of the town. The general had removed his ferocious wig of straight black hair and substituted a check suit for his warlike costume. He had washed the darker part of the paint off his face. In fact, he looked once again the same Frank Villa that I used to know when he kept his Mexican cigar store in Buffalo. "Well, Frank," I said, "I'm afraid I came down here under a misunderstanding." "Looks like it," said the general as he rolled a cigarette. "And you wouldn't care to go back even for the offer that I am commissioned to make your old job back again, and half the profits on a new cigar, to be called the Francesco Villa?" The general shook his head. "It sounds good, all right," he said, "but this moving picture business is better." "I see," I said. "I hadn't understood. I thought there really was a revolution here in Mexico." "No," said Villa, shaking his head. "Been no revolution down here for years, not since Diaz. The picture companies came in and took the whole thing over. They made us a fair offer, so much a reel straight out, and a royalty, and let us divide up the territory as we liked. The first film we done was the bombardment of Vera Cruz. Say, that was a dandy. Did you see it?" "No," I said. "They had us all in that," he continued. "I done an American Marine. Lots of people think it all real when they see it." "Why," I said, "nearly everybody does. even the president." "Oh, I guess he knows," said Villa. "But, you see, there's tons of money in it, and it's good for business, and he's too decent a man to give it away. Say, I heard the boy saying there's a war in Europe. I wonder what company got that up, eh? But I don't believe it'll draw. There ain't the scenery for it that we have in Mexico." "Alas," murmured Raymond, "our beautiful Mexico, to what is she fallen, needing only water, air, light, and soil to make her?" "Come on, Raymond," I said, "let's go home. Sieve, over the grape juice or the peacemakers. Characters, some say Mr. W. Jennings Bryan, Dr. David Starr Jordan, a philanthropist; Mr. Norman Angell, a lady pacifist; a Negro president; an eminent divine; the man on the street; the general public, and many others. War," said the Negro president of Haiti, "is a sad spectacle. It shames our polite civilization." As he spoke, he looked about him at the assembled company around the huge dinner table, glittering with cut glass and white linen, and brilliant with hothouse flowers. "What house flowers?" "A sad spectacle," he repeated, rolling his big eyes in his black and yellow face that was melancholy with the broken pathos of the African race. The occasion was a notable one. It was the banquet of the Peacemakers' Conference of 1917, and the company gathered about the board was as notable as it was numerous. At the head of the table, the genial Mr. Jennings Bryan presided as host, his broad countenance beaming with amiability, and a tall flagon of grape juice standing beside his hand. A little further down the table, one saw the benevolent head and placid physiognomy of Mr. Norman Angell, bowed forward as if in deep calculation. Within earshot of Mr. Bryan, but not listening to him, one recognized without the slightest difficulty Dr. David Starr Jordan, the distinguished ichthyologist and director-in-chief of the World's Peace Foundation, while the bland features of a gentleman from China and the presence of a yellow delegate from the Mosquito Coast gave ample evidence that the company had been gathered together without reference to color, race, religion, education, or other prejudices whatsoever. But it would be out of the question to indicate by name the whole of the notable assemblage. Indeed, certain of the guests, while carrying in their faces and attitudes something strangely and elusively familiar, seemed, in a sense, to be nameless, and to represent rather types and abstractions than actual personalities. Such was the case, for instance, with a female member of the company seated in a place of honor near the host, whose demure garb and gentle countenance seemed to indicate her as a lady pacifist, but denied all further identification. The mild ecclesiastical features of a second guest, so entirely Christian in its expression as to be almost devoid of expression altogether, marked him at once as an eminent divine, but, while puzzlingly suggestive of an actual and well-known person, seemed to elude exact recognition. His accent, when he presently spoke, stamped him as British, and his garb was that of the established church. Another guest appeared to answer to the general designation of capitalist or philanthropist, and seemed, from his prehensile grasp upon his knife and fork, to typify the money power. In front of this guest, doubtless with a view of indicating his extreme wealth and the consideration in which he stood, was placed a floral decoration representing a broken bank, with the figure of a ruined depositor entwined among the debris. Of these nameless guests, 2 individuals alone, from the very significance of their appearance, from their plain dress, unsuited to the occasion, and from the puzzled expression of their faces, seemed out of harmony with the galaxy of distinction which surrounded them. They seemed to speak only to one another, and even that somewhat after the fashion of an appreciative chorus to what the rest of the company was saying, while the manner in which they rubbed their hands together and hung upon the words of the other speakers in humble expectancy seemed to imply that they were present in the hope of gathering rather than shedding light. To these 2 humble and obsequious guests no attention whatever was paid, though it was understood, by those who knew, that their names were the general public and the man on the street. "A sad spectacle," said the Negro President, and he sighed as he spoke. "One wonders if our civilization, if our moral standards themselves are slipping from us." Then, half in reverie, or as if overcome by the melancholy of his own thought, he lifted a spoon from the table and slid it gently into the bosom of his faded uniform. "Put back that spoon," called the lady pacifist sharply. "Pardon," said the Negro President humbly as he put it back. The humiliation of generations of servitude was in his voice. "Come, come," exclaimed Mr. Jennings Bryan cheerfully, "try a little more of the grape juice." "Does it intoxicate?" asked the President. "Never," answered Mr. Bryan. "Rest assured of that. I can guarantee it. The grape is picked in the dark. It is then carried, still in the dark, to the testing room. There every particle of alcohol is removed. Try it." "Thank you," said the President. "I am no longer thirsty." "Will anybody have some more of the grape juice?" asked Mr. Bryan, running his eye along the ranks of the guests. No one spoke. "Will anybody have some more ground peanuts?" No one moved. "Or does anybody want any more of the shredded tan bark?" "No. Or will somebody have another spoonful of sunflower seeds?" There was still no sign of assent. "Very well, then," said Mr. Bryan, "the banquet as such is over, and we now come to the more serious part of our business. I need hardly tell you that we are here for a serious purpose. We are here to do good. That, I know, is enough to enlist the ardent sympathy of everybody present." There was a murmur of assent. "Personally," said the lady pacifist, "I do nothing else." "Neither do I," said the guest who has been designated the philanthropist, "whether I am producing oil, or making steel, or building motor cars." "Does he build motor cars?" whispered the humble person called the man in the street to his fellow, the general public. All great philanthropists do things like that, answered his friend. They do it as a social service, so as to benefit humanity. Any money they make is just an accident. They don't really care about it a bit. Listen to him. He's going to say so. Indeed, our business itself, the philanthropist continued, while his face lighted up with unselfish enthusiasm, our business itself. Hush, hush, said Mr. Bryan gently. We know. Our business itself, persisted the philanthropist, is one great piece of philanthropy. Tears gathered in his eyes. Come, come, said Mr. Bryan firmly. We must get to business. Our friend here, he continued, turning to the company at large and indicating the Negro president on his right, has come to us in great distress. His beautiful island of Haiti is, and has been for many years, overwhelmed in civil war. Now he learns that not only Haiti, but also Europe is engulfed in conflict. He has heard that we are making proposals for ending the war. Indeed, I may say, are about to declare that the war in Europe must stop. There was a general chorus of assent. Naturally, then, continued Mr. Bryan, our friend, the President of Haiti, who is overwhelmed with grief at what has been happening in his island, has come to us for help. That is correct, is it not? That's it, gentlemen, said the Negro president in a voice of some emotion, wiping the sleeve of his faded uniform across his eyes. The situation is quite beyond my control. In fact, he added, shaking his head pathetically as he relapsed into more natural speech, Dizzy ya gile, LZ ya re. Dey ain't doin' nothin' on the island but shootin', burnin', and killin' somethin' awful. Lord a massy, it's just like a real civilized country, all right, now. Down in our island, we colored people is feeling just as bad as yous did when all them poor white folks was murdered on the Lusitania. But the Negro president had no sooner used the words murdered on the Lusitania than a chorus of dissent and disapproval broke out all down the table. My dear sir, protested Mr. Bryan, pray moderate your language a little, if you please. Murdered? Oh dear, dear me, how can we hope to advance the cause of peace if you insist on using such terms? Ain't it that? Wasn't it murder? Asked the president, perplexed. We are all agreed here, said the lady pacifist, that it is far better to call it an incident. We speak of the Lusitania incident, she added didactically, just as one speaks of the Arabica incident and the Cavell incident and other episodes of the sort. It makes it so much easier to forget. This makes it so much easier to forget. True, quite true, murmured the eminent divine. And then one must remember that there are always two sides to everything. There are two sides to murder. We must not let ourselves forget that there is always the murderer's point of view to consider. But by this time, the Negro president was obviously confused and out of his depth. The conversation had reached a plane of civilization which was beyond his reach. The genial Mr. Bryan saw fit to come to his rescue. "Never mind," said Mr. Bryan soothingly. "Our friends here will soon settle all your difficulties for you. I'm going to ask them, one after the other, to advise you. They will tell you the various means that they are about to apply to stop the war in Europe, and you may select any that you like for your use in Haiti. We charge you nothing for it, except, of course, your fair share of the price of this grape juice and the shredded nuts." The President nodded. "I am going to ask our friend on my right," and here Mr. Bryan indicated the lady pacifist, "to speak first." There was a movement of general expectancy, and the two obsequious guests at the foot of the table, of whom mention has been made, were seen to nudge one another and whisper, "Isn't this splendid?" "You are not asking me to speak first merely because I am a woman?" asked the lady pacifist. "Oh, no," said Mr. Bryan, with charming tact. "Very good," said the lady, adjusting her glasses. "As for stopping the war, I warn you, as I have warned the whole world, that it may be too late. They should have called me in sooner. That was the mistake. If they had sent for me at once and had put my picture in the papers, both in England and Germany, with the inscription, 'The True Woman of Today,' I doubt if any of the men who looked at it would have felt that it was worth while to fight. But as things are, the only advice I can give is this. Everybody is wrong except me. The Germans are a very naughty people, but the Belgians are worse. It was very, very wicked of the Germans to bombard the houses of the Belgians. But how naughty of the Belgians to go and sit in their houses while they were bombarded. It is to that I attribute, with my infallible sense of justice, the dreadful loss of life. So you see, the only conclusion that I can reach is that everybody is very naughty, and that the only remedy would be to appoint me a committee, me and a few others, though the others don't really matter, to make a proper settlement." The Negro president shook his head and looked mystified. "Us colored folks," he said, "wouldn't quite understand that. We done got the idea that sometimes there's such a thing as a quarrel that is right and just." The president's melancholy face lit up with animation, and his voice rose to the sonorous vibration of the Negro preacher. "We learn that out of the Bible, we colored folks, we learn to smite the ungodly." "Pray, pray," said Mr. Bryan soothingly, "don't introduce religion, let me beg of you. That would be fatal. We peacemakers are all agreed that there must be no question of religion raised." "Exactly so," murmured the eminent divine. "My own feelings exactly. The name of the deity should never be brought in. It inflames people. Only a few weeks ago I was pained and grieved to the heart to hear a woman in one of our London streets raving that the German emperor was a murderer. Her child had been killed that night by a bomb from a Zeppelin. She had its body in a cloth hugged to her breast as she talked. Thank heaven, they keep these things out of the newspapers. And she was calling down God's vengeance on the emperor. Most deplorable. Poor creature, unable, I suppose, to realize the emperor's exalted situation, his splendid lineage, the wonderful talent with which he can draw pictures of the apostles with one hand, while he writes an appeal to his Mohammedan comrades with the other. I dined with him once, he added, in modest afterthought. I dined with him, too, said Dr. Jordan. I shall never forget the impression he made. As he entered the room accompanied by his staff, the emperor looked straight at me and said to one of his aides, "Who is this?" "This is Dr. Jordan," said the officer. The emperor put out his hand. "So, this is Dr. Jordan," he said. I never witnessed such an exhibition of brain power in my life. He had seized my name in a moment and held it for 3 seconds with all the tenaciousness of a Hohenzollern. "But may I," continued the director of the World's Peace, "add a word to what has been said to make it still clearer to our friend? I will try to make it as simple as one of my lectures in ichthyology. I know of nothing simpler than that." Everybody murmured assent. The Negro president put his hand to his ear. "Theology," he said. "Ichthyology," said Dr. Jordan. "It is better, but just listen to this. War is waste. It destroys the tissues. It is exhausting and fatiguing, and may in extreme cases lead to death." The learned gentleman sat back in his seat and took a refreshing drink of rainwater from a glass beside him, while a murmur of applause ran round the table. It was known and recognized that the speaker had done more than any living man to establish the fact that war is dangerous, that gunpowder, if heated, explodes, that fire burns, that fish swim, and other great truths without which the work of the peace endowment would appear futile. "And now," said Mr. Bryan, looking about him with the air of a successful toastmaster, "I am going to ask our friend here to give us his views." Renewed applause bore witness to the popularity of the philanthropist, whom Mr. Bryan had indicated with a wave of his hand. The philanthropist cleared his throat. "In our business," he began. Mr. Bryan plucked him gently by the sleeve. "Never mind your business just now," he whispered. The philanthropist bowed in assent and continued, "I will come at once to the subject. My own feeling is that the true way to end war is to try to spread abroad in all directions goodwill and brotherly love." "Hear, hear," cried the assembled company. "And the great way to inspire brotherly love all round is to keep on getting richer and richer, till you have so much money that everyone loves you. Money, gentlemen, is a glorious thing." "Shh!" At this point, Mr. Norman Angell, who had remained silent hitherto, raised his head from his chest and murmured drowsily, "Money, money, there isn't anything but money. Money is the only thing there is. Money and property, property and money. If you destroy it, it is gone. If you smash it, it isn't there. All the rest is a great illuse." And with this he dozed off again into silence. "Our poor angel is asleep again," said the lady pacifist. Mr. Bryan shook his head. He's been that way ever since the war began, sleeps all the time, and keeps muttering that there isn't any war, that people only imagine it, in fact, that it is all an illusion. But I fear we are interrupting you, he added, turning to the philanthropist. I was just saying, continued that gentleman, that you can do anything with money. You can stop a war with it if you have enough of it in 10 minutes. I don't care what kind of war it is, or what the people are fighting for, whether they are fighting for conquest or fighting for their homes and their children. I can stop it absolutely by my grip on money, without firing a shot or incurring the slightest personal danger. The philanthropist spoke with the greatest emphasis, reaching out his hand and clutching his fingers in the air. Yes, gentlemen, he went on, I am speaking here not of theories, but of facts. This is what I am doing, and what I mean to do. You've no idea how amenable people are, especially poor people, struggling people, those with ties and responsibilities to the grip of money. I went the other day to a man I know, the head of a bank, where I keep a little money, just a fraction of what I make, gentlemen, a mere nothing to me but everything to this man, because he is still not rich and is only fighting his way up. Now, I said to him, you are English, are you not? Yes, sir. And I understand you mean to help along the loan to England with all the power of your bank. Yes, he said, I mean it, and I'll do it. All one. Then I'll tell you what, I said. You lend 1 penny, or help to lend 1 penny, to the people of England or the people of France, and I'll break you. I'll grind you into poverty, you and your wife and children and all that belongs to you. The philanthropist had spoken with so great an intensity that there was a deep stillness over the assembled company. The Negro president had straightened up in his seat, and as he looked at the speaker, there was something in his erect back and his stern face and the set of his faded uniform that somehow turned him, African though he was, into a soldier. Sir, he said, with his eye riveted on the speaker's face, what happened to that banker man? The fool, said the philanthropist. He wouldn't hear. He defied me. He said that there wasn't money enough in all my business to buy the soul of a single Englishman. I had his directors turn him from his bank that day, and he's enlisted, the scoundrel, and is gone to the war. But his wife and family are left behind. They shall learn what the grip of the money power is, learn it in misery and poverty. My good sir, said the Negro president slowly and impressively, do you know why your plan of stopping war wouldn't work in Haiti? No, said the philanthropist. Because our black people there would kill you. Whichever side they were on, whatever they thought of the war, they would take a man like you and lead you out into the town square and stand you up against the side of an adobe house, and they'd shoot you. Come down to Haiti, if you doubt my words, and try it. Thank you, said the philanthropist, resuming his customary manner of undisturbed gentleness. I don't think I will. I don't think somehow that I could do business in Haiti. The passage at arms between the Negro president and the philanthropist had thrown a certain confusion into the hitherto agreeable gathering. Even the eminent divine was seen to be slowly shaking his head from side to side, an extreme mark of excitement which he never permitted himself except under stress of passion. The two humble guests at the foot of the table were visibly perturbed. "Say, I don't like that about the banker," squeaked one of them. "That ain't right, eh, what? I don't like it." Mr. Bryan was aware that the meeting was in danger of serious disorder. He rapped loudly on the table for attention. When he had at last obtained silence, he spoke. "I have kept my own views to the last," he said, "because I cannot but feel that they possess a peculiar importance. There is, my dear friends, every prospect that within a measurable distance of time I shall be able to put them into practice. I am glad to be able to announce to you the practical certainty that 4 years from now I shall be President of the United States." At this announcement, the entire company broke into spontaneous and heartfelt applause. It had long been felt by all present that Mr. Bryan was certain to be President of the United States if only he ran for the office often enough, but that the glad moment had actually arrived seemed almost too good for belief. "Yes, my friends," continued the genial host, "I have just had a communication from my dear friend Wilson, in which he tells me that he, himself, will never contest the office again. The presidency, he says, interfered too much with his private life. In fact, I am authorized to state in confidence that his wife forbids him to run." "But, my dear Jennings," interposed Dr. Jordan thoughtfully, "what about Mr. Hughes and Colonel Roosevelt?" "In that quarter my certainty in the matter is absolute. I have calculated it out mathematically that I am bound to obtain, in view of my known principles, the entire German vote, which carries with it all the great breweries of the country, the whole Austrian vote, all the Hungarians of the sugar refineries, the Turks. In fact, my friends, I am positive that Roosevelt, if he dares to run, will carry nothing but the American vote." Loud applause greeted this announcement. "And now, let me explain my plan, which I believe is shared by a great number of sane and other pacifists in the country. 4. All the great nations of the world will be invited to form a single international force consisting of a fleet so powerful and so well equipped that no single nation will. Mr. Bryan looked about him with a glance of something like triumph. The whole company, and especially the Negro president, were now evidently interested. "Say," whispered the general public to his companion, "this sounds like the real thing? Eh, what? Isn't he a peach of a thinker?" "What flag will your fleet fly?" asked the Negro president. "The flags of all nations," said Mr. Bryan. "Where will you get your sailors?" "From all the nations," said Mr. Bryan, "but the uniform will be all the same, a plain white blouse with blue insertions and white duck trousers with the word peace stamped across the back of them in big letters. This will help to impress the sailors with the almost sacred character of their functions." "But what will the fleet's functions be?" asked the president. Whenever a quarrel arises, explained Mr. Bryan, it will be submitted to a board. Who will be on this board, in addition to myself, I cannot as yet say. But it's of no consequence. Whenever a case is submitted to the board, it will think it over for 3 years. It will then announce its decision. If any. What? After that, if any one nation refuses to submit, its ports will be bombarded by the peace fleet. Rapturous expressions of approval greeted Mr. Bryan's explanation. "But I don't understand," said the Negro president, turning his puzzled face to Mr. Bryan. "Would some of these ships be British ships?" "Oh, certainly. In view of the dominant size of the British Navy, about 1/4 of all the ships would be British ships." "And the sailors? British sailors?" "Oh, yes," said Mr. Bryan, "except that they would be wearing international breeches, a most important point." And if the board, made up of all sorts of people, were to give a decision against England, then these ships, British ships with British sailors, would be sent to bombard England itself. "Exactly," said Mr. Bryan. "Isn't it beautifully simple? And to guarantee its working properly," he continued, "just in case we have to use the fleet against England, we're going to ask Admiral Jellicoe himself to take command." The Negro president slowly shook his head. "Mas Bryan," he said, "you notice what I say. I know Mas Jellicoe. I done seen him lots of times when he was just a lieutenant down in the harbor of Port-au-Prince. If yous folks put up this proposition to Mas Jellicoe, he'll just tell the whole lot of you to go plumb to." But the close of the sentence was lost by a sudden interruption. A servant entered with a folded telegram in his hand. "For me?" said Mr. Bryan, with a winning smile. "For the President of Haiti, sir," said the man. The president took the telegram and opened it clumsily with his finger and thumb amid a general silence. Then he took from his pocket and adjusted a huge pair of spectacles with a horn rim and began to read. "Well, I 'clare to goodness," he said. "Who is it from?" said Mr. Bryan. "Is it anything about me?" The Negro president shook his head. "It's from Haiti," he said, "from my military secretary." Read it," cried the company. "Come back home right away," read out the Negro president, word by word. "Everything is all right again. Joint British and American Naval Squadron came into harbor yesterday, landed 50 bluejackets and 1 midshipman. Perfect order. Banks open, bars open. Going to have big dance at your palace, come right back." The Negro president paused. "Gentlemen," he said, in a voice of great and deep relief, "this lets me out. I guess I won't stay for the rest of the discussion. I'll start for Haiti. I reckon there's something in this armed force business after all." XV. The White House from Without In. Being extracts from the diary of a President of the United States. Monday. Rose early, swept out the White House, cooked breakfast, prayers, sat in the garden reading my book on congressional government. What a wonderful thing it is! Why doesn't Congress live up to it? Certainly a lovely morning. afterwards determined to utter this defiance publicly and fearlessly. Shall put in list of fearless defiances for July speeches. Shall probably use it in Oklahoma. 9:30 a.m. Bad news. British ship torpedoed by a torpedo. Tense atmosphere all over Washington. Retreated instantly to the pigeon house and shut the door. I must think at all costs, and no one shall hurry me. 10 me have thought, came out of pigeon house. It is all right. I wonder I didn't think of it sooner. The point is perfectly simple. If Admiral Tirpitz torpedoed the torpedo with a torpedo, where's the torpedo Admiral Tirpitz torpedoed? In other words, how do they know it's a torpedo? The idea seems absolutely overwhelming. Wrote notes at once to England and to Germany. 11 a.m. Gave out my idea to the ass press. Tense feeling at Washington vanished instantly and utterly. Feeling now loose. In fact, everything splendid. Money became easy at once. Marks rose. Exports jumped. Gold reserves swelled. Marks rose, reserves swelled. 3 p.m. Slightly bad news. Appears there is trouble in the island of Piccolo Domingo. Looked it up on map. Is one of the smaller West Indies. We don't own it. I imagine Roosevelt must have overlooked it. An American has been in trouble there, was refused a drink after closing time and burnt down saloon. I manned jail. Shall send at once our latest battleship, the Woodrow new design, both ends alike, escorted by double-ended coal barges, the E. Wilson, the Presidents, the E. Professor, and the E. Thinker. Tuesday, a lovely day. Rose early, put flowers in all the vases. Laid a wreath of early japonica beside my egg cup on the breakfast table. Cabinet to morning prayers and breakfast. Prayed for better guidance. 9 a must trouble, bad trouble. First of all, Roosevelt has an interview in the morning papers in which he asks why I don't treat Germany as I treat Piccolo Domingo. Now, what a fool question. Can't he see why? Roosevelt never could see reason. Bryan also has an interview, wants to know why I don't treat Piccolo Domingo as I treat Germany. Doesn't he know why? Result, strained feeling in Washington, morning mail bad. 10 a.m. British Admiralty communication. To the pigeon house at once. They offer to send piece of torpedo, fragment of ship, and selected portions of dead American citizens. Have come out of pigeon house. Have cabled back. How do they know it is a torpedo? How do they know it is a fragment? How do they know he was an American who said he was dead? My answer has helped. Feeling in Washington easier at once. General buoyancy. Loans and discounts doubled. As I expected, a note from Germany. Chancellor very explicit. Says not only did they not torpedo the torpedo, but that on the day, whenever it was, that the steamer was torpedoed, they had no submarines at sea, no torpedoes in their submarines, and nothing really explosive in their torpedoes. Offers, very kindly, to fill in the date of sworn statement as soon as we furnish accurate date of incident. Adds that his own theory is that the torpid was sunk by somebody throwing rocks at it from the shore. Wish, somehow, that he had not added this argument. More bad news. Further trouble in Mexico. Appears General Villa is not dead. He has again crossed the border, shot up a saloon, and retreated to the mountains of Huahuapaxtapatel. Have issued instructions to have the place looked up on the map and send the whole army to it, but without in any way violating the neutrality of Mexico. Late cables from England. 2 more ships torpedoed. American passenger lost. Name of Roosevelt. Christian name not Theodore but William. Wednesday. Rose, sad at heart, did not work in garden, tried to weed a little grass along the paths, but simply couldn't. This is a cruel job. How was it that Roosevelt grew stout on it? His nature must be different from mine. What a miserable nature he must have. Received delegations. From Kansas, on the prospect of the corn crop, they said the number of hogs in Kansas will double. Congratulated them. From Idaho, on the blight on the root crop, they say there will soon not be a hog left in Idaho. Expressed my sorrow. From Michigan, beet sugar growers urging a higher percentage of sugar in beets. Took firm stand, said I, stand where I stood, and I stood where I stand. They went away dazzled, delighted. Mail and telegrams. British Admiralty. Incident, send further samples. Send further samples. Fragment of valise, parts of cowhide trunk, dead passengers' luggage, which, they say, could not have been made except in Nevada. Cabled that the incident is closed, and that I stand where I stood, and that I am what I am. Situation in Washington relieved at once. General feeling that I shall not make war. Second cable from England. The 2 new cases. Claim both ships torpedoed. Offer proofs. Situation very grave. Feeling in Washington very tense. Roosevelt out with a signed statement. What will the President do? Surely he knows what I will do. Cables from Germany. Chancellor, now positive as to torpid, sworn evidence that she was sunk by someone throwing a rock. Assures this government that everything ascertainable will be ascertained, but that pending juridical verification, any imperial exemplification must be held categorically allegorical. How well these Germans write! Thursday, a dull morning. Up early and read Congressional Government. Breakfast. Prayers. We prayed for the United States, for the citizens, for the Congress, both houses, especially the Senate, and for the Cabinet. Trouble, accident, to naval flotilla en route to Piccolo Domingo. The new battleship, the Woodrow, has broken down. Fault in structure. Tried to go with both ends first. Appeared impossible. Went sideways a little and is sinking. Wireless from the barges, the Wilson, the Thinker, and others. They are standing by. They wire that they will continue to stand by. Why on earth do they do that? Shall cable them to act. Feeling in Washington gloomy. Friday. Rose early and tried to sweep out the White House. Had little heart for it. The dust gathers in the corners. How did Roosevelt manage to keep it so clean? An idea. I must get a vacuum cleaner. But where can I get a vacuum? Took my head in my hands and thought, problem solved. Can get the vacuum all right. Good news. Villa dead again. Feeling in Washington relieved. Trouble. Ship torpedoed. News just came from the French government. Full-rigged ship, the Pingyang, sailing out of Ping-Pong, French Cochin, China, and cleared for Hurrah, Indo-Arabia. No American citizens on board, but one American citizen with ticket left behind on wharf at Ping-Pong. Claims damages, courting a ban, though feeling in Washington much disturbed. Sterling exchange fell and wouldn't get up. French Admiralty urged Treaty of 1778. German Chancellor admits torpedoing ship but denies that it was full-rigged. Captain of submarine drew picture of ship as it sank. His picture unlike any known ship of French Navy. Saturday, a day of trouble. Villa came to life and crossed the border. Our army looking for him in Mexico. Inquiry by wire. Are they authorized to come back? General Carranza asks. Leave to invade Canada. Piquelo Domingo expedition has failed. The Woodrow is still sinking. The President and the Thinker cable that they are still standing by and will continue to stand where they have stood. British Admiralty sending shipload of fragments. German Admiralty sending shipload of affidavits. Feeling in Washington depressed to the lowest depths. Sterling sinking. An idea. Is this job worthwhile? I wonder if Billy Sunday would take it. Spent the evening watering the crocuses. Whoever is here a year from now is welcome to them. They tell me that Hughes hates crocuses, watered them very carefully. Sunday. Good news. Just heard from Princeton University. I am to come back, and everything will be forgiven and forgotten. Timid thoughts on timely topics. X.V. Are the rich happy? Let me admit at the outset that I write this essay without adequate material. I have never known, I have never seen any rich people. Very often I have thought that I had found them. But it turned out that it was not so. They were not rich at all. They were quite poor. They were hard up. They were pushed for money. They didn't know where to turn for $10,000. In all the cases that I have examined, this same error has crept in. I had often imagined, from the fact of people keeping 15 servants, that they were rich. I had supposed that because a woman rode downtown in a limousine to buy a $50 hat, she must be well-to-do. Not at all. All these people turn out on examination to be not rich. They are cramped. They say it themselves. Pinched, I think, is the word they use. When I see a glittering group of 8 people in a stage box at the opera, I know that they are all pinched. The fact that they ride home in a limousine has nothing to do with it. A friend of mine who has $10,000 a year told me the other day, with a sigh, that he found it quite impossible to keep up with the rich. On his income, he couldn't do it. A family that I know, who have $20,000 a year, have told me the same thing. They can't keep up with the rich. There is no use trying. A man that I respect very much, who has an income of $50,000 a year from his law practice, has told me with the greatest frankness that he finds it absolutely impossible to keep up with the rich. He says he can only give me a plain meal, what he calls a home dinner. It takes 3 men and 2 women to serve it, and he begs me to put up with it. As far as I remember, I have never met Mr. Carnegie, but I know that if I did, he would tell me that he found it quite impossible to keep up with Mr. Rockefeller. No doubt Mr. Rockefeller has the same feeling. On the other hand, there are, and there must be, rich people somewhere. I run across traces of them all the time. The janitor in the building where I work has told me that he has a rich cousin in England who is in the South Western Railway and gets £10 a week. He says the railway wouldn't know what to do without him. In the same way, the lady who washes at my house has a rich uncle. He lives in Winnipeg and owns his own house, clear, and has 2 girls at the high school. But these are only reported cases of richness. I cannot vouch for them myself. When I speak, therefore, of rich people and discuss whether they are happy, it is understood that I am merely drawing my conclusions from the people whom I see and know. My judgment is that the rich undergo cruel trials and bitter tragedies of which the poor know nothing. In the first place, I find that the rich suffer perpetually from money troubles. The poor sit snugly at home, while sterling exchange falls 10 points in a day. Do they care? Not a bit. An adverse balance of trade washes over the nation like a flood. Who have to mop it up? The rich. Call money rushes up to 100%, and the poor can still sit and laugh at a 10-cent moving picture show and forget it. But the rich are troubled by money all the time. I know a man, for example, his name is Spugg, whose private bank account was overdrawn last month, $20,000. He told me so at dinner at his club, with apologies for feeling out of sorts. He said it was bothering him. He said he thought it rather unfair of his bank to have called his attention to it. I could sympathize, in a sort of way, with his feelings. My own account was overdrawn 20 cents at the time. I knew that if the bank began calling in overdrafts, it might be my turn next. Spugg said he supposed he'd have to telephone his secretary in the morning to sell some bonds and cover it. It seemed an awful thing to have to do. Poor people are never driven to this sort of thing. I have known cases of their having to sell a little furniture, perhaps, but imagine having to sell the very bonds out of one's desk. There's a bitterness about it that the poor man can never know. With this same man, Mr. Spugg, I have often talked of the problem of wealth. He is a self-made man, and he has told me again and again that the wealth he has accumulated is a mere burden to him. He says that he was much happier when he had only the plain, simple things of life. Often, as I sit at dinner with him over a meal of 9 courses, he tells me how much he would prefer a plain bit of boiled pork with a little mashed turnip. He says that if he had his way, he would make his dinner out of a couple of sausages fried with a bit of bread. I have seen Spug put aside his glass of champagne, or his glass after he had drunk his champagne, with an expression of something like contempt. He says that he remembers a running creek at the back of his father's farm, where he used to lie at full length upon the grass and drink his fill. Champagne, he says, never tasted like that. I have suggested that he should lie on his stomach on the floor of the club and drink a saucerful of soda water, but he won't. I know well that my friend Spug would be glad to be rid of his wealth altogether, if such a thing were possible. Till I understood about these things, I always imagined that wealth could be given away. It appears that it cannot. It is a burden that one must carry. Wealth, if one has enough of it, becomes a form of social service. One regards it as a means of doing good to the world, of helping to brighten the lives of others. In a word, a solemn trust. Spug has often talked with me so long and so late on this topic, the duty of brightening the lives of others, that the waiter who held blue flames for his cigarettes fell asleep against a doorpost, and the chauffeur outside froze to the seat of his motor. Spug's wealth, I say, he regards as a solemn trust. I have often asked him why he didn't give it, for example, to a college. But he tells me that, unfortunately, he is not a college man. I have called his attention to the need of further pensions for college professors, after all that Mr. Carnegie and others have done. There are still thousands and thousands of old professors of 35 and even 40 working away day after day and getting nothing but what they earn themselves, and with no provision beyond the age of 85. Their work is its own reward. But, after all, Mr. Spug's troubles, for he is a single man with no ties, are in a sense selfish. It is perhaps in the homes, or more properly in the residences, of the rich that the great silent tragedies are being enacted every day, tragedies of which the fortunate poor know and can know nothing. I saw such a case only a few nights ago at the house of the Ashcroft Fowlers, where I was dining. As we went in to dinner, Mrs. Ashcroft Fowler said, in a quiet aside to her husband, "Has Meadows spoken?" He shook his head rather gloomily and answered, "No, he has said nothing yet." I saw them exchange a glance of quiet sympathy and mutual help, like people in trouble who love one another. They were old friends, and my heart beat for them. All through the dinner, as Meadows, he was their butler, poured out the wine with each course, I could feel that some great trouble was impending over my friends. After Mrs. Ashcroft Fowler had risen and left us, and we were alone over our port wine, I drew my chair near to Fowler's and I said, "My dear Fowler, I'm an old friend and you'll excuse me if I seem to be taking a liberty, but I can see that you and your wife are in trouble." "Yes," he said very sadly and quietly, "we are. We are." "Excuse me," I said. "Tell me, for it makes a thing easier if one talks about it. Is it anything about Meadows?" "Yes," he said, "it is about Meadows." There was silence for a moment, but I knew already what Fowler was going to say. I could feel it coming. "Meadows," he said presently, constraining himself to speak with as little emotion as possible, "is leaving us." "Poor old chap," I said, taking his hand. "It's hard, isn't it?" he said. "Franklin left last winter, no fault of ours, we did everything we could. And now, Meadows." There was almost a sob in his voice. "He hasn't spoken definitely as yet," Fowler went on, "but we know there's hardly any chance of his staying." "Does he give any reason?" I asked. "Nothing specific," said Fowler. "It's just a sheer case of incompatibility. Meadows doesn't like us." He put his hand over his face and was silent. I left very quietly a little later without going up to the drawing-room. A few days afterwards, I heard that Meadows had gone. The Ashcroft Fowlers, I am told, are giving up in despair. They are going to take a little suite of 10 rooms and 4 baths in the Grand Palaver Hotel and rough it there for the winter. Yet one must not draw a picture of the rich in colors altogether gloomy. There are cases among them of genuine, light-hearted happiness. I have observed this is especially the case among those of the rich who have the good fortune to get ruined, absolutely and completely ruined. They may do this on the stock exchange, or by banking, or in a dozen other ways. Once the rich are ruined, they are, as far as my observation goes, all right. They can then have anything they want. I saw this point illustrated again just recently. I was walking with a friend of mine, and a motor passed, bearing a neatly dressed young man, chatting gaily with a pretty woman. My friend raised his hat and gave it a jaunty and cheery swing in the air, as if to wave goodwill and happiness. "Poor old Edward Overjoy," he said as the motor moved out of sight. "What's wrong with him?" I asked. "Hadn't you heard?" said my friend. "He's ruined, absolutely cleaned out, not a cent left." "Dear me," I said, "that's awfully hard. I suppose he'll have to sell that beautiful motor?" My friend shook his head. "Oh, no," he said, "he'll hardly do that. I don't think his wife would care to sell that." My friend was right. The Overjoys have not sold their motor. Neither have they sold their magnificent sandstone residence. They are too much attached to it, I believe, to sell it. Some people thought they would have given up their box at the opera, but it appears not. They are too musical to care to do that. Meantime, it is a matter of general notoriety that the Overjoys are absolutely ruined. In fact, they haven't a single cent. You could buy Overjoy, so I am informed, for $10. But I observe that he still wears a seal-lined coat worth at least $500. Eggs v. Humor as I see it. It is only fair that at the back of this book one should be allowed a few pages to myself to put down some things that I really think. Until 2 weeks ago, I might have taken my pen in hand to write about humor with the confident air of an acknowledged professional. But that time is past. Such claim as I had has been taken from me. In fact, I stand unmasked. An English reviewer writing in a literary journal, the very name of which is enough to put contradiction to sleep, has said of my writing, "What is there, after all, in Professor Leacock's humor but a rather ingenious mixture of hyperbole and meiosis?" The man was right. How he stumbled upon this trade secret I do not know, but I am willing to admit, since the truth is out, that it has long been my custom, in preparing an article of a humorous nature, to go down to the cellar and mix up half a gallon of meiosis with a pint of hyperbole. If I want to give the article a decidedly literary character, I find it well to put in about half a pint of paresis. The whole thing is amazingly simple. But I only mention this by way of introduction and to dispel any idea that I am conceited enough to write about humor with the professional authority of Ella Wheeler Wilcox writing about love, or Ava Tanguay talking about dancing. All that I dare claim is that I have as much sense of humor as other people, and oddly enough, I notice that everybody else makes this same claim. Any man will admit, if need be, that his sight is not good, or that he cannot swim, or shoots badly with a rifle. But to touch upon his sense of humor is to give him a mortal affront. "No," said a friend of mine the other day, "I never go to grand opera." And then he added with an air of pride, "You see, I have absolutely no ear for music." "You don't say so?" I exclaimed. "None," he went on. "I can't tell one tune from another. I don't know Home, Sweet Home from God Save the King. I can't tell whether a man is tuning a violin or playing a sonata." He seemed to get prouder and prouder over each item of his own deficiency. He ended by saying that he had a dog at his house that had a far better ear for music than he had. As soon as his wife or any visitor started to play the piano, the dog always began to howl plaintively, he said, as if it were hurt. He himself never did this. When he had finished, I made what I thought a harmless comment. "I suppose," I said, "that you find your sense of humor deficient in the same way. The two generally go together." My friend was livid with rage in a moment. "Sense of humor," he said. "My sense of humor. Me without a sense of humor. Why, I suppose I've a keener sense of humor than any man, or any two men, in this city." From that, he turned to bitter personal attack. He said that my sense of humor seemed to have withered altogether. He left me, still quivering with indignation. Personally, however, I do not mind making the admission, however damaging it may be, that there are certain forms of so-called humor, or at least fun, which I am quite unable to appreciate. Chief among these is that ancient thing called the practical joke. "You never knew McGann, did you?" a friend of mine asked me the other day. When I said I had never known McGann, he shook his head with a sigh and said, Ah, you should have known McGann. He had the greatest sense of humor of any man I ever knew, always full of jokes. I remember one night at the boarding house where we were, he stretched a string across the passageway and then rang the dinner bell. One of the boarders broke his leg. We nearly died laughing. "Dear me," I said. "What a humorist! Did he often do things like that?" "Oh, yes, he was at them all the time. He used to put tar in the tomato soup and beeswax and tin tacks on the chairs. He was full of ideas. They seemed to come to him without any trouble. McGann, I understand, is dead. I am not sorry for it. Indeed, I think that for most of us the time has gone by when we can see the fun of putting tacks on chairs, or thistles in beds, or live snakes in people's boots. To me, it has always seemed that the very essence of good humor is that it must be without harm and without malice. I admit that there is in all of us a certain vein of the old original demoniacal humor or joy in the misfortune of another, which sticks to us like our original sin. It ought not to be funny to see a man, especially a fat and pompous man, slip suddenly on a banana skin, but it is. When a skater on a pond who is describing graceful circles and showing off before the crowd breaks through the ice and gets a ducking, everybody shouts with joy. To the original savage, the cream of the joke in such cases was found if the man who slipped broke his neck, or the man who went through the ice never came up again. I can imagine a group of prehistoric men standing round the ice hole where he had disappeared and laughing till their sides split. If there had been such a thing as a prehistoric newspaper, the affair would have headed up, "Amusing incident. Unknown gentleman breaks through ice and is drowned, see." But our sense of humor under civilization has been weakened. Much of the fun of this sort of thing has been lost on us. Children, however, still retain a large share of this primitive sense of enjoyment. I remember once watching two little boys making snowballs at the side of the street and getting ready a little store of them to use. As they worked, there came along an old man wearing a silk hat and belonging by appearance to the class of jolly old gentlemen. When he saw the boys, his gold spectacles gleamed with kindly enjoyment. He began waving his arms and calling, "Now then, boys, free shot at me, free shot." In his gaiety he had, without noticing it, edged himself over the sidewalk onto the street. An express cart collided with him and knocked him over on his back in a heap of snow. He lay there gasping and trying to get the snow off his face and spectacles. The boys gathered up their snowballs and took a run toward him. "Free shot," they yelled. "Soak him! Soak him!" I repeat, however, that for me, as I suppose for most of us, it is a prime condition of humor that it must be without harm or malice, nor should it convey incidentally any real picture of sorrow or suffering or death. There is a great deal in the humor of Scotland, I admit its general merit, which seems to me, not being a Scotchman, to sin in this respect. Take this familiar story I quoted as something already known and not for the sake of telling it. A Scotchman had a sister-in-law, his wife's sister, with whom he could never agree. He always objected to going anywhere with her, and in spite of his wife's entreaties, always refused to do so. The wife was taken mortally ill, and as she lay dying, she whispered, "John, you'll drive Janet with you to the funeral, will ye?" The Scotchman, after an internal struggle, answered, "Margaret, I'll do it for ye, but it'll spoil my day." Whatever humour there may be in this is lost for me by the actual and vivid picture that it conjures up. The dying wife, the darkened room, and the last whispered request. No doubt the Scotch see things differently. That wonderful people, whom, personally, I cannot too much admire, always seem to me to prefer adversity to sunshine, to welcome the prospect of a pretty general damnation, and to live with grim cheerfulness within the very shadow of death. Alone among the nations, they have converted the devil, under such names as Old Horny, into a familiar acquaintance, not without a certain grim charm of his own. No doubt also there enters into their humour something of the original barbaric attitude towards things. For a primitive people who saw death often and at first hand, and for whom the future world was a vivid reality that could be felt, as it were, in the midnight forest and heard in the roaring storm, it was no doubt natural to turn the flank of terror by forcing a merry and jovial acquaintance with the unseen world. Such a practice as a wake and the merry-making about the corpse carry us back to the twilight of the world, with the poor savage in his bewildered misery pretending that his dead still lived. Our funeral, with its black trappings and its elaborate ceremonies, is the lineal descendant of a merrymaking. Our undertaker is, by evolution, a genial master of ceremonies, keeping things lively at the death dance. Thus have the ceremonies and the trappings of death been transformed in the course of ages till the forced gaiety is gone, and the black hearse and the gloomy mutes betoken the cold dignity of our despair. But I fear this article is getting serious. I must apologize. I was about to say, when I wandered from the point, that there is another form of humor which I am also quite unable to appreciate. This is that particular form of story which may be called, par excellence, the English anecdote. It always deals with persons of rank and birth, and, except for the exalted nature of the subject itself, is, as far as I can see, absolutely pointless. This is the kind of thing that I mean. His Grace the Fourth, Duke of Marlborough, was noted for the open-handed hospitality which reigned at Blenheim, the family seat, during his regime. One day, on going in to luncheon, it was discovered that there were 30 guests present, whereas the table only held covers for 21. "Oh, well," said the Duke, not a whit abashed, "some of us will have to eat standing up." Everybody, of course, roared with laughter. My only wonder is that they didn't kill themselves with it. A mere roar doesn't seem enough to do justice to such a story as this. The Duke of Wellington has been made the storm centre of 3 generations of wit of this sort, In fact, the typical Duke of Wellington story has been reduced to a thin skeleton such as this. A young subaltern once met the Duke of Wellington coming out of Westminster Abbey. "Good morning, Your Grace," he said. "Rather a wet morning." "Yes," said the Duke, with a very rigid bow, "but it was a damn sight wetter, sir, on the morning of Waterloo." The young subaltern, rightly rebuked, hung his head. Nor is it only the English who sin in regard to anecdotes. One can, indeed, make the sweeping assertion that the telling of stories as a mode of amusing others ought to be kept within strict limits. Few people realize how extremely difficult it is to tell a story so as to reproduce the real fun of it. It needs the right words, with every word in its proper place. Here and there, perhaps once in 100 times, a story turns up which needs no telling. The humor of it turns so completely on a sudden twist or incongruity in the denouement of it that no narrator, however clumsy, can altogether fumble it. Take, for example, this well-known instance, a story which, in one form or other, everybody has heard. George Grossmith, the famous comedian, was once badly run down and went to consult a doctor. It happened that the doctor, though, like everybody else, he had often seen Grossmith on the stage, had never seen him without his makeup and did not know him by sight. He examined his patient, looked at his tongue, felt his pulse and tapped his lungs. Then he shook his head. There's nothing wrong with you, sir," he said. "Oh, except that you're run down from overwork and worry. You need rest and amusement. Take a night off and go and see George Gray." "Thank you," said the patient. "I am George Grossmith." Let the reader please observe that I have purposely told this story all wrongly, just as wrongly as could be, and yet there is something left of it. Will the reader kindly look back to the beginning of it and see for himself just how it ought to be narrated and what obvious error has been made? If he has any particle of the artist in his makeup, he will see at once that the story ought to begin. "One day a very haggard and nervous-looking patient called at the house of a fashionable doctor," etc., etc. In other words, the chief point of the joke lies in keeping it concealed till the moment when the patient says, "Thank you, I am George Grossmith." But the story is such a good one that it cannot be completely spoiled even when told wrongly. This particular anecdote has been variously told of George Grossmith, Coquelin, Joe Jefferson, John Hare, Cyril Maud, and about 60 others. And I have noticed that there is a certain type of man who, on hearing this story about Grossmith, immediately tells it all back again, putting in the name of somebody else, and goes into new fits of laughter over it, as if the change of name made it brand new. But few people, I repeat, realize the difficulty of reproducing a humorous or comic effect in its original spirit. "I saw Harry Lauder last night," said Griggs, a stock exchange friend of mine, "as we walked uptown together the other day. He came onto the stage in kilts. Here Griggs started to chuckle, and he had a slate under his arm. Here Griggs began to laugh quite heartily, and he said, "Oh, I always like to carry a slate with me's. Age, of course, he said it in Scotch, but I can't do the Scotch the way he does it, just in case there might be any figures I'd be wanting to put down." By this time, Griggs was almost suffocated with laughter, and he took a little bit of chalk out of his pocket. "And," he said, Griggs was now almost hysterical, "I like to carry a wee bit chalk along because I find the slate is dajay." Griggs was now faint with laughter. "The slate is not much good without the chalk." Griggs had to stop with his hand to his side and lean against the lamp-post. "I can't, of course, do the Scotch the way Harry Lauder does it," he repeated. Exactly. He couldn't do the Scotch, and he couldn't do the rich, mellow voice of Mr. Lauder, and the face beaming with merriment, and the spectacles glittering with amusement, and he couldn't do the slate, nor the wee bit chalk. In fact, he couldn't do any of it. He ought merely to have said, "Harry Lauder," and leaned up against a post and laughed till he had got over it. Yet, in spite of everything, people insist on spoiling conversation by telling stories. I know nothing more dreadful at a dinner table than one of these amateur raconteurs, except perhaps two of them. After about 3 stories have been told, there falls on the dinner table an uncomfortable silence, in which everybody is aware that everybody else is trying hard to think of another story and is failing to find it. There is no peace in the gathering again, till some man of firm and quiet mind turns to his neighbor and says, "But after all, there is no doubt that whether we like it or not, prohibition is coming." And the whole tableful are happy and contented again, till one of the storytellers thinks of another and breaks loose. Worst of all, perhaps, is the modest storyteller who is haunted by the idea that one has heard this story before. He attacks you after this fashion. "I heard a very good story the other day on the steamer going to Bermuda." Then he pauses with a certain doubt in his face. "But perhaps you've heard this." No, I've never been to Bermuda. Go ahead." "Well, this is a story that they tell about a man who went down to Bermuda one winter to get cured of rheumatism. But you've heard this." No. "Well, he had rheumatism pretty bad, and he went to Bermuda to get cured of it. And so, when he went into the hotel, he said to the clerk at the desk, 'But perhaps you know this?' 'No, go right ahead.' 'Well,' he said to the clerk, 'I want a room that looks out over the sea, but perhaps—' Now the sensible thing to do is to stop the narrator right at this point. Say to him quietly and firmly, "Yes, I have heard that story. I always liked it ever since it came out in Tit-Bits Tight-Bits in 1878, and I read it every time I see it. Go on and tell it to me, and I'll sit back with my eyes closed and enjoy it." No doubt the storytelling habit owes much to the fact that ordinary people quite unconsciously rate humor very low. I mean, they underestimate the difficulty of making humor. It would never occur to them that the thing is hard, meritorious, and dignified. Because the result is gay and light, they think the process must be. Few people would realize that it is much harder to write one of Owen Seaman's funny poems into write one of the Archbishop of Canterbury's sermons. Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn is a greater work than Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, and Charles Dickens's creation of Mr. Pickwick did more for the elevation of the human race. I say it in all seriousness than Cardinal Newman's Lead, Kindly Light Amid the Encircling Gloom. Newman only cried out for light in the gloom of a sad world. Dickens gave it. But the deep background that lies behind and beyond what we call humor is revealed only to the few who, by instinct or by effort, have given thought to it. The world's humor, in its best and greatest sense, is perhaps the highest product of our civilization. One thinks here not of the mere spasmodic effects of the comic artist or the blackface expert of the vaudeville show, but of the really great humor which, once or twice in a generation at best, illuminates and elevates our literature. It is no longer dependent upon the mere trick and quibble of words, or the odd and meaningless incongruities in things that strike us as funny. Its basis lies in the deeper contrasts offered by life itself, the strange incongruity between our aspiration and our achievement, the eager and fretful anxieties of today that fade into nothingness, tomorrow, the burning pain and the sharp sorrow that are softened in the gentle retrospect of time, till as we look back upon the course that has been traversed, we pass in view the panorama of our lives, as people in old age may recall, with mingled tears and smiles, the angry quarrels of their childhood. And here, in its larger aspect, humor is blended with pathos, till the two are one, and represent, as they have in every age, the mingled heritage of tears and laughter that is our lot on earth. N. Thanks for listening to Further Foolishness by Stephen Leacock.